through rose-colored glasses. Try the new and delicious True Shake Strawberry.
RallyX is presented by Nova Motorsport, First Corner, True Shake, and Proven.
Tras in Riga. We are up in Latvia, coming to the Baltic region, and we're back in the heartlands of where RallyX is from. So we've got an absolutely packed entry this weekend. Can't wait to get started. My name's Andrew Coley. This is Hal Ridge.
Hello, mate.
Morning. Or is it afternoon?
Baltic, isn't it?
Oh, it is. I was going to do that.
Absolutely freezing.
If you're not from England, and when it's cold, we go, it's Baltic. So we are in the, and it is cold. When we arrived last night, it was cold.
It was like 3 degrees yesterday or something, wasn't it? And it was 25 degrees a week ago. So
when the trucks were dropped off, apparently it was shorts and t-shirt weather. Now the Jamaicans look particularly uncomfortable. They look like they're going to the Winter Olympics, not to RallyX. Martin obviously back in the supercar. Hal, we've got CrossCar out on track at the minute doing Q2. Open four-wheel drivers, Q1 has happened already, but there are a lot of supercars here. It's not going to be so easy for the guys in the FC2s.
Absolutely, we're back into the northern region where a lot of these the drivers are starting their year, really. The Latvian locals, obviously, they've got a home event, and Martinov supported the championship last year. Fantastic for him. Also close for Maiko Tam, who's returning, won the AM Championship a couple of years ago, did quite a lot last year as well with his M Sport built Fiesta.
There's P3 last year?
I think so, yeah. In the Pro Series. So yeah, there's the level's high this weekend.
It is indeed. We've got a bunch of new cross cars too. We've got 2 days of RallyX here, Friday, Saturday. It's a bit unusual. I know today's schedule is late because it goes through to the evening to allow the locals to come and watch.
Brilliant
and
concept. Rallycross after work on a Friday.
Oh, amazing. We've said that for ages, haven't we? And also, we don't want to go up against the other sports on Sunday, but the National Championship is here on Sunday and they will be going up against it. Now, I don't know if Yanis is here. Doesn't look like he is. And the lads, Hal, are repairing or rebuilding a drive shaft up at the back. But Yanis, this is Yanis Balmanis, of course, Latvian driver, exceptional rallycross driver and the fastest driver in Q1 already.
Yeah, former European champion in the Super 600 Championship, RX3 as it's known now, fought for the European title in this Peugeot 208, Hanson-built 208. For a couple of years, and he hasn't been seen for quite a while. Remember, of course, that Balmanis was a front runner in the World Championship, wasn't he? Canada in podium, a podium in Canada rather, a few years ago, and really should be the benchmark this weekend, shouldn't he? But there's, like we say, we're not just hamming up the field, but Victor Pranks was so quick in Holland a few weeks ago.
Destroyed everybody.
It's going to be tough, isn't it?
Well, Victor ran away from everybody, but he's not running away here. Him and Yanis got into each other in turn one, which is just behind you. Let's come around this way and have a look. Julian Munier's normal car is parked here, and he's in one of the Race of Champions cars. We think he had an issue this morning. And this is turn one here, Hal. And it's the classic left-right off the start, which I love, because if you lose the start and you're on the outside, you can dive to the inside. Or you can go round the outside and then you're on the inside for the right-hander. Like they're coming round the last corner now, the cross cars. I love the Joker merge here as well. It's just at the finish line. Here we go. And it's committed, that turn one.
How much action has there been in rallycross this year between that final corner? I think Petter Solberg in the wall, in the Citroen DS3 in the wet when he couldn't see, and that big fight he had with Matthias Ekström, and then the first couple of corners here. There's been so much drama through the years. The thing that springs to mind is Timmy Hansen in the wall in 2019 in that battle with Robin Larson.
And then coming back.
Yeah, absolutely. The 50 points right there in the interview after the Heat 3 on Sunday morning.
Yes.
But these section of corners has produced some amazing action, and like you say, that left-right really gives you the opportunity to go around the outside to get to the inside for turn two. It also invites you to try, even if it's not possible, and that's why we see lots of drivers go wide in the wall. you know, from a neutral
Tim's yarn on
perspective,
the wall,
it's brilliant for action.
And then getting out, Tim got out and waved at the crowd in the pouring rain. Everyone went nuts. And the Joker merge coming out of that last corner is brilliant, because if you run the car wide, the guy on the standard lap can get underneath you. So frequently you see drivers hold it inside, but then when they hold it inside, you can outgun them around the outside. So it's a great track layout, and I suppose some of that comes from the fact that although it's at a GT3 circuit here in Riga, it was very carefully designed, wasn't it? It's one of the more recent rallycross tracks, and I think as a result of that, it's got some great design features.
Arguably, there's been some amazing new rallycross venues, certainly since 2013, 2014, but this is right up there, isn't it? And some of the infrastructure that they have here has been replicated. They did for themselves in Latvia, run by RE Events originally, but some of the concepts they introduced have been used in all sorts of other venues all over the world. The Riga curb, they call some of the curbs, because those big curbs that you don't really want to cut, but you can't afford to cut too much, but you also want to gain the time. You know, those sorts of physical barriers that mean you don't need track markers are brilliant, and that was generally introduced here.
Yeah, so it's a cracking place. It should be a good day's racing. So we've already covered. So the FC1 in the corner. Rainer Snittisch was out giving locals rides in that yesterday. He'd never driven it before, had he?
Yeah.
What did Ericsson say to him? You told me last night you saw him.
Well, I went to take the mick out of Rainer about the fact he was still in his 2014 overalls, but they fitted, and fair play to him.
He was made up with that too, wasn't he? I've been made up with my 2014 close fitted.
When he drove for MSC in the World Championship. And then, of course, he had never driven the FC1, so I said, how's it going? He goes, there's too many buttons, and couldn't make it operate, basically. And Ericsson was like, wait for the dash to go green, press that one and go. Learn how to drive it on the way to pre-grid.
He just shut the door and walked off, didn't he? So Paul Rainey's had to learn as he went.
I think that's where you put your faith in a professional driver like Rainer. Yes. In that, like, he'll figure it out. Like, you've been told the basics, and you've just got to find out for yourself, haven't you?
So, Munier's car there, Casper Janssen going very well indeed, along with Fraser McConnell, and then this one here is the development car. So this is back from the Race of Champions, and we say development car because how they want these to be competitive with Supercar. It's so close. At the minute they're losing out on the start, and then the lap time is almost there. But they've got a little bit of a trick up their sleeve, haven't they?
Yeah, I think there's also been some niggles, as there is in the development of any car. They ran the FC2 through the course of RallyX last year with Kevin and Oliver Ericsson. It then went to America and did its first event, and now it's come back. But some of those little niggles are being discovered in different racing scenarios as they go along, and now there's so many of them out in a race environment, you discover other things. So, for example, the gear cut hasn't been exactly as they would like it to be. So they're using this car to just refine those minor details. There's a new inlet manifold on this car to try and deal with some of those problems, but also to try and extract more performance, like you say, because they want to go head-to-head with the established order in Supercar.
Kevin was out yesterday. He's going to go out after each session for a session of his own, which will then, of course, give them benchmark times that they can compare against with the same track conditions. So it's a clever way to go testing. We've got to say hello to these two. Oh, here he is, out the back. So we've just been telling everyone that you guys... You've dressed as if we're going to Calgary for the famous Jamaican the bobsleigh team back in the day.
We did that already.
Look how cold they are. How are you doing?
Good, but even the Latvians are cold.
Yeah, that is true. It's freezing. What do you think of Riga? You guys haven't been here before. It's amazing, isn't it?
Absolutely love Riga. The people are fantastic. The restaurants are excellent. The city is beautiful. It's one of my favourite spots so far.
Brilliant. I told you you'd like this one, didn't I?
It's a good one. Thanks for encouraging us to come.
You're welcome. Now, we always get to try your lovely drinks from home. We need to get one of the Latvians to bring you some Riga Black Balsam. I'll see if I can arrange that, and then you can try that. It's a bit different. Good luck. See you later, Fraz. Enjoy. Oh, here we are. The man that... Stop, Yanis. Stop. Yanis, my man is here. Who's this for?
For mechanics.
What is it?
It's grilled chicken with potatoes and some salads.
Looks really good. Can you bring us some later?
It's over there.
That's a no, I think.
Welcome back.
It's over there. Get it yourself. Nice to see you, Yanis.
Cheers.
These are the remaining cars that are back from the Race of Champions. So there were 3 Lights cars and 3 FC2s that went. So always have a spare car in case one breaks, because the best drivers in the world do tend to break cars. Right, Peter, step it up. We're going to the other paddock. Let's go. Let's go. Look at us keeping Peter fit, Tal. There's the studio in the background. The podium is just off to the left here. We're in a great location. It's a bit noisy, which can be a problem for TV, but I like it. The bar's over there, Hal. The chicken looked good.
It did, yeah, but I suspect we're going to get run over by a Mercedes Sprinter here, mate.
This man's been back and forward 3 times during this piece. Do you think they're desperate to get on the telly?
Its step count must be huge by now.
I know, yeah. Does he realise it's only like a little... Actually, I've got to talk number plates. So that's AX36. This morning, what was the one with Cosmic we saw this morning? I'll put it on my Instagram. The car was wrapped, wasn't it? And the number plate was literally Cosmic. Who had RX1? Someone here's got
Someone
RX1.
here has RX1.
Someone here's got RX1 as an... Yanis. Yanis
I think, has...
There we go.
No.
No? Yanis, the track guy, has got RX1.
Reynes has got RN15, obviously.
Yeah, which is
And they're
cool,
not
isn't
even
it?
that expensive, are they? Unlike
No.
trying to buy a private reg in the UK, which is a fortune.
Dinner wasn't expensive last night either. This over here is the Speedway Stadium. Massive Speedway Stadium, big sport up here. There's Yanis' dad. Off he goes on his scooter.
So we're transitioning, walking between what would previously have been like the fan zone area at
With the big
World
grandstands.
Championship events,
Yeah.
and then the paddock. But obviously, with some of the structures here being so big, they don't all necessarily fit in this paddock up
You're
here.
going that
so
way, Peter. It's a bit
that is
daring,
brave,
isn't it? Going
isn't it?
under the trees. I thought he was going to go round the car. Now, Hal, you've been here twice at least. You've been with World and with RallyX. I had to miss the RallyX that was here because I was on Extreme E. I haven't been here since 2020, which of course was COVID year. And there were no fans, so it was very, very limited, if I remember correctly, on who was here. We were all wearing masks.
Yeah.
The rumours about what was happening with the World Championship were rife because, of course, IMG were leaving at the time. But I remember we did manage to sneak off for a few beers on the last night. We went into a Latvian bar and they were like, how are you people in the country? Because we had to get special dispensation to come in. And the worst lateral flow test I've ever had in my life. I'm sure they touched my brain.
You have a brain.
It was a long way back.
They were awful, weren't they?
Oh
they
my
were,
God,
they were, and you had to isolate in your hotel room after the
Yeah,
airport.
until you got the
didn't you?
results. So we did isolate with a bottle
Thank
of red.
goodness those times
as
are
a
over.
team. yeah, agreed.
I
Yes.
found some of those letters the other day when you had the permissions to get into countries
Yeah.
from FIA and stuff. It was
It's
absolutely
crazy, wasn't it? Yeah, it was hard work getting in anywhere. But right, let's come in here. So more drivers back, Hal.
Yeah. So this is Hampus Hagström from Junior CrossCar, stepping up to Supercar Lights. That's a great addition to the Lights
Yeah,
category. And
massively.
the Lights category hasn't been the biggest entries we've ever seen in Lights in the first two weekends, but this weekend I think there's 10 or 11, and it's absolutely stacked.
It's doubled the grid, hasn't it?
There's some really hot competition. Roberts Vittles, of course, the local star, is in that as well. And then in Supercar, Turenne is back, obviously, and Victor Franks, who had not planned to come here at all, was so enthused after his weekend
Double
in
win at home.
Holland that they couldn't help themselves and put in a last-minute entry with Hagström Motorsport.
Yeah, so they've not brought the trucks up here, have they? But Franks, who's over here, just walked in, was saying it's thousands of kilometres. So he goes, I never go anywhere via plane. I always go in the truck. So he came via plane yesterday. And Hal, where's his luggage?
Is it in Gran Canaria or something?
Lanzarote.
Lanzarote, somewhere like
Lanzarote.
that.
So his the entire of the Franks family's clothes are in Lanzarote, and I think they've got to come back via Manchester, so they're probably not going to get here for quite some time. Where do you want to go, mate? Do you want to go see Farren's squad or Ikonen?
Here's Ikonen, another of the returning drivers. Mikko's going to do a few events this year in the XGRX Hyundai.
Hampus is here. Do you want to
Yeah, you go and grab him.
quick hello, Hampus. How are you?
Good.
Good to see you. So you're stepping up to Supercar Lights. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good.
And how's the car? Is it very different to drive, I imagine? Tell us how.
Yeah, it's different to drive, and yeah, it's a little bigger than the CrossCar Junior. And, yeah, it's more to learn in this car.
Okay, cool. So how are you getting on? How did Q1 go?
P5.
Okay, that's good amongst this grid. And who are you chasing after for this next session? You'll be in the top race at least.
Go and sleep now.
Huh?
Yeah.
Okay, sweet. Enjoy.
Yeah.
There we are. Right, Hampus stepping up. Great to see the juniors. How they start so young, don't they? And now they're getting up into the top. Hey,
Hello,
how's it
mate.
going? Getting up into the top category. Sorry, I interrupted. I wanted to speak to him because he was there.
Yeah, of course, and I think someone like Hampus, who was so quick in junior, it's much like Lucas Anderson, who he's going head-to-head with this weekend, who stepped up from junior and then went straight into lights and was so quick. He's also in that lovely position, isn't he, Hampus, where he's coming in with not a lot of expectation. I think what we've seen with Lucas Anderson is he came in, won all those events, and then the expectation comes to put a season together and try and win the championship. That comes with different kind of pressures, but Hampus is coming here on the back of stepping up, no real expectation from anybody outside of himself.
Yeah.
And you can just drive free, can't he? And I think we can expect big things from him.
Oh, so do I. I mean, fifth in the first session straight. There's 10 cars here, halfway up. I think he'd be happy. I mean, he won't be happy. He want to be P1, but he's been used to being P1.
This is a nice story, isn't it? Mikko Ikkonen's back, as we said, with this is the latest generation of the GRX Hyundai from Wilder X, and his wife is driving in the Toyota, this is the car that Ismo drove last year
yeah,
in Finland, and they've decided to go racing together this year, which is absolutely fantastic, and they've made some changes to the car as well, so what a wonderful thing to do. Mikko's got some more plans up his sleeve as well, which will mean multiple cars in the awning with him in them later in the year, but for now it's just a 2, and what a thing to do.
Oh, it's amazing, mate. It's absolutely fantastic. I'm kind of hoping we might see Ismo again later this year. I don't know if he's got any plans to come back or not. Hal, this car was the final iteration of the Hyundai, which you commentated on, of course, in 2021, which was the very last year of internal combustion at the highest level, so it really is the latest gen. Yeah, and that was the car that then Nicholas drove later, didn't he, in 22 in RallyX when he won the championship, so yeah, that is a weapon.
I need to look at it again. Is that the best rallycross, purpose-built rallycross car ever built? It's right up there, isn't it? Because I still argue that the Killer Polo was more WRC than rallycross, whereas this was taken on by a rallycross team. This is the
geekery that we're here for.
But this is the minutiae, isn't it? Because VW Motorsport were involved in the PSRX
thousands of hours of development.
But they had all of that support, and at the same time it was still ultimately a WRC platform. That is still a WRC platform, but it's had a rallycross team make the changes to it. Does that then make it more of a rallycross car? Very difficult to say, but that is definitely up there. And I think if I was to go and choose a car to race at the highest level, it would probably be the Hyundai, because to me it looks the most versatile, looks like it's got amazing traction.
Is it better than the Killer Polo?
We've got no reference for that, have we?
I love it when I really make Hal think. He stopped there just
I don't know, because we haven't got any direct references, have we?
No.
I would say we'll never know. What we need to do, we need to get Johan Kristoffersson
to drive both.
To drive that in a season and see how it goes. But is it better than the current KMS internal combustion car? I think that's probably a close run thing as well.
That's
because
not the factory Volkswagen.
It hasn't had the factory budget behind
it. Yeah, very closely related.
But the chassis is different as well. Whereas the chassis on this is a Hyundai Works WRC chassis, so I don't know.
Hal Rich, ladies and gentlemen, knows more about rallycross
Sitting on the fence massively.
No, yeah, he did sit on the fence there, but I'll let him off, that's fine. Vitols, racing at home with the Foreign squad, and an addition to the Foreign squad as well, so 2 cars here this weekend. Yeah, so Roberts made his Lights debut in Holland a few weeks ago, and he was running out of his own setup, but with the help of Eric Farr, and Eric's now taken him under his wing in the tent. And that makes a big difference, doesn't it? It's not just having a bit of catering, it's having all of the experience of Eric's team around you to set the car up, to be able to fix it when there's a problem, to have all those bits of insights that a team like Team Farron has. You think of all the success that Eric's had himself as a driver, which not many people will remember, and then as a spotter with Sebastian Loeb, he's worked with all these different teams. Loeb won here, didn't he? He did, yeah. 2016. What was it Eric said? I've won all the races here, I think, yesterday, which he's not at all cocky. He's so lovely. He said it with a big grin on his face. I think Roberts was quickest in Q1 and can easily fight right at the front. It wouldn't be a surprise to see him win on either day. And then at the other end of the spectrum... Yeah, because Roberts got so much experience... Phoebe Cake, who's stepping up from the Junior Swift category in the British Rallycross Championship. This is her first event in a 4-drive car, her first event in anything other than a production-based 1300cc Suzuki Swift. This is an epic step up for Phoebe, and the only person that she should try and satisfy at any point is herself, in that if you can improve your lap time with every time you go out on track, that's an absolutely brilliant result. I think the level here, with people like Roberts, with people like Lucas, with Hampus Hagström, who has won in the highest level of junior cross car in Europe, I would argue, to put yourself in that field is a massive deal, and I think she's brilliant for coming here. So do I. Just needs to improve every time, and she's done a great job. Don't put the pressure on yourself. We spoke to her mum last night. She said, I feel like she's going up from junior school to big school. I said, no, she's going up from junior school straight to college. Like, this is a big step. The most important member of the squad here I can't see right now, it's Max, which is Eric's dog, who we met yesterday. Looks remarkably like Eric. I know. Kevin Hansen messaged me overnight. He goes, Eric, he said that he looks like Eric. He's got the same hair colour as Eric. So yeah, it's Max. I can't see right now, but he's a great addition to the squad. I think we are running out of time. Let's have a quick run up here then. Because Linneman... Look at Hal, he's actually running, because he's been told he's only got 1 minute and there's more rallycross he wants to talk about than we can possibly fit in. Me and Peter will stroll. Peter's not running. Go on, Hal. Can you still hear me? Yeah, you can. Good. Let's see what is going on in here. Here is Ulrich. Ulrich, just quickly, mate, what is going on? Peter, come around here and look at the massive wires going on under this Polo.
the car caught fire after the free practice 1, so the wiring loop burned, and some wires are more important than others, but we try to fix the problem, and hopefully we can be ready to be out.
So the most important thing is that you're okay. How big was the fire, first of all? But also, like, a fire is a nightmare, isn't it? Because of all of this damage that you can't necessarily see and the untold damage it does.
The fire was not heavy. It was just in the rear of the car. I think it was some oil from the engine cat's tank was coming out to the exhaust. But yeah, the smoke was coming from the car, and at first I thought it was from the tires, but it was continuing. So I went out to look in the back of the car, and I was burning inside. So luckily there was a marshal who helped us to stop the fire.
Oh, mate, best of luck with getting it fixed for later today.
Thank you.
So there we are. Great update from Hal and Ulrich as well. Really, really hope they can get that car sorted for later on today. It's a brilliant venue here. As I said, there's been some amazing rallycross over the last decade or so. Decade, maybe less than that. Whatever. Great racing. Decade. There we go. Decade. We've sent Vigo out with the drone to have a look around it. Let's show you around Bikenieki Tras in Riga. Wondering Tras for track. It's on the sat nav, isn't it, Hal? That's the brilliant turn 1 and turn 2 we've been talking about. There is a wall on the outside you can end up, and we've seen people in that barrel over on the left-hand side, right out to the right here. How this corner as well, and this has taken some victims, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think specifically Timmy Hansen dropping the Peugeot 208 in the wet and always collecting teammate Sebastian Loeb in those. We have seen some real wet conditions here in the past, haven't we? Not least when we last came with RallyX, but this section here is all about really, really high grip, unsealed section. I'm reticent to call it loose over the big jump into the hairpin at the end, because it's not really loose, but it's definitely unsealed.
You know what I mean?
It's very French, isn't it? It's very akin to the French circuits, where the loose surface brushes off through the course of the day. The side-by-side jumps were really new when Riga first came into international rallycross. The massive curbs and then the fantastic choke emerge at the end of the lap, as you described, Andrew. In our paddock walk, you can go for various different attempts at an over and under move there back into the second lap. It's absolutely brilliant around here, and I can't wait to see the racing later on today.
No, me too. I noticed Vigo's gone under the gantry there. How do you think that's because we were goading him last week? Go under the bridge. I think he's like, of course I go under the bridge. Going under the bridge is easy. He's a bit of a legend, isn't he? So we've had a qualifying session here already, of course, for the junior CrossCar and CrossCar, and in fact they'll have done their Q2 as well by the time they get to. Sorry, we'll see their Q3 later on. Look how sideways there are. More sideways than I thought on the tarmac sections. At the moment in CrossCar Junior, it is Carl Svedlund, who of course has had a good start to the season by attending the 2 previous RallyX events down at Montalegre and also in Holland. So Svedlund is at the top of the table with a P2 and a win. The first session, though, was won by P2 Matalamaki, who is another one of our returning juniors. How now we come back up north. Yeah,
a lot more depth and numbers in the junior CrossCar and the CrossCar field this weekend. And a lot of the familiar faces from the last couple of years. P2 Pira there, number 16.
Our favourite number, favourite livery.
Always a favourite for having a massive number on the front of the car. But yeah, lots of regular RallyX viewers will be familiar with a number of the names. Is etc. Hukar and co back this weekend. And
the Senders. Yeah.
Svedlund, who was so competitive last season towards the end and has been so good this year, has had the upper hand in Q2 and puts him at the top of the standings overall.
Yeah, it does. So Svedlund, Matalamakis, etc. Manisto, new name for us. Pira, Stubrick, Fredriksson, Schnack, Hukar, Antila, Hegland, Nielsen, and Yulalami. Joanna Yulalami. So Hal, I'm assuming that's younger sister of Unitin Yulalami. Fantastic, that's what we want to see. On to CrossCar, lots more RPM, as you know, and you'll recognise the leading CrossCar there. That is, of course, Thomas Merstad, who's had, again, a great warm-up start to the season. He's been absolutely flying. Looking down our list, a DNF in Q1, unfortunately, but went much better in the second session with a P3. Currently leading is Armin Rag, who again is a new name for us from Estonia with a P-Tech Extreme buggy. Leads from Martin Ugard, one of our regulars then, or our Frederick Martin from Estonia. So the Estonians are here, Hal, in quite some strength.
Yeah, not far away at all, is it? And it'd be lovely to see a top flight international rallycross event in Estonia at some point in the future, because they've got some fantastic circuits and a lot of Estonian competitors. We'll see that across the board this weekend. Right up to open four-wheel drive. Here we see Isaac Cetra making his return, the former RX 3-star Super 1600 in the European Championship, and this is the Joker merge.
That's the merge, isn't it? That's that thing. Do you get on the gas and open up the inside? Do you stay down low and try and keep people from trying to sneak around the inside of you? It's a fantastic track layout, it really is. There's turn 3. The size of the wing on that, that's got some downforce on it, isn't it? So much downforce, it's bent the tips of the wing down low. There we are.
Petaltree there taking the race win. One of the standouts, I think, from the last couple of rounds was relatively nowhere last year in CrossCar. Gone to JC Race Technique squad for this season, and he's doing a great job with them. Not too far. Look at the nose of the Pace Motorsport machine lift up, going over the jump. That is Cerner, I think, isn't it, at the front of the order.
It's Armin Raag, who is currently in the top qualifier spot with a P3 and a P1. Ugar is second with 2 seconds, then Orav, Martin, Vettel 3, Muro, Isak, etc. Parmelis, Pertinent, Cerner, Ozelins, Yulalami. Ozelins is our new driver who's come from MX2, was almost a factory rider in MX2, had a terrible crash last year and broke his neck, I believe we were told, and was told he must not ride a bike again, so he's switching to 4 wheels. Great to have him here, and P11 is impressive against the likes of Yulalami. Merstad, look, is way down despite a good performance in the second session. So he was P3 with that early race win after a DNF. He'll want to get himself further up. Hal, I'm pretty sure it'll be 3 semis for these guys with a mega entry like this.
Yeah, absolutely right, yeah. So plenty to fight for.
Awesome. Right. Welcome to Riga. Look at this. Look at that backdrop. That's turn 1 out there. Some sort of, is that a hawk or a pigeon, Hal? Let's say it's a hawk, shall we? It's blatantly a pigeon.
I haven't got my glasses on.
It could be a hawk. You never know. You just never know. Right. We've got a surprise for you. So don't get too excited. It's not that, you know, but get quite excited. Get quite excited. What's Peter pointing at in the background? He's pointing at things over there. Maybe he's pointing at the surprise. You've been asking for some merch for a little while. Have a look at this. Hey, fully merched up. Look at us. Lads. Got my cap on. How good do I look in a cap, Hal?
You don't like caps, do you?
I don't look that great in a cap, let's be honest. But you can look great in a cap because you can buy this online immediately. Buy. This is now a sales channel.
I particularly like the
little, that is quite cool, isn't it?
Logo on the sleeve.
Little RallyX. Is yours the same as mine?
Yeah.
I want one that says, "Dude, where's my car?" So there's the front, there's the back. This is the cap. So you need to head to, I wrote this down.
You've even got a little tag on your cap that turns to the side. Yeah, look.
There?
That's cool, isn't it?
People ready to get to see my ears.
Oh, Peter doesn't like that. He's wincing.
Does he? My ears look great, Peter. How dare you? These are class ears. I've practically got cauliflower ears like a rugby player for the amount of times a day I spend wearing a set of cans, a set of headset. Anyway, this stuff's available. I promise you we're going to put our coats back on because it's absolutely freezing here. Look at Hal. He's almost shivering. But head to shop.rallyx.se. This is an exclusive drop this weekend. It's 20% off on pre-order. The website will tell you when the goods will come. We'll have physical goods at the track in Finland in a few weeks' time for the next round, but you can order some now and it'll be with you, I believe, in a couple of weeks' time. So take a look on there. 20% off if you want to pre-order some stuff. And then we've got some cool ideas later on in the season. There'll be like exclusive drops which you can get from, say, an event. Where,
yeah, that's the plan, isn't it?
Yeah.
To have some things you can't ascertain unless you're involved in the broadcast or you're at an event or something.
So you'll be watching
really
it, and we will be able to say to you guys, right, hit the website now. There's 10 of these T-shirts with, I don't know, something awful like Hal Drew written on them. But you want that exclusivity. You must buy these things immediately. And the more products you buy, the more cameras we can have here, the more onboards we can do. We'll get a helicopter if you guys buy enough T-shirts. Damn it. We'll do whatever you want. We'll build a bigger jump. We'll race some FC1s. So buy. The more things you buy, the better. You want to buy this chair? You can have it. How much for the chair, Peter? I'll sell it now. 20 euros? 2 euros? Wow, Peter's not going high enough. Hal sat on this chair. It's a piece of Rallycross history. I'll have him sign it for you. It is. It's more than 20 years if Hal signs it. That's some exclusive business going on. Anyway,
Can I put my coat on now?
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah, we're going to put our coats on. It's freezing.
Honestly, I can't tell you how cold it is.
It's bitter. It's Baltic. I know we've done that joke already. I did say to Hal yesterday on the journey, and I'm going to do the joke lots of times. Oh, we can go to the grid apparently. That means I can take this cap off as well. Buy. The more you buy, the more Rallycross you get to see. That's how it works. It's simple. We need your cash to buy cameras. Let's go. Right, down to the grid.
Let's go.
We own that camera already. Right, I see it. The cap's off now. Business time. Like the gloves are off. In all seriousness, all jokes aside, the guys put loads of effort into the merch. So go and have a look. Obviously, anything you do supports the series. But also, we know you guys genuinely want to be a part of the series. I get asked so many times, where'd you get your T-shirt from? I'm like, well, it's staff uniform. I mean, you know, you can probably have it at the end of the year. We tend to change uniform each year. Although the grey zippy from 2 years ago is still my favourite piece of staff clothing. So, but I've got the gilet on today because it's cold. What about you, Hal?
I like this jacket. That's why I wear it all the time.
Yeah, I like the grey one. You know, the grey one's more of a summer.
I didn't
flex,
get a grey one.
Did you not?
Locked out there, yeah.
Oh, mate. Peter always wears the grey one. Me and Peter like to style that out. Right. Woosah. Right, Utti Ikonen, John Nee, Emil Hammer, Anton Carlson and Peder T. Jensen are in this one. It's Jensen on the outside in the Volvo, if you're wondering, and it's Utti Ikonen, which I'm assuming is Mr. Ikonen's wife, as you mentioned earlier on, Hal.
It is indeed.
Who gets the whole shot and leads in the car that Ismo last year took to a viral sensation online. There's so many comments on that post because it was shared by Ismo. Do you remember where he drives that first lap?
Yeah,
Great.
it was so good having him part of that event, and all credit to the Paddock Racing team and Mikko Ikonen for allowing that to happen. And yeah, hopefully we'll see him back in the future because he absolutely loves it, doesn't he? He's not just a.
He's also decent, isn't he?
He's not just a celebrity doing something for the hits. He's doing it because he really likes motorsport, and that's great.
He did a
big landing there
crash
from Emil Hammer.
He did a Land Rover rally, didn't he? Up in Scotland as well.
Yes.
He did a bunch of motorsport last year. That's the Joker split. Joker lap goes left, the standard lap goes right. You're on the standard lap. The little black patches you can see, that's where they patched in the gravel section. So as Hal said, the gravel section is it's so hard to describe. If you've ever been to Lowiac is like the tarmac sections are smooth tarmac, and the other sections are almost like when they grade the top of the tarmac and they take the top off it. Now here it is proper gravel, but it's so embedded and so hard into the ground that it is almost a sealed surface, but it's not. It's unsealed. Hence, you know, the difference. You have to have a certain specific percentage of gravel and not. Now, where it gets holes in it, they fill those in with a bit of tarmac because what we don't want is loads of punctures. So if you're wondering why they've been filled in, that's why.
Open two-wheel drive had a mega entry coming here. Lost a couple of people pre-event. There's lots of domestic rallycross has started now, hasn't it, across Europe, and people have their problems here and there. We also lost Per Magna Royras in his fantastic Citroen Zara ankle this morning as well, because that has a problem. So we're down to 2 races in open two-wheel drive, which is a shame. That's Hammer, isn't it, who's dropped it in the penultimate corner. Anton Carlson goes around the outside in the Volkswagen Polo, but this is a brilliant drive from Ikonen, who's done the best lap of the race so far, 55.6.
We've got 2 drones up, if you're wondering. That's the chase drone you were just on a moment ago, which is with Vigo as normal, and then we have a slightly wider drone shot which covers us off on the Joker.
They've just changed the engine in this Toyota Corolla out front to run the 3.2. It'll be the 3.2 16-valve Volvo engine that all of these cars seem to run when they get to the last resort of needing it to be proper in the end, much like Derek Toll's Ford Fiesta that we were talking so much about.
Keep fitting bigger engines, Hal.
I think really the Volvo concept, the high capacity Volvo concept is so successful from Sweden, isn't it? I mean, it's used for so long. People have tried different things, but really that's where you want to be.
Could be close here. No, I think Ikonen's going to get it. Utti Ikonen comes through the final corner. She takes the race win. It's almost side by side in the background, but it is the Volvo of Jensen that gets the nod. And there we are. Oh, and another spin. Double spinach. Emil Hammer again. Hammer time. Every time you see me, I'm dope on the floor, and what a cool name, Hal. Yeah, okay, 3-point turn at the finish line. Not the end he was looking for. Maybe we could sell some MC Hammer style trousers with a RallyX print on them.
That'd be cool, wouldn't it? Yeah. I don't know if that would.
Would you do the dance? You know what I mean?
I do know that one.
Hammer time. There was hammer time the first time round with a spin in the standard lap and another one at the finish line. Vigo's chase drone look coming over the line there. It is a good merge. These two corners as well, coming onto and off that front straight, are impressive to say the least. There are some fans here today. It is Remember Friday afternoon, so maybe you're watching this at work, and so
There's
you should
been a few people in the comments saying they're double screening with RallyX at work.
They're not doing any work. They're definitely not doing any work, are they? Good. It's Friday. Knock yourselves out. Right. Slavomir Wallach, Victor Johansson, Lucas Gabrielsen, Thomas Niskovic, and Michael Persson. Good start from Gabrielsen, but out-dragged on the run to the first corner by Victor Johansson. Oh, now Gabrielsen gets almost turned around, just holds onto it in the background, but ends up dropping down into P4. That's a bit of a nightmare.
What a nightmare for Slavomir Wallach, who set the fastest time of all in Q1. What a brilliant performance from the Polish driver who lives in the UK. And they are still behind us from our commentary position. We're right by the first corner here. Gabrielsen and Wallach are still tied together. 0-0, not through any fault of his own there. I think it was just the classic first corner kerfuffle where they've got tied up.
Bummer, that is a shame, isn't it?
Made his RallyX debut here a few years ago. I think that was the event that you missed, the wet event that you weren't here for.
Everyone was wading around with their race suits up to their knees,
where Slav made his debut with that wonderful BMW M3, which is run by the Automax team. Victor Johansson arrived here very late yesterday. His car was sat all forlorn in the paddock, wasn't it, when we left?
Full of spares, and with the front bumper up on the rear wing, wasn't it, as it had come out of the back of, because he took advantage, didn't he, of the OMSE travel package to go down south.
And has since driven his own bus down here, because Sweden to Latvia is a pretty easy trip from Nynäshamn down to Estonia, actually, and then they drive down from Estonia. But that's a fair old easier run, and that's why we've got the likes of Mikkel Persson here as well.
So you can really hear some of the cars handle this jump beautifully, and others you hear the sump guard crash down. Ride height's definitely a bit higher for some people because of the jump, and then we've seen some different stiffnesses in cars earlier on. We were looking at Yanis Belmanis, whose Peugeot looked pretty stiff compared to Victor Franks, who was looking slightly softer, but of course Franks has just come up from Holland. Belmanis has been testing here recently. Good to see the likes of Yanis back. You know, the entry, as we said in the preview, is really strong here this weekend. Lovely to see some of those faces back. We've got a packed CrossCar lineup as well.
Simon Tiger not here this weekend, of course, with technical issues that he carried through the first couple of events in Portugal and the Netherlands, which is a massive shame not to have Simon Tiger here. And it does open up the opportunity for other people. Having said that, Simon didn't have the kind of ultimate pace that we expected in the first couple of weekends. So it's obviously something that the Tiger BMW has been carrying, and they're working hard to try and solve that. Of course, we go up to the Nordic region with Finland and Sweden for the next couple of rounds, and I'm sure we will see Tiger RX back for that. Victor Johansson now is out front in this one, the former champion, and is going to break the beam with a 2:51.3. That is substantially quicker than Ikonen goes, so Johansson to the top of the timesheets. The Hulk in the BMW E36 will be second, and I think Ikonen will drop into third overall, so great run for Ikonen.
Look at the start from Johansson.
Let's look in the background at the Wallach Gabrielsen, and Gabrielsen's just turned in there.
Yeah, Wallach's got nowhere to go. He'd already locked the wheels trying to avoid him.
I'd like to see that again, but Gabrielsen's turned in. Wallach's got in the throttle to try and, arguably, to try and push Gabrielsen straight again so they can both keep going, and I think they just got locked up. It'll be interesting to see if there's any repercussions from that. There was a black flag in Q1.
Oh, Rainis.
From Rainis Nittis, he told me at lunchtime, he came in and said, one black flag. I said, what was that for? And he said, too optimistic, turn one.
Okay, that's good. He was full of the bants earlier, wasn't he, when he came back in? about the FC1 as well, wasn't he? Not enough gravel. So I want to send this machine, wasn't it? It's like, go on, Rainers. And then Kevin goes, have you used it in push to pass mode 5? Yes, I think so. And Kevin goes, well, it was in mode 3 last time he goes out. He goes, okay, then I tried it in mode 3. And it was so Rainus, wasn't it? It was so Rainus.
He is very funny.
Yeah, he is. Right, we'll get a quick recovery underway. We're grabbing some papers. We'll be with you in a moment. Look at those Supercar lights lined up. So you can see Wallach there taking the opportunity to check if his steering was straight on the way back effectively to the paddock. So little wiggle left and right. Okay, Supercar Lights, Mads Larsson, Tobias Darbach, Robin Norlander, Pontus Oskarsson and Phoebe Cake on the outside. British driver who's 15, I think, making a international rallycross debut this weekend. Tobias Darbach down in P7 after the first session. Will want a better start this time. Larsen is on the inside, though, the 3 cars wide up to the first corner. Tobias goes late on the brakes and slots himself nicely out into position, and my goodness me, that wind is cold.
Pontus Oskarsson doing a great job there to go inside turn 1, try and go around the outside in turn 2. Pontus making the step up from Junior CrossCar.
Oi.
This weekend. Norlander just drops a rear wheel into that gravel on the outside that's so slippery. Norlander, also a junior driver of the Paddock Rallycross, was a regular competitor up in Sweden against the likes of Clara Anderson, Philip Turenne and Philip Martinson and co. So great to have him back racing in Supercar Lights here. And Pontus Oskarsson is definitely one of those drivers that improved immeasurably in the last couple of years in juniors, and it'll be really interesting to see how he progresses through Supercar Lights. Of course, we saw his dad racing that car, didn't we, in the last few years, and yes, now he's handed the baton over to his little boy. Very nice. Are you going to do that, Hal, with your rallycross car? Hopefully my son wants nothing to do with rallycross because it's a horrible addiction. Seeing as whenever we have a FaceTime call with him, he's just daddy car. I think you might be screwed already, mate, to be honest. I'm looking forward to I like the new headlight addition to Tobias Darbach's car. I haven't seen Kevin's car. I bet it's the same. If it's the same, I'm going to have to go and have a word with them. We're going to have a word. I like the livery. They're lovely people, aren't they? They are, the Darbachs. They're great addition to this championship. They are. Interesting to hear again the sump guards crashing down, although of course it isn't a sump guard in the front of these cars, it's a diff guard because they're mid-engine. There is a guard underneath that part of the car as well, but that you can hear the front of the car coming down. Norlander, they run so low. They do, yeah, and that's a real lights thing, isn't it? Yeah. In the history of the lights, you hear the sump guard on the rear always rattling, don't you, with the reverberations in the chassis. Mads Larsson's going well here, but I wonder if he's picked up a bit of a problem. I think he looks like he lost a bit of pace, a bit of smoke. Turning up my track sounds mics, but I can't hear it. I can hear a misfire actually out the commentary box window now, so I think Larsen.
You think that's Larsen?
Yeah, I think so, because
dropped off the pace by too much.
I think so.
Actually, yeah, you're right. Look at the lap time.
Could be
2 seconds.
wrong.
No, I think you're right. 2 seconds between Darback and Larsen had the Joker. I think you're right. Might hear it here at the jump when they come to the throttle after this in the background.
Spread out this race, isn't it, really? With some big gaps. This is Darback into the Joker for the final time of asking. That is a great drone shot that gives you a real indication as to how difficult those last couple of corners are. I've been lucky enough to drive around here in a few different things, and it is tight around there.
Darback's going to take it.
Orlando around the outside.
Yeah.
Larsen is dropping back.
Yeah, you're right. Then it will be Larsen with the misfire from the sounds of things, and yeah, you can see there lack of drive off the corner. So how Phoebe Cake's done her best lap on the previous lap to this. It's a little way off the pace of the other drivers. She's 15. It's her first time in this car with a competitive field, but looking at her lap times from this morning, she is slicing seconds off each time. Yeah, that's because she's got a lot to learn. We know that, but it was a long way off. She took some 4 seconds off it before, another 4 seconds now. She's getting there bit by bit.
Yeah, I think the pace she had in testing was significantly better than it is at the moment. I think a lot of that is the pressure of racing in one of these events. There's autograph sessions, there's paddock walks with TV cameras. It makes it a very different thing, doesn't it? Rather than going testing with, you know, someone as lovely as Eric Farren, who you can have a nice day with at a track doing a test.
Yeah,
quite a different thing. So
she said to me yesterday, she goes, I don't know what to do. She said, because obviously she's there and in the thick of it, running Swift back in the UK with the family. And it's like we don't really know what to do because we're just sort of here. And Eric's running everything. Vittles, Anderson, Kevin Darback, Mounier and Hagstrom. Mounier, the nose comes up quickly on the Race of Champions colour car. He had a car swap this morning, but they're 4 wide in the run to the first corner. 3 cars off into the gravel on the outside. That's a disaster. Vittles is out in the wall.
Synchronised
all
reversing.
Reverse, they've all got away again. Come on, who can win the reversing race? Oh dear, nightmare. Hagstrom gets away ahead of the other drivers, but that is a shocker into turn 1.
Plays massively into the hands of Lucas Anderson, who, if anyone needed a bit of fortune after a difficult start to the year, it is probably Lucas. So we will see how that plays out. Although it is Kevin Darback who leads, waiting for the timing screen to update its positions over the Joker loop. Kevin Darback, Lucas Anderson, great decision to get into the Joker. That is Mounier getting up the inside of Vittles. Vittles must have more damage than maybe it looked when he got a puncture, right rear puncture for Vittles in the Team Fair Run squad. So
I'd be parking that, Hal. There's 10 cars.
Yeah,
you're in. Like, I'd be parking that and saving the damage. The rim's probably gone already, but looking at the wobble on it, I'd suggest there's more damage underneath.
So let's go through some info updates. As we stand, Kevin Darback, he's leading. There's your info, and he's the tallest man on the paddock by some margin. Lucas Anderson, the JC squad have done a load of work to that car to get it repaired after his roll and then that misfire that was bugging him all weekend in Holland. Got those strong results, but yeah, they've had a lot to do. Hampus Hagstrom stepping up from juniors for this season. You talked to him in the pre-show. Julian Mounier, right, that car is the Race of Champions car. That's his chassis from last year. That was the car that OMSA had available to go to Race of Champions. The deal was that this weekend he would always go back into that car.
That's cool.
The car he drove.
So we didn't know that this morning,
They
did we?
had a massive load of flight problems yesterday, so in the end they had to ditch the flying business and drive. So they got as far as they could in Europe last night. They've been up all night. They've driven from the middle of Europe somewhere to get here. The plan was to swap the bodywork that he's been using so far this year on chassis 9, which is actually Casper Janssen's second car, onto this car.
Brilliant.
But they didn't arrive in the paddock until 8 o'clock this morning, just in time to go out for practice. Mounier had never been here before and went second fastest in practice, or he was in the top at least.
Wow.
I think for me that's because this is quite a French type
it's very
circuit.
French. It's high grip.
Mounier drives on the front axle. It's all about precision and high grip. So that worked well for him. And then Robert Vittles, to complete that, made his lights debut, didn't he, in Valkenswaard, but was running under his own tent, out of his own family setup, with the help of Eric Farren. They've now decided to go all in with Team Farren like Phoebe Cake has, and so they've got a lot more support this weekend.
Yeah, well, he was leading the standings after winning Q1. Unfortunately, with that incident in turn 1, he will drop back. Kevin Darback was in P2 in the standings. And Lucas Anderson, sorry, was in P3. Lucas Anderson was P2. Are they quicker, Hal?
No, by a tenth. Tobias Darback did a 2:45.4. And Kevin's done a 2:45.5, so it's a Darback
So-
1-2. Tobias just bettering his brother.
Which means I think Lucas and Kevin will be P2 and P3, which means they'll stay.
Yep, they will.
They'll be equal on points, won't they? They'll be equal on points, which means Lucas will. No, Kevin will go ahead. So will it be a Darback 1-2? No, because Tobias was P7. 37 plus 50 is going to be 87.
Let's have a look back at this first corner, Andrew, while you're doing your
Go on,
arithmetic. There's
yeah.
Vittles on the inside. What has happened there? So Vittles has had contact with Anderson, got turned sideways. He's been pushed into Mounier. Poor Hampus Hagström on the outside, had nowhere to go there. So I think that could well get looked at. This is later in the race. This is Mounier going around the outside of Vittles because Vittles has got the right rear puncture. Fair play to Roberts. He gave Mounier a lot of room there when maybe someone else would have shut the door.
That's the damage from turn 1. Look.
Mounier won't want the damage on the Race Champions bodywork because that's not his, but I'm sure he won't be too worried about it.
After driving all night. It is a bit gutting though, isn't it? So this is what my prediction is, Hal. My prediction is Kevin Darback in the TQ spot from Lucas Anderson. Equal on points, but Kevin beats Lucas in this session, so would be at the top, whereas Tobias Darback had an issue in the first session, so will be P3. That's my guess on the intermediate standings. I don't think we've got the standings, but if I'm right, I'm going to give myself a Tunnock's tea cake, which was brought to us by a lovely Scottish rallycross fan who flew here and said it was easier. As we said, did we say that in the preview this morning? Yeah, we did, didn't we? I can't remember. Basically, it was easier for him to get here than it was to get to Liddon Hill. Lives up in Dundee and flew directly from the north of Scotland across to Riga. Mega. That's how easy it is to come and watch one of these rounds. Come and join us somewhere.
We are going to hear, I think, from Rainis Nettis, if you can hear us, Rainis, about that first. Hello, there you are, mate. What do you make of that first corner? Can't hear you, mate, for some reason.
Press a button, Rainis. Go on, random button. Try that one.
Now you hear me.
Yeah,
Yes,
now we hear you.
Perfect. You mean Supercar Lights turn 1?
Just switch them on.
Yes.
Yeah,
Me
for
and Hal
me
are
it was
switching the lights on
racing.
and off.
Okay,
Go on,
for
sorry,
me it was
Rainis.
racing. For me it was racing incident because Vitos was turning left, but then the blue car from the outside was pushing also his rear, and he was not able to turn, and all of them went straight. So yeah, I didn't see exactly one driver making issue there. So all together, and 3 of them lost, and 2 went away.
Thank you, Rainis. Great insight. Overall, how has it been going today? What's the driving standard been like?
Now it's been quite clear. 2 black flags already now for too optimistic in turn 1. This is what I also mentioned in the driver's briefing, that we have to respect others, and if you see that you cannot make the corner first, then you back up and drive second or third, but not destroying other cars or breaking your own car.
Yeah, good for you, Rainis. There are walls here, aren't there? And you can't disappear through a wall. There isn't any runoff.
Yeah, you just hit the concrete, break the car, pay invoices to part manufacturers, and maybe not enough for full season.
Rainis has been there.
Thank you, mate.
He knows the pain. Thanks, Rainis Nittish, our race director, doing a brilliant job and handing out penalties very fairly and consistently, we think. What are we waiting for? Are we ready to go? We're just pausing to talk to Rainis?
I think we're waiting for us.
They are. Oh, look at that. New. Buy. Shop.rallyx.se. That wasn't there for very long. Fair enough. Elias Svensson in the FC2. Philip Toren in the Polo. Martinov in the 208 and Ulrich Lindemann on the outside. Martinovs with a good start, but into the side of Toren on the run to the first corner. Svensson tries to go late, but ends up P3, and it's Lindemann after all that damage, Hal. The fire underneath the car, they managed to get it sorted, and he's out in this session. Fair play.
Lindemann using all of his experience there to send the car around the outside. You've got to trust the people on the inside. I don't think Ulrich really knows the drivers he's racing against that well to make that decision, but still he had to go for it, having missed Q1 earlier on, as you say, and wow, he is a sucker for punishment, isn't he? Putting all of that effort into getting here. He's had all sorts of problems this year so far, and yet again issues this morning, and I cannot explain to you how difficult it is to repair a wiring loom like that. It's tough.
Hal's you've got a piece of the loom, haven't you? Stick it in your Instagram story later on so people can see. Is it at Hal Ridge?
Hal Ridge, yeah. But I'm sure RallyX will share it. But it's just
It's spaghetti, but of the thinnest. It's the thinnest wire, isn't it? It's like cutting up an internet wire and then trying to refix it, and it's covered in dirt. It's been melting. It's a nightmare.
Yeah, so the fact that they've even got the car going, so basically how these contemporary supercar works, any of these machines will have fuel pumps, water pumps, fans in the back for all of your cooling, a lot of other things will be in the rear of the car to help with the balance. So it's not like a production-based car where everything's in the front, so a lot of that wiring that goes right to the rear will have been affected, and they've done a brilliant job to get that car repaired. I have to say, Andrew, Martinovs is going really well here, from having done a full season in RallyX last year and learning as he went in the ex-Albertech Peugeot 2. He's showing Philippe Turenne the way around at the moment, and I think doing a pretty stellar job.
I like the livery as well. This is a brand new livery look compared to last year. There's some of the yellow still in there, but I really like it. It's cool, isn't it?
Well, it's not. At least it's not Andy Scott or Jack Thorne going around anymore, is it?
Exactly,
because,
which is what we thought, wasn't it?
I'm never a fan of someone continuing a livery when they've bought a car.
We were talking about Andy Scott in great terms earlier on. Was it yesterday on the way in? Andy Scott and his lovely wife Ord, who used to look after the TV team and sort all our food out and everything. And Andy Scott caught me out taking the mickey out of his shorts. I was in a bar at Linden Hill. We'd filmed him up on the cliffs doing the Vikings Are Coming feature about the Scandinavians coming to fight the locals, and he was there in his running shorts. So I was having a bit of a laugh with the guys in the bar one night. One of his mechanics was in the bar and he told Andy, he said, "You're not getting any food unless you come down here in shorts." So we all had to go down there with their jeans rolled up. Linnemann's going to take this after a brilliant repair job. 238.3, that's compared to a 236.8.
That would have been third overall in the previous run, so that's absolutely fine.
This Hall as well is a track where the conditions don't change as much as they did somewhere like Valkenswaard, where they changed enormously from session to session. Not quite the same here.
No, absolutely. It's very consistent on the track evolution. In fact, I would argue that the track has evolved now. All the loose has been brushed off the unsealed surface, so it will be very consistent. The temperature's going to drop a lot, I think, which will be a factor for the tyres later on, but certainly in terms of track conditions, it will stay fairly consistent. That's Linnemann around the outside. Martinovs gave him a lot of room. I think a more experienced or aggressive driver in Martinovs' position would have shut the door into turn 2 and given Linnemann a headache there, but Linnemann got exactly what he needed, and I'm sure the Danish team will be sighing a massive breath of relief, because that could have been going home pretty quickly with that damage.
Yeah, absolutely. Good driving from Svensson in turn 1 as well, just got out of it and slotted into third. As Rainis was saying, if you can't get into the turn in P1, you've got to give it up and slide back a bit in the order. Linnemann takes it from Svensson, Martinovs and Turenne. Look at that. That's a drone shot of a grid. Look at that. 5 cars perfectly lined up, ready to head to the first corner. Philip Martinson, Fraser McConnell, Mikko Ikonen, Kasper Janssen and Bruno Blumbergs. What is that on Blumberg's roof? I don't know, but I like it. Some sort of monkey creature? David Attenborough, I am not. Monkey creature, look.
And there we see the monkey creature.
In its habitat, the roof of a rallycross car. It's cane on the run down to turn 1. Bad start for Riga in the middle, wasn't it? Good start by McConnell and Janssen too. Janssen out in P3 on the outside. McConnell trying to stay outside for the inside in turn 2. He gets there. Janssen up the inside as well. Is he going to get P2? He's not. Fraser gets run out wide. Going to lose position on the run to turn 3. Tries to stay out, but he gets onto the dirt. Kasper Janssen's inside now. McConnell needs to shut the door. He's going to end up 4th here. He does hold on just to P3.
Well, brilliant racing between the two FC2s and the Supercar out front, giving each other just enough room while also racing really, really hard. There we saw the torque of the Renault Supercar engine pulling out of turn 2 and just driving past Fraser McConnell. Kasper Janssen, though, is so good at that close combat car positioning, isn't he? When Kasper's in the mood, in the zone, he is absolutely brilliant, and great job there.
They've joked here on lap 1, so they're going to come out behind. My concern is whether or not Blumbergs or Ikonen will hold them up. Remember, it's only 3 laps, so probably not looking at it relative pace-wise.
Ikonen for sure won't. I think if he can clear Blumbergs, Ikonen is in one of the best rallycross cars ever built.
Inside, look at that. Hal said it earlier, and he's trying to make the most of it. They're side by side now. They're definitely going to be in the way. In the background, still the race goes on. Ikonen slides up the inside and does hold position on the exit, so he went inside Blumbergs.
I thought he was going to get done on the exit where he got back up the inside for on the exit. So often you see that by going too deep, but good job for Ikonen. He's in. They look aesthetically the same, those two cars, don't they? But the Bloomberg's car is based on an R5 Rally Shell, and as we know, the Ikonen car is the latest of the Giro time.
For the merge here, because Casper Janssen. Where's McConnell gone? Has McConnell dropped further back? No, he's still there, I think, in the background. Over the line. On to the last lap. Where is Fraz?
He has gone.
He has gone, hasn't he?
Oh, he's at the back. Sorry, but something must have happened because he's a long way behind.
Did
Janssen.
he get? Maybe he got caught up in that incident. Did he with Ikonen?
I don't think so. No. They joke at the same time. Well, maybe he did. We didn't quite see it, did we?
No, sadly not. So Martinson out front with a healthy lead. Ikonen has to joke it from P2, but behind everybody else has Casper Janssen. Down behind, he's got the better of Bloomberg, so this time round Ikonen's going to go. Is Casper Janssen going to get him back? Janssen into the right-hander. Watch the joker here, you'll get a good idea of the two different laps, side-by-side jumps. Martinson's going to be there before Casper Janssen. Janssen, I think, is going to get there before Ikonen. Definitely a problem for McConnell at the back. So Janssen gets P2 at the joker merge. Ikonen slots into third. Bloomberg is fourth. And an unseen problem for Fraz sees him in fifth.
Martinson does a 40.2, so a couple of seconds behind Linnemann. Martinson also returning this year after a great run last year. He remember he was leading the championships after the first couple of rounds, wasn't he? What did he win the first day in Tierp on the rally sprint, and then had a really strong start, and then just didn't quite have it come the end of the season.
No, he got P2 at Estring, but there was a string of being in the final, or did he just miss out on the one? Missed out in Alvsbyn. But he was in the final at the others. 4 podiums last year and P4 in the AM standings for Martinson.
Someone says, Coley, it's a cat.
It's a cat, is it?
It was a Latvian animated movie at the start of the year that won some awards. The
Wicked.
cat from the movie Flow on the Roof.
Oh, that's awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas Duvenard. Giving some paper, that's very handy.
It's because Nicholas has been printing results like a feverish Frenchman who needed results from Rallycross as fast as possible.
He has a lot of things about him, Nicholas, but I wouldn't say he is feverish.
No?
Who is Uncle Sal? Someone wants to know. You can answer
Fraser
that.
McConnell's uncle. Uncle Sal. He's often here. He's a great bloke, actually, Uncle Sal. But he's not here at the minute. There's just Stephanie and Peter here this weekend. But Uncle Sal is Fraser McConnell's uncle.
What a view of the paddock. That's a great shot, isn't it? From wherever we are. That must be a drone.
That's the helicopter Hal that we bought since we sold all those T-shirts earlier on today.
Yeah. Let's see if we can see what happened to Fraser McConnell. So Ikonen made a terrible start. This is Martinson and McConnell going side by side. Janssen had a great run out of turn 2. This is Ikonen diving Bloombergs that we didn't see in the broadcast. And Ikonen got at the inside in 3 and held it into 4. That was a good job there, wasn't it? Martinson, though, ran clean out front. And Janssen did a great job there to stay so close, I think.
Martinson, Casper Janssen, Ikonen. I think it'd have been closer to Janssen if he wasn't in that fight with Bloombergs. And I say a problem for Fraz. Casper Janssen and Fraser McConnell are both just driven back in. One last race in Q2.
This will be a good one.
It will indeed. Yanis Baumanis, Maiko Tam, Victor Franks, Joni Tapainen and Anton Sepper. Tapainen, last year's champion in both open and AM four-wheel drive. But Baumanis, the local man, is on a mission here. He got a great start last time. He gets a good one this time. 2-3 cars wide round the outside goes Tapainen. But Baumanis bursts from the pack, holds on. In the background, Franks 3 wide. Gonna get the squeeze, surely towards the tyres. Oh, Maiko Tam, a big handful of opposite lock, holds on to that. Absolutely amazing stuff. You say Frank's puncture out?
Yeah, front right.
Oh, so he's gone down. Baumanis leads then. Fantastic job by him. That was a proper start.
We talk about experience, Andrew, and Yanis Baumanis displayed the experience of a former European champion, World RX podium finisher. They were all on the brakes, getting squeezed into the first corner. He almost slapped the wall on the inside. Then you saw the nose of the car pick back up where he thought, right, now's the time to bail on this. So he's driven out of the move. You cannot do that without a whole heap of talent and experience. Great job from Baumanis to get into that scrum, and then you saw what happened to those that didn't quite do it. Tam and Franks got all tied up together. Tam did a great job actually to save the Fiesta from being spun.
Mate, how he held on to that, I really thought he was going around its high speed through here as well. Franks just caught on the outside of that train of 3. So they're now all up into turn 3. In the background, Anton Sepper and Victor Franks have both choked. Of course, Franks is going to be hemorrhaging time with that puncture, so it's tough luck for him. But these three, what do you do now when there's only 2 laps to go? They can't all do different strategies.
No, I think Tapanen has to go. I think Tam ought to stay out. If I was these 3, I would definitely joke from second. I would have stayed out. Tam does stay out.
Yeah,
he's made that decision for himself. And the spotter said, Ivo Triberg, so I'm sure his spotter for him said stay out. And
or
to
potentially
Joker.
option.
Or option, yeah, but he's made that decision himself. You can't make that decision as a spotter because you can't see in the broadcast. He's a few seconds behind. Good job from Michael.
When they say option, and the reason Hal says that Tapanen should have joked is because he's in P2, he's in that train. If he doesn't go, Tam will go behind him, and then he's lost the opportunity. So it was good that Tapanen went. Tam was going to go, so if your spotter says...
Baumanis has got a problem here.
It's gone backwards. So what's happened to Baumanis?
Front left puncture, is it? From there, we need to see Baumanis is...
Yeah, it is front left puncture. No, that's a disaster. So Baumanis now with problems. Can he hold on to P2? I think not. I reckon Tapanen's there already. Tapanen will look to the inside here.
Tapanen's going to lose a bit of time. Is this going to be Jorik Linneman's comeback of comebacks if Tapanen gets held up?
Baumanis to the Joker, Tapanen inside. Maiko Tam is in the Joker as well. I reckon Tam might get this. Tam around the outside line. This will be a classic Latvian merge at the final corner. But I reckon Tam's far enough ahead. He is. Tapanen will look to the inside on the exit, but Tam's already there for the checkered flag. Has he done enough with the timing?
No, he hasn't.
Linneman gets it after they repair that loom. Wonderful reward for Ulrich Linneman and his squad. Fantastic stuff. Wow, so Baumanis ended up in P4, lost 7.7247, sees him down at the bottom of the pack, doesn't it?
I think Franks ought to have, well, it doesn't make any odds, does it? But I probably would have stopped at this stage. He's driving offline there to not
this is the start. Watch Baumanis on the inside. They're 3 wide left. He looks like he's going to get squeezed, as Hal said. Oh, he does glance the wall on the inside. So the front left hit the wall, and they're here, look, on the gas away. Franks, where does he puncture? Hal, you think with that contact?
Yeah, definitely with that contact, yeah.
Here,
So here they go. This is a brilliant shot, isn't it? Tapanen's shutting the door. Tapanen can't know that Franks is there. That tie wall on the left comes at you so quickly on the exit of 2.
That was so well held by Maiko Tam.
Baumanis' tyre's already going down. We didn't spot it, but look, the tyre's already deflecting there. That's what was causing the train.
Yes, because he wasn't able to drive away from them because he lost the turn, and that's the tyre completely off the rim for Franks.
What a difference a weekend makes for Franks, who dominated in Holland.
Do you know what his dad said yesterday?
They are welcoming the challenge because he took a bit of flack in Holland for taking a machine gun to a knife fight and dominating. Fair play. He only could beat who was there. Now he's got some real challenges.
Bert said to us last night, he said we had a great time, but he said you're not learning anything if you're that far in front. So he basically, I think it's right to come here. It's right to face that tougher crowd and get stuck in, and he has. Yeah. He has. Right, that's it from Q2, 3:55, so that's 15 minutes from now, I believe. Let me check a clock. I haven't got a clock. There's Hal's phone. It's 13 minutes, close enough. 3:55, we'll be back with Q3. Get yourselves a cup of chai. We'll see you in a minute. Welcome back to Bikanieki, the fantastic track in the background here. This is an old Soviet-era park. It's a GT3 track, which I think is the only FIA-certified track in Latvia. It's a mega circuit. It's like a mini Nordschleife, loads of crests and stuff in the woods behind us. And then the purpose-built track, which was built for the World Rallycross Championship and which other series. Obviously, the National Series is here Sunday. RallyX has been here before. It's great. It's fantastic. I'm Andrew Coley. This is Hal Ridge. We're cold, but we're having fun. We're across your comments. Wow, you guys are commenting fast. We try and answer things if we can. Don't forget you can get your merch if you head to the RallyX shop. You can't get one of these. This is a Maiko Tam hat. They've just dropped them off. Look, autographed Maiko Tam hats for me and Al. Thank you very much. But you can get one of these, a RallyX hat, and you can get a T-shirt, which we're both wearing the T-shirt, but it's too cold. We're not taking our jackets off, so you'll have to go to the website to look at it. It's shop.rallyx, look at that, .se, where it's the world's shortest graphic. Colour, make that graphic last longer. Even I can't read it out quickly enough. He's laughing. So yeah, head to the shop now. You can pre-order 20% off only this weekend. And there'll be some exclusive stuff on there later in the year. So maybe we'll be in Finland, we'll say something stupid, they'll make a T-shirt, and you guys can refuse to buy it because we said something stupid. But I think it's a cool idea.
Yeah, great. I'm all for a bit of merch and
merch it up.
The T-shirt's really comfy, actually.
Stickers. Need stickers. Everyone likes stickers. Look at the stickers. This is the sticker situation. So we try to get stickers whenever possible. Oh, I've got you one of those. Have you got that one, the Hoonigan one?
No, I don't know.
I've got you that one. Hold on. Oh, you can't go anywhere. We're talking about stickers. Hang on a minute. Hold on. Look, these are the stickers. They're my spare stickers. That's a Bucky Lasek Subaru sticker there that I got from Vermont Sports Car. Hold up, Hal. Here you are. I saved you this last year. We're going. Leah Block gave me those. And that's for you. From her and Lucy. They were at Goodwood, which is why it says Sussex, which of course is where I live. Well, not Goodwood, obviously. If I lived at Goodwood, I'd be loaded, because I'd be Lord, what's his name? Lord March. Lord March. Well, be Lord Coley if I lived at Goodwood. But Lord March is already doing a great job down there, so it's unnecessary to turn his estate into a motorsport paradise because he's already done it.
Jump start.
He's got a rally stage at his house, Hal. He's pretty, and a hill climb and a racetrack. He's pretty much nailed it, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He does need a rallycross track.
That's true. But who doesn't?
Oh, Lord March. Fair. We need a word.
I wonder if he's watching.
Lord March, if you're watching, sir, could we respectfully have a rallycross track at Goodwood? What do you think, Hal?
I think he's not watching.
Okay.
So it's irrelevant.
It's fair. It's fair. There was drifting for the first time ever at Goodwood this last weekend. Oi, lads, Hal, come on, get the picture at the back here. Viestas is here, one of our old mates, and another one as well. Good to see you both. Viestas handles the social media for a very well-known driver and was a big part of the organisational team here when the World Championship was here as well. And he recommended a great restaurant to us last night. We gave him a phone call from there to ask for advice for other Brits who were partying in the capital. We weren't. We went to bed early last night. Very sensible. So Hegland Nielsen, Joanna Yulalami with a very similar livery to Jonathan Yulalami and Alex Antila on the outside. Now on the inside, in the Edge machine, the big square-looking CrossCar. If you're not familiar with CrossCar, there's a bunch of different chassis manufacturers, and there are different rules for the different age groups. So in Junior CrossCar, they limit the revs, limit the power. Junior CrossCar is 600cc mostly, Suzuki engine. Maximum RPM 9,300, minimum weight 420 kilos, and one-way adjustable shocks. So they're not allowed to go super bonkers with the spec. When you get up to CrossCar, it's mostly 750cc. That's changed a bit, actually, because I wrote those notes a while ago. We're now getting into some quite different engine technology, aren't we, as the bike manufacturers changed what they do as well. Same weight, 15,000 RPM, though, another 6,000 RPM, which is why you hear the juniors on the limiter here and there. What we got, Hal? Hit us with some questions. Go, short fire round. Hit me. Anything you want.
Just having a scroll. Lots of chat about me and you racing.
Right, so Hal thinks he could take me. I reckon he would, because he's tidier than me. He took me at when we raced at the Larder race.
The Larder race is a good story, isn't it?
Hal smashed me at the Larder race, although I
so
did.
This is to abbreviate a long story. We're 2 laps to go, so we'll be all right. Rainis Nets invited us both to a Larder race in 2015 when World RX was growing and Rainis was doing loads to increase his profile. We came out here and we drove these Larders, single make Larders. We were with Guy Wilkes, Yannis Baumanis, Topi Heikkinen, Andreas Backrud. We had an absolutely great time. A lot of it not repeatable on any sort of broadcast.
I actually beat some of those drivers as well, and Hal beat a lot of them too.
But we
did though. Like,
yeah, we did. But we went to this airfield to test. We landed from the airport. Exeter Base collected us. Your friend who is coming later.
He's coming later.
Collected us from the airport. We went to this test, and I remember sitting in this larder, and you and Guy Wilkes came past absolutely broadside in front of me, and I thought, I cannot do that. I'd never driven rear-wheel drive before, and then we just had the best weekend ever, and I had a pretty good car. It was awesome, and I absolutely thrashed you. So
you did, mate. You did. I still swear he had better tyres than me. My tyres were knackered, but he did. He smashed me. He did. And Guy Wilkes did brilliantly too. Although he had an absolutely brand new race car, perfectly built, wasn't it? Lightweight. Yeah. I think it's fair to say ours had done a few laps.
Yeah, Guy had some local intel, didn't he? That helped him massively. Definitely would have beaten him otherwise.
I need to find the picture. It came off some throwback.
Yeah, and then we drove RX 150s at Linden Hill, didn't we? And I was convinced I was going to be quicker than you, and I could see where you were on the track in every lap, and we were in exactly the same place. I was like, oh, god damn it!
That was recent. Was that the media day last year for British Rallycross?
No,
it wasn't.
Yeah.
Was it really?
Yeah. So I think it'd be very close.
Hal is much tidier than me.
A lot more experience in rallycross.
Mate, Hal is a very good driver. He's driven most of the world rallycross cars, and the teams don't trust you with machinery like that unless you're very good. Put it this way, I've never driven a supercar, and Hal's driven most of them, so that gives you a good idea of the level of trust. However, Hal, who's got the more sideways photos?
You definitely have better action shots.
Action shots.
Whilst hemorrhaging
10th. I was just about to say that. Yeah.
Seconds.
I know. But if you get the chance to send it, you just got to go for it, haven't you?
Alex Antila did a 3:01.7 then, and for reference, earlier on that would have been 3:01.7. That's his quickest time of the weekend, but by a 10th. So some work to do for Alex to climb the overall standings.
Okay, Terpainen rather than Terpainen. Thank you very much for the correction, much appreciated. Now this is from John Gladden, who says, as a cat dad, I was just going to tell you about Oscar on Bloomberg's roof. Brilliant. The Oscar-winning cat on Bloomberg's roof. That's great. There's a statue in Riga. I want to go and see the monkey cat statue. I know it's not a monkey. I know. But thank you, John. Much appreciated about Terpainen. We will do our best with that. On the grid, Stilbrook Fredriksson, Pira, Schnack and Hukar on the outside. This is Jeri Hukar, the younger Hukar. Pira down towards turn one. And manages to get the whole shot. Hukar up the inside in the background of Schnack and manages to snatch P2. Oh, Schnack, look at the little bit of gaining there from Schnack, just sitting in the slipstream. But yeah, Pira leading. It is cold. I know we've said it a bit. We're going to say it again.
Fredriksson running out the Linneman promotion team and doing a lot of learning. The last couple of events was in both Portugal and Holland for events earlier in the year. Peter Pira, we know, was super quick last year. And Jeri Hukar still looks not old enough to drive a junior cross car, although has been around for a couple of years. I can never get over how young Jeri looks, but fantastic to have the Hukar family back here this weekend. A lot of Finns down here actually, aren't there? And as such a strong region for rallycross, clearly they are very competitive as well. They do a lot of cross car racing, the Finns, outside of RallyX as well. A lot of the Finnish Championship is very strong, in fact so strong that they have different events on different days for the cross cars and the cars now in Finland. So yeah, not a surprise to see drivers like Peter Pira going well. And as we said in the highlights of Q2 earlier on, Peter Pira has a fantastic number on the front of the cross car, which makes it very easy to read.
Ragnar Kaljust sent some great information through, which I'll try and get through during CrossCar in a minute. I'll let you have a read of that as well, Hal, if you'd like to. Some good stuff in there. Thank you guys for getting in touch. I do appreciate it. I don't always get the chance to look at the phone during the day. We try and get across the comments when we can. Hukar in that joker. Look at the send on the way in. Want to try and get it back out again through the double left-hander. Look how close this merge is. Hukar on the inside, Schnack on the outside. They almost get hooked up. Schnack comes through. Tidily done. So Schnack with the overlap on Hukar, really well done. And that's what we mean about the merge, just whether you can get inside or outside and hang on to that position. I do like this track. I'd love to see the loose a bit looser, but we always say that about rallycross tracks. The trouble with loose is it changes every session, and it can be very hard for the organisers to maintain and to try and get consistent fair lap times. Lots of tracks went towards this more permanent feeling hard loose than before. Oh, Hukar with a move there on Schnack, so lovely. Back into P3. Going both ways between these drivers. I can see the brake lights flashing on there, just chucking it in with a bit of left foot braking. But it's P2 Pira out front, takes the joker on the final lap. Is Stibrik Fredriksson going to get there too? Hukar will look to the inside, but there's not enough power in a junior cross car to get there. Fredriksson gets P2. But it's P2 Pira who wins 2:57.9, and that is some 4 seconds quicker than Alex Antila. Pira with a great start here. It was Fredriksson who had to give best as Pira turned in. Hukar managed to get up to P2, and then I say a decent battle between Hukar and Schnack. It's Hukar under pressure from behind. And then this was the Joker merge where Schnack got in front. Look at Schnack in the right-hand lane, and they come out side by side. So this is where on the inside you either run the car out wide and try to push them off the outside, or you can, the opposite can happen is the person on the outside can lift and chuck it up your inside. There's another look at turn one. That was Hukar going late on the brakes to hold on to that position. It's great racing from these youngsters, it really is. P2 Pira, 2:57.9 to go top of the juniors. Fredriksson, Hukar and Schnack. Of course, we have another race to come. Right, Svedland, Matalamaki, Isakssetra and Manisto in this one. Svedland currently top of the table with a P2 and a P1, so a good result here will secure Svedland the top qualifier spot. So a great shot from the drone to give you a good idea of the reaction times of the drivers. There we go, away from the line. It was a brilliant start for Matalamaki in the second spot, but Svedland tends to get the run on them down to the first corner. Not this time, Matalamaki outside to inside. Gets the whole shot. Now Svedland coming under pressure from behind from Isakssetra and Manisto. Oh, gets pushed out wide, loses the mud flap. All the way across the dirt, Svedland gets mugged, so needs to now chase after this lot and hope he doesn't lose out in the TQ spot, Hal.
What maturity from Svedland there. I'd like to see the incident again in the replays to see exactly what unfolded. I suspect he just got a little bit caught out on the brakes. Matalamaki maybe braking a little bit earlier than Svedland's marker, but instead of aggressively turning the car once he got onto the grass, he waited for it to sort itself out and then drive out of it. A less experienced driver could well have made a big input there, spun the car and lost a whole heap of time. Very good awareness there from Svedland just to let it play out.
Go across the grass straight. You see that a lot from bike races, don't you? When they know they can't pitch the bike over at all, they just stand it up, go across the grass. When you hit the tarmac again, find yourself some grip. Obviously, you can't fall over it. Well, you can fall over in a cross car, but it's a lot harder than it is to fall over on a bike. So Mäntylä-Mäki using some of the exit road as well on the exit of turn 2. Svedland with a 104 on that first lap. Svedland will be on a mission in the background. Took the joker in that one as well. Manisto went joker and is in front of Svedland. Trying to make up time in the background. Svedland's margin. Oh no, Svedland was equal with Mäntylä-Mäki. So they were equal on points with a win and a second each. So Mäntylä-Mäki then here, Hallie's going to take the top qualifier spot. So it might come down to what Rainis thinks, but we think Racing Instant, don't we really, about what happened up at turn 3?
I want to see it again, but I think Mäntylä-Mäki's just got in the brakes a little earlier than Svedland's expected, and yeah, a bit of contact. If ever there was a Racing Instant, that would be it. These etc. into the joker and back out again, just covering off the position. Good job from the Norwegian. Under big pressure though from Manisto. Manisto's gone quickest so far last round on a 55.5. That's a pretty good effort from the Finn, who has a look to the insides of Ease etc. at the hairpin, can't find a way through.
So Mäntylä-Mäki to joker on this final lap. Decent fight going on between these two, but Mäntylä-Mäki should in theory here take the top qualifier spot. Ulrich Linnemann's just bought us some stickers. Ulrich, actually, yeah, I'll stick a set of cans on and we'll have a quick chat with you. You can come in if you want, mate. You stood outside the tent to come in. Hal, I've got to untangle that, mate. Or you can untangle it for me. Mäntylä-Mäki going to take the final race of qualifying for CrossCar Junior here on the first day in Latvia. And with that, in theory, takes the top qualifier from this man, Carl Svedland. But there was contact in this race. Before we speak to Ulrich, we'll just take a look back at the start and see what we think about that contact up at the first corner. We might be able to have a chat with Rainis. Yeah, I've got a very nice Linnemann promotion stick here. Thanks, mate. That's going straight on the folder. I'll just peel the back off that.
So I think we can probably hear from Rainis Nittis. Can you hear us, mate?
Rainis.
Hello, Rainis.
Rainis.
Rainis. Hello, mate.
Here he is, Rainis. Oh, sorry, I just put in my Ulrich Linnemann promotion sticker. Oh, no. Oh no! I nearly had a shunt. Sorry, Rainis. I'll just put in a sticker on my folder. It's very important.
Rainis, the instant there where Svedland, the black car, went off in turn 3. We haven't seen the replay yet. What do you think of that?
Oh, it's his own fault there. He was his front left was side by White's car's rear right, and it's just yeah. I think he had to release a little bit, find his place behind, and go through the corner. Because I think driver in the front don't watch what happens outside of the track.
We've just seen the replay now, and actually it's
obvious,
very clear what your decision would be. But what do you think of what happened afterwards there with Svedland? He had a lot of experience. I don't know if you saw how he let the car run on the grass and let the incident clean itself up rather than making a big input and spinning the car.
Yeah, I mean he's experienced, and those young guys are driving very well. So car control is there, and he saved his own mistake and didn't lose so much. But yeah, still they're fighting for top, and there could be smarter moves in the racetrack.
There we are. Thank you very much, Rainis. We'll line Rainis up for co-commentary at some point, I think. Hal with opinions like that. Here's another look at it. Only if you're not available, mate, obviously. But I love a matter of fact is there are smarter moves to make. Yeah,
very clear though. We hadn't seen the replay, had we? Very clear that it was a racing incident, as we said during the race. But lovely to get Rainis's insight.
Ulrich Linnemmann's joined us in the commentary box. Ulrich, you guys had such a job on your hands to get that car fixed ahead of that last session. To come out of it with a session win, you must be over the moon, aren't you?
That we could fix it before Q1, but yeah, that wasn't possible. Luckily, we had a long springs before Q2, so we made it.
How far ahead of the session was the car ready? Like, did you know it was good, or were you sort of rolling down to the grid going, "Please work, please work"?
It was like that. Yeah, please work. We were ready 10 minutes before, but yeah, we were not sure that everything was correct, but it worked out. The only thing that doesn't work was the communication by spotter.
Right.
The radio is not working, but yeah, I can work with that.
We can live with that.
Yeah.
It's just counting the laps, which, to be honest, I find difficult sometimes. So maybe you'll be taking some early jokers.
I made the plan to take the starts, and I could count to 3. And then
So we're on to CrossCar Baumanis Kong, Lindequist and Liami. Lindequist was our centre of the weekend last time out, and obviously hasn't had it all his own way, but he gets a great start this time. So Lindequist gets the whole shot into turn 1 and again into turn 2 with a lovely flick. Chucks the car back around.
Niemi super committed around the outside, stayed in the throttle a long time, and was well on top of that CrossCar. We've seen her rise up through the junior ranks, and to be fair, wasn't at the sharp end when she first began, and we've seen a real improvement from Maiju throughout her career. Fantastic to have her back this weekend, and the CrossCar field is so strong here in Riga.
It is, yeah. Hal, I think Lindequist must have heard us because he's in full send mode again, which we like to see, don't we? Wheel up in the air, 3 wheels on the track. Ulrich, have you ever done CrossCar?
Just a little, not really much. I have tested the CrossCar of Sigurd to make sure that was correct, but I've not done much CrossCar.
So it's not for you think?
It could be. The senior CrossCar are amazing. The speed is nearly the same as the Supercar.
It's wild, isn't it? Yeah, it's wild.
Talk to us a little bit about Lindemann promotion. You've obviously got your own troubles going on, but you've got 2 other drivers with you this season. How is that going with both of them?
Sigurd is doing well. I think he is the youngest in the field, so of course he have much to learn. And
he's a junior CrossCar, of course.
And then Mats is really doing well, I think.
This is Mats Larsen in Supercar Lights.
Supercar Lights. Yeah, it's the first year he is driving with sequential gearbox, and he drove the Danish championship with a Group N car last season, so but won the championship. So for sure he have car control, but for Supercar Lights it's a big experience.
How valuable is it for those drivers having you also competing in the same events? Of course, your experience can help them whenever you're there, but when you've experienced the track conditions, when you know what's going on as well, does that help you to give them better information?
Yeah, I think so. We're sharing data. He's look at my V-Box data from the in-car, so he look at my driving lines.
Just quickly, Yanis Baumanis, a different Yanis Baumanis here in the Hornet R1, which is the yellow and black coloured car here. He's having a proper go at Maiju Niemi. Fastest lap on the last lap by some 0.6 of a second, and might have been able to challenge Lindequist, I think, if it wasn't for the traffic. Niemi goes Joker. Baumanis goes into the standard lap. Look for Lindequist. Lindequist is well ahead in the Joker, but another different CrossCar, the Hornet R1, Hal. Love to see the variety.
Brilliant, isn't it? As Lindqvist goes to the line and is going to stop the clock with a 2:46.4. There's a battle at the back as well. A 2:46.4 would have been, as I rummage through my paperwork here,
about 6th or 7th in the last one, I reckon.
So a good step up from where he was earlier. And we'll of course be hoping, well, he will be hoping for lots of fights in the other races still to come, to slow the others down and ultimately get a better result, because CrossCar is absolutely stacked here, isn't it? And while 18 of these drivers will be making it through to the semi-finals, being at the back of a semi-final grid when only 2 progress is going to be tough, isn't it? So you want to be as far up as you can.
Yeah, just looking at the results, Lindequist only had a couple of shockers in 5th and 6th in the finals in Holland, 1st and 2nd in the finals in Portugal, but here Hal Lindequist was 18th and 23rd in the 2 sessions, so hasn't gone well so far. But
it is a very different circuit, isn't it? Yorick, talk to us a little bit about this track, because we've been in Montalegre and Valkenswaard, which are proper old school loose surface venues, and we come here, which is very different.
Yeah, this is I will get at circuit racing, but you have jumps, so not take circuit cars into this, but it's not really rallycross.
Terrapin, Jensen, Turner, Hoffman and Yillalami. Oh, Turner looked like he hadn't got away well, and then somehow he's in P1 as he heads towards the first corner. Yillalami comes around the outside, then to the inside. Turner gets collected by his own teammate. Terrapin,
disaster for pace motorsport.
Isn't it, Hal? That's an absolute shocker. So I think it's Yillalami who got the whole shot with the carnage going on behind it, and he drops a wheel off into the dirt.
Hoffman and Terpering are your top 3.
aptitude in those cross cars through turn 3. So we were going to do a bit of testing yesterday, but unfortunately with the technical issues that were on site, we didn't get to drive Harlem. Turn 3, I think, is the corner I was most nervous about. It's high, yeah, it is high-speed time. Why?
Well, because you jumped. Well, yesterday you'd been jumping on to loose.
Nah, not worried about that. That's absolutely fine. It was the high-speed tarmac left-hander with no runoff on the outside that I didn't like. Oh, Rick, which one's scarier?
I will see I think it's turn 8. It's the right-hander before the last turn. The right-hander with the big curve.
Is that's the scary one?
Yeah, because you land with no control on the car after the little jump, and then you have to turn into the right-hander. And if you not do it correct, then the left-hander afterwards is
absolute nightmare.
Yeah.
Really? There you go.
But this is someone talking about trying to achieve lap time rather than trying to achieve completing the lap. They're two very different things, aren't they?
Yeah, we just didn't want to put it in the wall.
You were saying about this being a circuit racing track. Talk to us a little bit about car setup as we see the compression on the suspension over the jumps from the cross cars, because you could run the car super low and super stiff here if it wasn't for the big jumps and the big curbs. So how do you set the car up compared to other venues?
We make it much harder, changing to harder springs and harder setup because...
Yolami's in the wall almost. How did he hang on to that? Sorry to interrupt, Ulrich. He went sideways across the barrier. Jensen has come round and still has to joker on the final lap, but Yolami has got a get-out-of-jail-free card there. He hung on to that, didn't he?
I would love to see the onboard. He must have been smashing it down the gears as he was reversing it into the wall to be able to drive out that quickly.
Brilliant. Go on, carry on, mate.
I think the throttle have been on 100%.
Yes, so do I, yeah. They're going to check the data and he's bent the floor pan 102. Oh, no! So Yolami with the rear end of the car broken. We can't quite see it from there, but he's out. So that's a shocker for Yolami. Wasn't inside the top 18 either, looking at this.
Jensen into the joker.
Yes, he was 12th, Hal, sorry.
Look at the attitude in Jensen's Speed Car Wonder, pitches it in. I think this might be enough.
Spin in the background.
Hoffman, who was going to challenge Jensen for the race win, has dropped it.
Is it raining?
I thought he was serious for a minute, but yeah, they're dropping in left, right, centre. Jensen 2:48.4, so that is a good time by Lindqvist, isn't it? In that last one, desperately trying to get back in. There's bodywork flapping look off the side of Turner's car after the contact in turn 1 with his teammate Terraping.
This isn't Formula 1, mate. We don't need rain to spice things up. We've got Yorick Lindemann, because there's always some sort of drama there, isn't there?
Setup. You were midway talking through it when your alarm smashed into the wall, so go on, tell us.
We make the setup much harder because we have nearly no gravel here, so the gravel section is even more rough than the tarmac, so the car is much better in a harder setup. So not really old school rallycross this one.
But there is a compromise because you still need to deal with the curbs and the jumps, don't you? So you can't go as stiff as you maybe would like because the jump would become a bit of a
The first jump is really serious.
The big one out the back.
Feels like you land on a chassis.
Yeah, it sounds like it too, mate. It sounds like it too. Have you got stuff to do? Yeah. You can stay if you want to, but I don't want to. If you're still fixing wiring looms.
I think we have something to fix.
Okay, you better go, Ulrich. You're far too polite, mate.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bless him. He's standing here just playing commentators with us, and I'm like, hang on a minute. He said the radio wasn't working, so he has got to go. Ulrich's off. Thank you so much, mate. Good luck. Isn't that fantastic? Aren't we lucky to have that kind of access?
Yeah,
we really are.
Came to bring us stickers.
Yeah, I know. I love that too. Poor bloke's got no radio. He's like, the lads are talking about stickers. I'll take some over to him. Who wants to see stickers on the RallyX site?
I think he was probably coming to collect some Supercar Lights spare parts, because that's what most drivers end up down here for.
Peter, can we sell stickers? Yes, Peter's just thrown a handful of stickers at us. How much are they, Peter? £8? 0. 5 free stickers.
If you want a sticker, come to the commentary box if you're in Riga.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Give you a sticker.
Yeah, we've got stickers. Come to the commentary box if you're here. Hal's going to pick them up and he's going to show them off like a, I don't know, what are the, they used to do the prizes, didn't they, in shows? What's it called? Game shows. Oh, look, a speedboat or a washing machine. Did you not have those shows in Sweden, Peter? He's not sure. He says no. Oh, dear. Why is it always a speedboat? That was from Bullseye, if you're wondering. Nilsson, Gotherson, Jensen, Oselins and Schnack. Oh no, Oselins, I was just about to say, is our MX2 rider who switched to CrossCar and has jumped the start. So this will be, as it's, this is his race debut. This is going to be his first 2 times Joker debut as well. They're going to push him back. That's just easier. Roll the tyre. There you go. So Oslin's now will have to do 2 jokers, and if anybody else jumps the start, they will be disqualified. But I was impressed to see Oslin's this far up the order in a packed field of very talented cross-car drivers. The slippery flag is out, Hal. Black and white flag's out as well. As Yanis Belmanis' biggest fan walks past the commentary box, I'll post those videos later. It's literally the Yanis Belmanis outfit with a Yanis Belmanis flag. Shouting Yanis Belmanis, I like him. That is a very, very long hole for a start, especially considering they had a jump start the previous time. Great one from the inside by Nilsson. Gotherson gets to P2. Oslin's had contact with Axel Schnack on the run to the first corner. So Oslin's P3 with a double joker to do. Gotherson 6 right up and behind Nilsson's rear wing. God, Oslin's was so tidy through turn 3, Hal. He's absolutely smashing this.
Yeah, that working away at the wheel, finding the balance in the car. Oh, a little touch of the ball was there through the right-hander with the front right wheel. But this is a very good performance, isn't it, from someone who is brand new to this discipline and to cars.
Yeah.
An amazing performance.
He was saying it, okay, first of the jokers now, so we'll see if we can follow Oslin's for a minute. The team manager was saying yesterday, wasn't he, that he was quick immediately. And we did say, if you come from a bike background, cars feel really safe compared to bikes. But I have to say, it's fantastic from Nilsson. Sideways through the curve, first corner with Gotherson. I was really impressed, super tidy, and I think in the background he might actually gone a bit too sideways in the joker, but Oslin's was so tidy in turn 3 that it closed the gap down to the leaders by 10 or 15 metres.
And Eric Nilsson and Kalle Gotherson are right up there with, some of the best as there's a move for position in the back as Oslin's looks around. Axel Schnack in the background has dropped a position, has he? Let's try and see that in the background. As Gotherson runs a bit deep.
He's got him, yeah, he's got him. So Oslin's doing a great, oh no, missed gear or a problem. So Oslin's, as that happened on the landing from the jump, could have broken the drive chain or something, but Oslin's after jump start, then a brilliant lap, then a pass, has unfortunately retired from the race. What a shame. Sideways again in the background, just runs out a little bit deep and up the inside. That's I think it was Lucas Jensen on Schnack.
Yeah, Jensen's in the unliveried machine. Gotherson in the wonderful yellow and black Bumblebee-esque attire, but none of that is troubling Eric Nilsson out front. This is a composed drive from the Swede. Best lap of the race so far on a 52.8 is miles quicker than anyone else has achieved. We'll have to joke at this time around, of course, and so difficult to read the lap times on a 3-car race, as we discussed a couple of weeks ago in Holland, because if you do the start lap and then you joker on the second lap, you haven't actually got a reference until the final lap.
Oh, Peter sent a message earlier about Kevin Eriksson and the testing. They found another half-second in the FC2s. It was some 4/10 quicker. We'll talk about it in a minute. Gotherson coming around the last corner, closer to Nilsson than we thought. Nilsson does take it. So yeah, in between each of these sessions, Kevin Eriksson is testing the FC2. Where is Oslin? Oh, Oslin stopped, of course. Oliver Eriksson not racing this weekend because his wife is expecting a baby. Oh no, he might be coming tomorrow, mightn't he, Oliver? Didn't they say yesterday?
Depends who you listen to. Hi, Oliver, if you're watching.
Yeah, Oliver, are you racing tomorrow? Please text me or Hal, because we're hearing different things.
We've had, from most members of your family, we've had about 4 different versions of what's going on.
So, Oliver, if you're watching, are you racing tomorrow? Oslin's did get going, so wasn't terminal, was maybe a cut-off switch over the jump. Here's another look at the start. So Oslin's gets together in the run to the first corner. To be fair, that was a chain reaction. Gotherson moves across. Oh, tell you what, Gotherson was leaning on it, wasn't he? Through the left-hander there. And then too late on the brakes, but gathers it up beautifully and gets the apex on the exit. Some lovely driving in that session. Here was Oslin's. Oh, and it almost got collected when the car said, "Mino, go," on the exit of the jump. This was the final corner. Alex Lindqvist still leads on a 2:46.4. Eric Nilsson with a 2:48, 4 slots into P4. Getting back to what I was talking about is Oliver Ericsson might be here racing tomorrow. Kevin Ericsson is testing the FC2 in between sessions. We were talking about finding lap time a minute ago. They found another half second. So if you missed it earlier, they're trying a new manifold among some other things to increase the pace of the car and get it even closer to supercar pace. Fraser McConnell was comparing lap times earlier. His versus Kevin's car. Hal Ridge is picking something off his hat. What's going on, Hal?
I missed a message from Rainis earlier who gave Slavomir Wallach a black flag for the Turn 1 incident that claimed Gabrielson. We can come to that in Open 2 as well.
Markku Muru, Lucas Orav, Isak Setra, Pasi Penttinen and Pamalis in the Hornet R1 on the outside. Bad start for Muru on the inside, good start for Lucas Orav. Isak Setra though goes round the outside. 4 wide again in turn 1, almost a spin for Markku Muru in the P-Tech Extreme. So Muru and Pamalis at the back of the pack. The other 3 drivers could not be closer together. Penttinen in P2 with the RallyX livery just ahead of Orav in the green car. Your leader, Isak Setra.
That's been Isak Setra who made a massive effort in Rally X last year, switching from RX3 in the European Championship after he had that massive battle for the title at Estering a couple of years ago and lost it in a heated fight with Damien Litvinovic, who went on to win the crown and then stepped up to RX1 Supercar in the European Championship. Damien has announced his plans lately as well, but Isak Setra on the back of that final round then switched to CrossCar and was a welcome addition to this paddock last season, together with his son in juniors. And yeah, I think really he wanted more out of the year. They missed the first couple of rounds and now they are back. Now we're in the Nordic region. I have a message from Oliver Ericsson.
Oh, good
Wonder
stuff.
if I can read it out.
Have a look and see. Markku Muru has moved up into P3. We'll have a look at that in a second.
Tell me if I can read out the message, Ollie. Send me another message and say if that's okay to read on there.
Muru says... sorry, Muru, yeah, so Ragnar's who sent us the information earlier on. Yeah, Muru, Hal did RX2E with you in World, also does Formula Student here in Estonia.
More importantly, did RX Academy for a few years, and that's where he learned all of his skills, and he did brilliantly
in the Clios,
in RX Academy.
We commentated UC Pinamaki's series, wasn't it? And Sammy's here as well, isn't he?
He also drove Honda Civic in the Estonian Championship and has been and a Ford Fiesta, Mark III Ford Fiesta in the Estonian Championship as well.
Brilliant.
And was in RX2E quite a lot last year as running under the set banner, and did a great job against drivers with much more experience than that type of machinery. Markku Muru is one of the underlying potential stars of this category, especially in this new car, if they can get it sorted and they can come to later events.
Yeah, most of it they're saying is built here in Estonia, apart from engine room, suspension and the onboard computer. Big rear wing, they're saying feels comfortable to drive compared to the speed car. On the flat, it's like driving a go-kart. On the gravel, very differently to the Wonder. So a different characteristic chassis. So, yeah, that information about the chassis from Ragnar Kaljus. Thank you very much, mate. Much appreciated. We love a bit of local info. Of course, I mean, Hal Ridge is a font of all knowledge. What's Oliver said? Can he read it out, or are we going to wait until in between the races?
Let's wait.
Let's wait, says Hal Ridge. Oh, final corner merge coming up again. Orav on the outside, Isak Setra on the inside. Orav opens the throttle up around the outside to take the win from Isak Setra. Good stuff. 2:44.7. Finally, they're going quicker. In fact, everyone in that race, 2:46.4. So that, yeah, Linda Chris finally deposed on the top. Orav, Isak Setra and Penttinen go quicker. Muru and Pamalis, of course, had a little issue on lap 1, didn't they? Here's the start again. Either side of the grid for, I say, Pamalis and Muru. Is that? Oh, I wonder what that was for a second. I thought it was rain on the drone. It's not. It's just another look at the start from a different angle. This was turn 1. Okay, so it was almost a little cheeky little half spin. Markku Muru, even with that, got up into P5 in the session overall, so very quick indeed. I'd forgotten about Academy, Hal. Not about the series, but about Markku Muru being in it. Mega.
Ollie Ericsson's participation, as we see the confirmation of the results, Lucas Orav taking the best time so far in this session, really depends on what happens imminently, and I think that is in a fluctuating state. I've asked him if we can say what he's actually written.
Can I read it?
In a minute, yeah.
Okay, good. Right. Newgard, Ig Merstead, Vettel Tree and Frederick Martin. Great start in the middle of the grid by Ig Merstead, and on the outside Vettel Tree. Oh, it gets a big old squeeze across. No! Ig Merstead and Martin Newgard hooked up just for a moment. They lose a bit of time, and that's going to release Vettel Tree out front. Frederick Martin is in the wonderful sort of army green colour in the background. And in P2 with the big rear wing is Armin Rag in another one of those P-Tech Extremes. So great to see this car so competitive with the regulars of the field.
Built in the Baltics, as you said, and this is the first major event in the Baltics for a few years. So fantastic to have it competing here this weekend. Look at the TN11 lift its nose over the jump. It's like seeing the WRC car go over a jump in Rally Finland, isn't it? As Ig Merstead jokers at the first opportunity. Ig Merstead, another one of your senders, isn't he? And yeah, it doesn't really suit him around here. But he was expecting to go well here. He likes the track. Didn't really like Valkenswaard the first time he'd been there. Speaking of drivers going well, though, as I mentioned earlier, Vettel Tree, who has switched to JC Racetech for this year, has found an enormous amount of pace. And I think he said pre this weekend, in part that's with the data sharing, in part that's with the experience of the JC squad helping set the car up, but also all the stuff around the periphery that you don't have to worry about when you're in a big team. You don't have to worry about when you're due out because there's someone, a team manager, keeping an eye on when you're late for races, and all those sorts of details that allows you to really focus
on the driving, you know,
and showing the value Vettel Tree in. Of course people can do their own thing and do it very well, much like Thomas Ig Merstead, but obviously that scenario is working brilliantly for Vettel, and you can see that in the results.
Yeah, totally. Armin Rag goes into the Joker lap this time round. That's to cover off Ig Merstead and Frederick Martin, and he has. So Ig Merstead stays behind, so Armin Rag with a good move to hold on to a definite P3. Will it be P2 once Newgard goes Joker? Rag apparently missed the Estonian title last year by 4 points, only 15 or 16 years old. Is it 16, I think, isn't it, for junior, for CrossCar? I think it is. It's 6, so he must be 16.
Unless you get special dispensation like a la Oliver Solberg, Lucas Anderson, to drive under a different licence.
Look at Newgard, the inputs into that car. Ig Merstead under immense pressure from Frederick Martin as well. Is the final race, of course, of qualifying for the cross cars. Currently in the TQ is Armin Rag with the P-Tech Extreme, ahead of Newgard and Orav. So Newgard and Rag, how many points they set? They're only separated by 2 points, so this could be for the TQ in that P1, P3 position. Round the outside, Rag is going to get this surely over the line, does at the merge. So Armin Rag with that early Joker overlaps both Vettel Tree and the rest of the field to take the win, and with it the TQ. So the Estonian Armin Rag takes the TQ with the P-Tech Extreme cross car. That is a fantastic result. Last lap 50.9, a brilliant last lap as well to get the job done. 2:44.7 was the previous best time. It's a 2:43.7. So both him and Vettel Tree go ahead of everybody else to the top of the table. And Hal, after not a great start, that was amazing.
Great job. Really, what you need to do, isn't it, to prove your worth, to come and take on the very best in Europe in a rallycross situation. I know autocross is strong for these machines, but in rallycross, really, you want to be in RallyX, don't you? And yes, brilliant performance.
Mega. Armin Rag, 2:43.7. Vettel Tree, Ig Merstead, Newgard and Frederick Martin. Bish, bash, bosh. So Armin Rag takes the TQ in cross-car from Lucas Orav, Newgard 3, Martin, Murui, etc., Penton and Ig Merstead. Look how far down some of the drivers are who were so far up last time. Permalis, Belmanis, Gotherson. Yulalami just makes it in P18, so good stuff.
Some big names missing out.
Yeah.
Tippering, Nelson, Snack, Hoffman, who we would normally see in the semis.
Yeah.
So, well, we always say it, so competitive.
It's going to be, yeah, that'll be fantastic later on today. So don't miss out on semi-finals and finals. So John Nee, Anton Carlson, Emil Hammer, Lucas Gabrielson and Slavomir Wallach. Wallach with a P1 in the first session and a DQ in the next one, Hal. In the big BMW, trying to go outside to inside here. Might get there, I think he will. Nicely done by Wallach there. That's a great move from the outside of the grid to get up into P2 in that big machine is fantastic.
Brilliant. I think he obviously does know he's got great traction there, and if he can get it turned in around the outside, he was probably going to get the better of Nee on the exit of 2. Gabrielsen, who was an absolute weapon last year and super quick coming down from Finland, starting his RallyX campaign and also quick. It was these two that got tied up in the first corner, neither of them finished, and then Wallach got Reynes with a black flag for causing the incident. Reynes actually sent me the drone shot, which we didn't see in the broadcast, and yeah, that gave quite a different angle to what we'd seen from the trackside camera. So a DQ for Wallach. With only 10 cars though, that won't necessarily hamper him too much. If he can get a strong result now, climb back up the order, get a good starting position for the semi-finals, and then it's all about what you can do in the knockout stages of this event. I wouldn't be surprised to see Wallach go with Gabrielsen here, because the pace difference between Gabrielsen and Wallach, I think, compared to the drivers behind, is probably too big. Only Anton Carlson in the background has jokered so far, so I would definitely, if I was Wallach, and he's got a great spotter, I assume, in Krzysztof Skorupski, who runs the Automatics team. I would probably stay out and follow to the end to make sure you get a good race time rather than ending up in an unnecessary fight.
So are they going to go joke and they go separately?
Of course he does.
Yeah, okay, he's got lucky because everybody behind, not everybody, I thought he was going to...
I think he's got enough on Nee, hasn't he, to come out ahead as Wallach into the Joker lap.
Oh, it's going to be closer than he'd like. Nee around the outside, Wallach on the inside, but Nee runs a bit deep. Wallach holds on.
The right decision from Krzysztof Skorupski, well done.
That's it, Hal, you tell him. You tell him.
Well, I told them not to do it.
And they did it. That's right, that's right, Hal, you tell him. Because Gabrielsen continues to lead. The Starlet, what a weapon. Little tarmac rally weapon as well back in the day, and still used to good effect, particularly in Ireland, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, they love a Starlet over there.
I love a Starlet. Yeah, he did, didn't
Coley
he?
historic last year.
Was that right at the end of the year, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, he sent it too, didn't he? Go on, Calla. So over the jump in the background, Gabrielsen from the big wide drone shot on the inside. Wallach. This should move Wallach back up the standings. Wallach was, he says, yeah, Wallach was P5 with a P1 and a P11. Wallach was P5, so this should move him. I reckon he could still get onto the front row here. Depends what happens to the drivers ahead in the next one. At the minute, it's Victor Johansson with the TQ.
Well, he'll be hoping for a bun fight, won't he? The best thing Wallach can hope for now is that everyone ends up in the first corner and everyone gets a puncture. But
everyone, all of them, Hal.
Well, that's what you want as a competitive creature.
Yes, agreed. The little Starlet out dragging everybody to the first corner.
It's like when anyone says, "Oh, I'm so disappointed for my biggest rival to go out." Well, there's a degree of that because you always want to beat the best person. But ultimately, you just want to win, don't you?
You also go, "Oh well, that's handy." What a result! What a result! Like and subscribe to the feed, please, because that helps the numbers, as does buying a T-shirt at shop.rallyx.se. Adverts over for the next 3 minutes. No, I'm only messing. I didn't even get reminded for that one. Sometimes we get sent a WhatsApp saying, "Can you say this?" But it's not too often.
Sometimes it's handwritten on a bit of paper.
Yeah, it's shoved under our noses. It's like, you will say this now. I'll tell you what, Peter, I'll say whatever you like if you put the side back on this tent and get a heater in here for tonight, because I reckon it's going to be absolutely freezing. Victor Johansson on the pole. Thomas Liskovic next to him in the 36 RX Evo 5. Yes, that's a proper name for a rallycross car. Uti Ikonen. Mitchell Ikonen's wife in the Toyota Corolla, who's currently sitting third overall in the qualifying standings, but loses out to Michael Persson in the red Golf, and around the outside in the Volvo. Oh, in fact, Ikonen's gone to the back of the pack. So, but out front, Victor Johansson with a lovely lead and oh no, hooked up. What's going on here? The two cars hooked up. That's a disaster. Ikonen got hooked on the back of Jensen's Volvo.
Someone's got an awful misfire I can hear from the commentary box position. I think it might be Ikonen as we see race leader Johansson out front, who is disappearing at the front of this order already on the opening lap.
Just drinking some tea, actually, Hal, if you can
Oh,
carry
sorry
on for
about
a
that.
minute.
I'll continue then. Johansson, who arrived late here, doing a brilliant job. It was here when we were last here with RallyX that Victor had an engine failure, and I was out watching trackside with our fellow British commentator David Addison for either Q1 or the practice session, and the engine ceased to operate at the corner after the jump, and he fired up the electric motor and drove back to the paddock. And David, who has seen a lot of different motorsport, was absolutely blown away.
Was he really?
It's just as a home built.
Do you remember how blown away Tanner was, though? Tanner Fouts.
Yeah,
also
couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
And these are people like ingrained in motorsport, coming and seeing something and thinking, wow.
Factory Volkswagen driver Tanner Fouts, who did lots of development work on the most successful rallycross car in the world, basically in the Beetle, which had a fair bit of heritage in the Polo as well. And yes, okay. I've never seen a man with a mobile phone for a dashboard and a mini electric motor in his Mercedes-Benz 190 Evo Alpha H. I mean, what's the Alpha H bit, Hal?
That's new,
I've never
isn't
seen
it?
that before. It's on the
it
graphic.
was called hybrid, and
now it's the Evo Alpha H.
We need to find that out.
I want Victor to come and see us.
He will, I'm sure.
He probably will. He'll know that, won't he? Victor's got a Lego model, hasn't he, of his truck and the car and everything in the front of his truck, which immediately makes one of my favourite drivers. If anybody watched the Miami Grand Prix last weekend, let me just add, I did not, but I did see the Lego race, and that, Hal, was the best race of the year for me in Formula One. I've never seen F1 drivers having such a good time racing cars. Did you see the piece they did on the build of them?
Yeah, incredible amount of work.
Unbelievable. So good of you. Was it Autosport that did the piece on the build?
Yes.
Go check Autosport's Instagram channel and see the build of the cars. It's like hundreds of thousands of pieces. And then they were just smashed to bits by F1 drivers who thought it was brilliant just to run each other off the road in Lego. It was the noise too when they ran into each other and the bricks just went flying. It was like playing Lego on the PlayStation. It was wonderful stuff.
Johansson drives for the line and sets the time of 2:50.1. That is not enough to beat Lucas Gabrielson, who fights back massively from being stuck in the wall in Q2. Wallach did a 51.0. So
where's Wallach then? How third overall now?
Third overall.
So Wallach was fifth. There was third in the. Well, I'll tell you what. We're just going to get the intermediate standings. I'm going to stop with the live maths. It's ever so dangerous for my small brain. As we were talking about earlier. It's cold in the grandstands.
Is it decidedly
and it is Friday.
smaller, your brain, now after the lateral flow test in 2020?
Yeah, I know. It's just digging bits out of it. It was just savage. I didn't know your nose cavity went up that far. This was where Ikonen got hooked up. Real shame on Jensen and the Volvo. Look, it just pulled the nose off the car. Yeah, cheers for that. It's a shame, isn't it?
Someone had a terrible misfire. I don't know if it was Jensen who then made it to the end. I couldn't quite hear him.
Ikonen and Persson retired, look.
I had my track sounds turned down because there was some horrible revving going on earlier that distracted me. Victor Johansson takes the race win on a 2:50.1, but it is not enough to go fastest in the session. Lucas Gabrielson stopped the clock on a 2:48.5.
What's going on in the comments, Hal?
People asking why we're racing on Friday. We're racing on Friday because this is the Rallycross Power Weekend, and there's the Latvian-Lithuanian Championship on Sunday. Previously, when we came here, we did RallyX on a Friday and a Sunday with the local race on the day in the middle. Now we're doing RallyX on Friday, Saturday, and we're running later today so people can come here after work and watch some Rallycross.
Which is why the
which is a great idea. Actually, I'm all about running Rallycross in the evenings because I think that's a good time to get people down to come and watch.
Well, one-on-one. I liked, we did a lot of evenings in Nitro, and we found kids were leaving at a certain time of the evenings. It got too cold. But I like the idea of a Friday night, followed by a party. Too cold for that at the minute. Then some racing Saturday. Me and Hal, we're going to run one of these series soon, aren't we, mate? Island RX.
Island RX is the one. Yeah.
You'll find us in Hawaii, or Madeira, or Ibiza,
or the Isle of Skye.
Too cold, mate. I'm up for it. Can we do one at Mull? Mull Rallycross, legendary rally. Larsen, Hagström, Mounier, Cake, and Vittles. BB Cake with a much better start that time. Still not quite there, but these things are so hard to get off the line. Mads Larsen, though, with the whole shot, and Vittles goes all the way round the outside to deny him. Hampus Hagström is in the rear quarter as well. Hagström ends up P3, but a great start by Vittles from the outside of the grid. Needed that after last time.
Absolutely needed. the best start there, having been fastest in Q1, then had that contact in Q2 in the first corner that damaged the wheel, and he lost the tyre, so needed that badly. The two team foreign cars starting on the outside of the grid. Mads Larsen, we were hearing from Ulrik Linnemann about him, his first season driving with a sequential gearbox, the Group N champion from Denmark. As Hampus Hagström, the newcomer to Supercar Lights, runs wide. Julian Meunier, who now has his original bodywork on the front, into the Joker.
Because they damaged, so Meunier's nose got damaged in the last race. I was just looking at it thinking, oh, they've swapped it over. It's like, yeah, not because they're trying to get the bodywork back.
By the end of the weekend, he might have his whole body back on the
just keep smashing bits of the Racing Champions one up. He's paid for it now, hasn't he? He might as well crack on. There's all tyre marks down the side of the lovely Racing Champions livery, but there we go. Isn't Hagström going well? So Hagström overall is sitting in P7, Hal, a P5 and a P7, but just looking very comfortable in a Supercar Light.
And look at that livery as well. It's a proper livery that's been thought out. Look at that, Andre just avoids the wall on the outside, kisses the wall again.
That's my bad.
Right-hander.
Commentator cursing a child. Come on, Andrew, do better.
Yeah, very unfair of you.
Do better.
Yeah, great start, and what an environment to learn in. Like we said, the pressure is coming, just like Phoebe Cake, for example, the pressure is coming only from himself at the moment. It's all about learning, and I think he's doing a great job. Just to touch on Phoebe, because there's a lot of chat about Phoebe in the comments. I think she's doing amazingly to have put herself in this position. They know the level's high, and it's a massive challenge. So, you know, there's some suggestion that you ought to learn not at the highest level. Actually, I think if you put yourself
you accelerate the learning
into the biggest fight, then you're going to learn much quicker. So
you accelerate the learning.
And sharing a tent with Robert Vittels. He's the quickest driver in Q1. Imagine, you know, even the prospect of sharing that data and watching the onboard is so valuable. You can't really replicate in a test situation. So massive kudos to her. I know her brother Matt has messaged he's watching while working on the tractor back in the UK, which looks much warmer than it is here.
Oh mate, yes.
And doing a good job. Robert Vittels though is absolutely flying here, Andrew.
I don't want to fix the tractor, Hal, but I'd happily have a bit more temperature. Let us know what's wrong with the tractor. Fascinated.
No, working as in operating.
Working on it as it. Okay, fair enough. Driving the tractor. I'm up for that.
43.0 for Robert Vittels, which is the quickest time of the weekend so far in Supercar Lights.
There we go. So
he's
Vittels
laid down.
Yeah, he's P4 with that first a P1 and a P10. Will another P1 be enough? It's very much going to depend what happens to the Darbacks. By the way, the Darback brothers who are up in the next race are equal on points. One of them has a P1 and a P7. One of them has a P2 and a P3. So Tobias and Kevin, equal on points, going to do battle for the top qualifier spot in this next race. Oh, hang on. Lucas Anderson is also on that amount of points. So Anderson with the P2 and a P3, Kevin with a P3 and a P2, and Tobias with a P7 and a P1. So my maths were wrong, Hal, classically, but Vittels was only 3 points behind them and has just gone quickest there. So if they can't beat Vittels' time, he will take the top qualifier off them all, because you get 5 points extra in your qualifying points for taking the top standings. Very complicated, but actually very easy to understand once you get your head around it. 50 for a session win, 45 for a P2, and 42 for a P3. So winning the session does just give you a big extra break. Tobias on the inside, then Kevin, Lucas, Norlander, and then Oskarsson on the outside. But it really is about the two Darbacks on the inside for me, Tobias and Kevin. Surely they're going to be sensible. They're a bit too sensible. Lucas Anderson drives around the outside of them and gets the whole shot, but everybody gets through turn one clean.
Great job from Lucas Anderson there. Used his experience to really lay it down in the first corner, ran the outside wheel just into that dirt on the exit of turn 3 and got a little bit out of shape, kept the foot in the four-wheel drive power strain and pulled the nose straight. Now he needs to lay the lap times down, because as you said, Andrew, it's not just winner takes all in this race for the top qualifier position. Whoever does win needs to beat the time of Robert Vittels, who's just won the previous one. So you cannot do anything other than push as hard as you can.
So Tobias Darback goes on the standard lap, Kevin Darback goes Joker. Tobias has the little stripes down the headlights as well. So I think basically what's happening, Hal, is the Darbacks have realised themselves it's hard to tell between the two cars. They're adding more and more stripes to it, which is good for us. Here he comes through.
Well, the Hansen team in World RX weren't particularly keen on making their cars look so different from the top a couple of years ago in World RX, until Kenneth Hansen got totally confused while was spotting for the wrong car for almost an entire race, and then after that they realised they needed to change the sunstrip.
And that's exactly the same story with Subaru Motorsport USA, who had 3 identical Subarus in the race. And then the spotters were like, hang on a minute. I think they did mirrors and the wing stripe across the top of the rear wing, which was fantastic.
The front strip is always a good one, isn't it? And that's what the Darbacks have done with the yellow strip across the top of Tobias's car.
I like Norlander's livery. I think it looks wicked. Here, look at the side of the car. Look at that. It looks mint, doesn't it?
It is nice,
It's a big R. I assume it's one of the sponsors, but either way, I like it.
Robin stepping up from Swedish Championship to compete here this weekend in Supercar Lights. Fantastic to have some new drivers in this lights category that has produced such talent over the years.
So this now, Hal, is effectively it's Lucas Anderson versus Robert Vitals.
And I didn't write down Vitals' best lap, so unfortunately I haven't got a reference for that at the moment. But Anderson has gone fastest of all by quite a way in this race on a 51.7. Kevin Darbeck's done a 51.8 actually on last time around. So
target time is bottom left of your corner, 2:43.046. That's the time he's got to beat. Bear in mind it takes a moment or two for the clock to stop when they get to the end of the run. They're into the Joker lap now, unless Darback denies him on the Joker, and he's not going to. So this is about whether Anderson beats the time of Vitals for the top qualifier. 2:43.046. Can he do it? I think he will over the line. It's going to be close. 2:43.0.
No.
He doesn't. 2:44.0. Roberts Vitals takes it, and I think will take the top qualifier with 2 session wins and a P10. So 2 at the top and 1 right at the bottom should be enough. We'll have the standings for you in a moment. Kevin Darback 2:45.8. Wow. So it should be Vitals, then come on Andrew, Lucas, Kevin. No. Oh, I've given up. I can't just look at the graphics, Coley. Shut up. I can't.
I've checked out, to be honest.
I can't add up, mate. I just got basically.
I'm just hearing
Vitals
you muttering.
Vitals is TQ. I was trying to think because the other 3 were all equal on points coming into this session. But we're going to find out any minute now where they are.
Well, Anderson will be second, surely.
Yeah, he will now. Yeah, and then Kevin, and then Tobias.
Then a Darback.
Yeah, a 1 of 2. Yeah, actually, all I had to do was look up, isn't it, and look at the result from that last race. Hey, and so it is. Roberts Vitals. Look, that middle one is a P10, but with a win either side, right to the top. Anderson, Darback. Go on, how are they ripping into me? Because I'm fine.
No, there's some debate going in the comments about the liveries, and Stuntman Lee says, a little yellow stripe doesn't help me watching on my phone walking around Lidl with my wife.
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, good for you. I agree. I'll go see the Darbacks in a minute and tell them there's people in Lidl, don't you know, they were dragged there kicking and screaming.
Someone says, how long have you been in Lidl?
I bet he's livid. You should have stayed in the car park, mate. What I normally do is say to my wife, I'll be in a minute. I've just got to send a couple of text messages. I sit in the car for 15 minutes and then go in just before she gets to the till.
15 minutes?
Yeah, yeah, she's pretty quick. Well, you think that's long?
I don't know, we don't go
You've got a child,
we just have to order it. I can't.
You order it online?
Yeah.
Do you?
Can't go to supermarkets.
Really?
Yeah.
No, my other half likes a bargain. You only get, there's like 2 for this or something like that's on offer, whatever. She loves all that. I always buy extra stuff, like, I don't know, baby girls, that kind of thing. Philip Torres, Fraser McConnell, Yanis Dalmanis, Victor Ranks up in open forward drive. Oh no, McConnell doesn't get a good start. The supercars around him just out-dragged the FC2 down to turn 1. McConnell goes round the outside into P3. Yanis Balmanis slots into second, but it's Victor Ranks, the double winner, the double victor, even last time out in Holland, who is in the lead here, but he's under pressure in a very similar machine from the local driver, Yanis Balmanis.
Very, very similar indeed. In fact, Balmanis owned both of those cars last year, but Hedstrom bought the other one. The Hedstrom team, Peter Hedstrom won in extraing with us here in RallyX last year, and now Balmanis is looking at the rear of his old car, driving the car that Balmanis drove in Euro the last couple of seasons, and Franks has got a lot of understeer there through the...
Contrasting styles, isn't it, looking at the turning point.
Well, also looking at the setup of Franks' car, it looks very soft, doesn't it, and the ride height at the front is quite high, so obviously they're playing with the setup.
He's going to be using his tyres a lot more than Yanis, isn't he? Yanis is linear through the corners, Hal, and Victor is sideways on the exits. This is... lovely stuff. A slow flight across the top from Vigo there, and the car's coming in underneath. Lovely, lovely stuff.
So all drivers are allowed new tyres this weekend, even if you've competed in in
The
Portugal
previous
and
two,
Holland,
yeah.
where we were for the opening rounds of RallyX this season. So that really eradicates any advantage or disadvantage you have. So Frank's and Baumanis have the same tyre strategy options available to them, rather than Frank's being compromised at all from using his tyres at his home event a couple of weeks ago.
Well, I'm surprised Baumanis didn't go joker there, but nobody's gone, so I guess
I think
he was
McConnell's
worried.
too close, isn't he, in the window? McConnell's 2.1 seconds off the back of Baumanis.
Last lap though now, so what are you going to do? You might.
But they're both in recovery mode, aren't they? Having both.
So
This is the puncture race from the previous one.
Yeah,
So
I still might have tried to edge him, but if he doesn't, maybe he just doesn't feel that there's the extra pace is there.
I think sometimes you've got to play the long game, haven't you? And that's where the experience of someone like Janis Baumanis comes in, isn't it? He needs to get to the front of the semi-finals, and then
try and find. I'm trying to think where they were coming into the session. We'll have a look at that right now and see if we can figure out what's occurring. Both into the joker lap together. Victor Franks from Janis Baumanis. Franks drops a wheel off the outside. Baumanis looks to the inside line over the jump. No room to pass there, and that just goes to show you how what you've said a million times. If you do an alternate strategy, you might have got there. Tiny mistake. It'll only cost him a tenth or two. Victor Franks takes it 2:36.1. Baumanis 2:36.5. Fraser McConnell comes through 5 seconds later with Philip Toran behind. Remember McConnell in the FC2. Hal is loading up some results for us now.
the internet isn't having its best day, I must admit.
Is it the internet or the printer? Because I like throwing printers in the skip, but I fear that it might be the router that's got to go in the skip today.
Yeah, something's not going on with the connect. The printer's only about 3 meters. Sorry, 3 feet from me.
Where's your man in Lidl? What's his favourite thing he's bought? Every week we talk to him about favourite livery, favourite 90s rally car. What's the best thing in the trolley, mate? We want to know. Yeah, you can't keep everyone in the comments waiting. What's it? Is this a beer run for the weekend? Is he going to have a barbecue, or is it like something terribly dull?
Oh, he's got home now.
Oh, is he? What
Yeah.
what was the best thing? I want to know. Make him reply, please, sir. Okay, more supercar action coming up. And an FC2 as well. Anton Seppa, Elias Svensson, Mikko Ikonen, Marcis Martinovs and Bruno Blumbergs. Baumanis. Yeah, Victor Franklin down in 9th. Baumanis was 2, so... very equal start across the front for Ikonen and Svensson coming together on the run to the first corner with Seppa as well. Svensson goes outside in the FC2 around the outside of Ikonen and holds his position. Oh, he's now, Ikonen looks to the inside of the Hyundai. Svensson doesn't know he's there, gets a bit sideways. He was in the door, but not too hard. Nice driving from both Ikonen and Svensson there. Svensson wouldn't have known he'd had a crack at him and holds on to the position.
Ikonen gave up a bit, I think, in turns 1 and 2. Maybe could have forced the issue on the outside and wouldn't have ended up in that position. He was side by side with compatriot Seppa on the way into 1, but Ikonen isn't the sort of basher in a supercar that some are, and wouldn't have wanted to get too tied up with someone else, but probably could have done more there. It's difficult, isn't it, coming back for your first event of the year when other people have been driving a lot. You may be a little bit more rusty than you would like to be. Into the joker though for Mikko Ikonen, first time of asking. Anton Seppa, who absolutely flew when we went up to Kouvola in Finland last year, and great to see Anton coming to a different event and doing very well indeed in the Skoda Fabia.
Only 3 FC2s here this weekend, if you're wondering. Well, if not counting Kevin, as we said, doing the development work. And Oliver, Hal, have you figured out if we're going to read that message or not?
From Oliver, basically, arrival of Charles potentially imminent, and what he does next depends largely on that.
Okay, so if Child comes immediately, Oliver will jump on plane and come and race
That's how it
tomorrow.
worked. That's when I missed Julius a couple of years ago. That was the gist of it. If things happen quickly, then yeah, it would have been possible. But the other way around doesn't really work, does it? And
Svensson runs
sideways
wide,
on the
Ikonen
exit.
inside, done him.
Ikonen's done the fastest lap of the race so far, 49.8, compared to Seppa, who's done a 50.0. Ikonen's on a flyer here and did well there to get out ahead of Svensson and not lose the time. Bloomberg's is still to Joker as well as race leader Seppa. I think this could be close between Ikonen and Seppa come the end.
So Kevin Eriksson in the development FC2 has managed to do a 49.5 today, which is very much on the pace, if not slightly ahead. I mean, yeah, okay, so Ikonen probably, if you put someone ever so slightly quicker in that car, it'd be very close, wouldn't it? I wonder what Kevin would do in the Hyundai. Through the left-hander, Seppa holds on. Ikonen trying to come around the outside, drop inside, oh, and he gets it on the inside line. That's what we were talking about this morning, and that's why I love the Joker
must have a problem,
here.
Andrew. He had so much understeer through the exit of the Joker. Can we see the car?
Somebody's stuck it in the wall on the inside as well there, Bloomberg's. Is that after the flag?
Can we see the green and white car, Mr. Director, please, in the return to the paddock, if that's possible? I don't know if we can see it from anywhere. I'm sure he must have a puncture because that was understeer city. There it is. Be on the other side. If we wait on this shot, thank you very much. Yeah, that's a puncture.
Yeah?
I'm sure.
Oh, yeah, I think he might be right. I think he might be right. Al Ridge. He's very good, isn't he?
Well, he just had so much understeer. He
still love the merge. It's great, isn't it?
Of course, yeah, the merge is brilliant. Let's have a look back. This is the first corner where Ikonen gives up early on. Done the hard work, Mikko.
Yeah, you might as well stick it out around the outside there.
Very respectful, and we have to respect that indeed.
Was it the Hyundai that Timmer ended up in the wall in? It was, wasn't it?
No, Fiesta then, wasn't it? Yeah, I think so. I think it was just a hard landing there for Seppa. Look at the...
Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. It's terminal, isn't it? And then Ikonen
great awareness from Ikonen to cut back under.
Svensson nearly got him, look. Or did he get... No, he didn't quite. Mikko Ikonen, 240.6. Seppa with a puncture loses the win. Svensson just 2 tenths behind Bloomberg's and then Martinov's.
Someone asked why Kevin Eriksson is not driving. Kevin does so much for this championship and he is so busy. There he is in the background, actually. Thank you for pointing that out, Andrew. He's going to do some development running in a minute, but he doesn't have the capacity, he feels, to be racing as well as doing all the work in the championship as well. But he can do a bit of development running, which has a very different requirement to it, and that's why. So Paynon's got a good start from slot number 4, but at least 2 cars inside him. Linneman gives up the position early for Maiko Tam. Round the outside goes to Paynon, looks to the inside now, side by side with Linneman. Linneman slots in. Martinson has to go down to P4. He dives to the inside, as does Kasper Janssen. There's no room there for the FC2. So Maiko Tam leads from Paynon, and in P3, Linneman. Janssen's so good on the brakes, isn't he? Every single tip, regardless of what the opposition is. Linneman in the background talking to us earlier on about the setup of the Polo and how it's a compromise with the jump and the hard surfaces here. Linneman into the Joker, followed by Martinson for the first time of asking. They'll be hoping that Janssen gets ahead and gets a good run up the road so they don't lose out behind. Through the left-hander at the end of the first lap. And over the line, Maiko Tam from Paynon. The gap is 0.8 of a second. Kasper Janssen P3, Linneman and Martinson gone Joker. So Janssen now, Hal, this is a tricky one for him because the FC2 probably doesn't have the outright pace to hang on to that position. But does he Joker to try and cover them off? I think you might as well, because you're not going to challenge the 2 in front they're driving away from you. Joker to try and cover the guys behind you. No, I think you stay out and try and nail in the lap yourself. You know you're quick, you can't do anything necessarily behind you. I would stay out. I'd go and block. Let's see. There's a little bet going on here. Paynon does go into the Joker this time around. Janssen staying out. Damn you, Halbridge. My round tonight then. Maiko Tam leading. Here comes Janssen. So Paynon is going to drop in behind Kasper, who hasn't jokered. That might actually hinder his attempt, but I'm glad to see him try something different and not follow the leader. I think Janssen's probably enough ahead. I think Paynon will probably get by into turn 3 here. No, he's not close enough, is he? And Janssen, as we said before, is so good on the brakes. So I don't think Paynon's going to lose out too badly because Janssen's so quick in his own right. Tam's dropped a wheel there on the exit of turn 3. You can see the amount of dirt that was blown up from where he's obviously dropped one rim off the outside of the track. Kasper Janssen, because I think will lose out to Linneman. I don't know about Martinson. We'll see about that. Martinson's 1.5 off the back. No, a little bit more than that. 2.3 maybe. So let's see. Standard lap goes to Paynon. Maiko Tam is in the Joker. Tam coming through here, currently in the top qualifier spot. Maiko Tam going to cross the line in the background. Janssen's had a big moment
but Tam takes it, 2:36.8. Victor Franks wins the session. Baumanis is P2, and that might, no, there's only 9 points in it. Tam will be the top qualifier. So Maiko Tam will be top qualifier. Kasper Janssen with a big moment on the final lap in the Joker. But good job by Maiko Tam. They disappear off around the grandstands. That's where the GT track comes in and joins back on. So we run, I think we run reverse direction, don't we, compared to GT?
Yeah, we do indeed, yeah. A couple more questions in the comments. Why is Ole Eriksson not driving? He's at home, imminently expecting the birth of his second child. Someone says it was the Hyundai when Timo flipped in turn 2. That's actually a different scenario we were talking about with Timo when he crashed the Fiesta in turn 1. So yeah, it was the. You're right. It was the Hyundai where Timo rolled just there, but it was one of his other incidents with the Fiesta in the outside. There is Janssen getting crossed up on the exit of turn 4. Maiko Tam driving to the line. We don't actually see the incident there for Kasper Janssen, but a strong result for Maiko Tam ahead of Tapainen, Linnemann, Martinsson and Janssen, who made that mistake on the final lap. Victor Franks, though, fastest overall,
and that is
2:36.1.
You just caught a glimpse there of Kevin Eriksson doing the development driving. 45, 45, 42. Oh my goodness me. Was that over the jump in the background? That was a very loud noise. Anyway, Maiko Tam is your top qualifier from Baumanis, Franks, Tapainen, Martinsson, Linnemann, Seppa, Linnemann. Brilliant to get back to there. Look at the Q1 result. Ikonen, Svensson, Janssen, McConnell and Blumberg. I think top 12 only, isn't it, for semis in Supercar? So McConnell's made it, Janssen's made it, all three. In fact, look, Elias Svensson, the top of the 3 FC2s. Great drive by him, and all 3 FC2s make it through to the semis. Will any of them make it to the final? So talking of finals, we will be back for the finals at 17:38, which is in, what's that? 28 minutes time. Can you hear the jump in the background? Can they hear that at home, or is that only us hearing that here?
I don't know, I'm going to turn it off.
I don't know either. We'll turn that down. So Kevin is outside, out there having a play in the FC2. Say the lap times are looking favourable compared to the Supercar. They're trying to find a bit more time for the car, but that's why he's not competing. Keep your questions coming in on the comments on YouTube. Like and subscribe. RallyX, what is it? Shop.rallyx.se if you want to buy any of the stuff. There goes Kevin. Looks good, doesn't it?
Yeah, I like the livery as well.
Yeah, me too, me too. Right, that's it from us for now. 17:38. Join us, semi-finals and finals. See you then.
Kevin, you are not competing this weekend, but you seem to be a really busy man. Can you explain us what you are doing behind the scene here?
Well, we thought this would be the perfect opportunity to do some more development with FC2. Obviously, you know, it's been never really enough time to make tests, and to test on a race is perfect. But the last time I was testing in the race of RallyX, I actually rolled. So we said maybe we do it outside of the race itself today, but still to be on the same day, to be able to compare to actually the world's best supercar that we have here this weekend is perfect. And so I've been out after each run in the track maintenance. I've been out and I'm doing my runs and my heats, and so it's perfect. So then we can compare directly the lap times against the top supercars, and yeah, just trying to do everything. Obviously the car was built more in purpose of a specific tracks, more North American style, with more jumps, more tracks. And if you look here at Riga, for example, it's in my eyes full tarmac and some concrete as a gravel. So very different kind of track, and so we're just trying to find a sweet point in that as well, because on gravel I actually think we have the fastest four-wheel drive car out there, but we lose some on the tarmac and a little bit small stuff like gear changes and stuff. So we are flat out and improvements are good. We are really close now to the top guys in supercars, so let's see if we can maybe help some of the FC2 drivers with some information for the race on Saturday.
Can you be more specific about the areas that you are working on this weekend, or is it a top secret mission for you?
No, I mean, nothing is top secret. For sure I would say the suspension and the chassis is the major thing, to really find that tarmac kind of track. The European tracks, like I said, is very different to the ones in North America. So we need to find, we also need a car to be able to do both without spending shit ton of money and having different setups. Like, for example, if you look at rally, you have, if you want a tarmac rally car, it's X amount, and then you need to buy this amount to be gravel. We need to find a car that is, the whole idea is to find an affordable, fast, open four-wheel drive car. And so we need to find a window where it works both for the crazy tracks and for the, more racing style tracks as here. Suspension one, also some gear change, some launch. Obviously we need a little bit more against the supercars in the launch, and my launch today feels good. Obviously we have paddle shift to be safe, to not have, any gear or dog ring broken. So we're just speeding that up a little bit with some small stuff that we found that we can do. So yeah, actually think it's good. We're still learning. Still, you can't do everything on a test. Now we write everything down. We can go back to R53, our suspension partner, and they can, redo the damp a little bit to find the correct window where we want to be for these type of tracks, and to give our partners and technical partners feedback. Of course, it's important. So, but yeah, I'm actually quite happy, and we'll see what we can for sure do with the FC2 car for Finland and onwards.
Do you think that before the end of the weekend you will be able to beat the top supercar lap times? It's a bit your target this weekend, no?
For sure the target, and obviously when we have Baman is like I raced him a lot in World RX back in the days. I know exactly how good of a driver he is, and he comes here with probably one of the old factory Peugeot car that was at the peak, probably one of the best cars. So it's perfect to compare. I know exactly the level of him and the pace he has, and we can compare. Even though I'm getting old and soon I'm out of date myself, but still I can be fast, and we're close. We need those now. Now it's like 3-4 tenths left. And we have some ideas, so interesting.
Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
So if you are new to RallyX, or if you just want a reminder, we have a bunch of different cars that race out on track. So let's go and take a look at each of our different classes.
The RallyX ladder begins with Junior CrossCar. 600cc engine, 9,300 RPM. They're limited because you can race one of these machines when you're 11 years old. You can begin in the year that you turn 12, and they're limited because it's all about learning for the future. The racing in this category is super, super close. The drivers are absolutely amazing. This is the perfect way to get on the RallyX ladder.
So, once you're done with Junior CrossCar, you can move up to CrossCar, but not until you're 16 years old. So that can be 5 years of experience. You're going to need that experience because these cars don't have any of the limits that the Junior ones do. So we're talking 15,000 RPM from between a 750 and a 900cc engine as a general rule. These things are absolutely rapid. They can lap the track nearly as quickly as a supercar in some conditions, and we've seen some of the best racing in the history of RallyX between the weapons that you can see here.
So if you're on the RallyX ladder, you probably go Junior CrossCar, CrossCar, and then move on to one of the four-wheel drive classes. But this is the wild child of the RallyX paddock. Open two-wheel drive is exactly what it says on the tin. Run anything you want, as long as it's only powered by two wheels, front-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, it really doesn't matter. This is the reigning champion, Simon Tiger, who runs a BMW M3 with a rotary engine and a turbocharger attached. There's such a wonderful array of cars in open two-wheel drive. It's the traditional rallycross class that's part of RallyX, and it produces amazing action and, more importantly, amazing engineering.
Okay, so cross cars and open two-wheel drive. The clue's in the name, they're two-wheel drive. If you want to make the step up to four-wheel drive, this is the first car that you use if you're on the RallyX ladder. This is a Supercar Light. They've been around for 10 years. There's more than 50 of these chassis in the world, although some of them have been modified into a car that we'll show you in a minute. Four-wheel drive, sequential gearbox, 2.4 litre normally aspirated mount tune engine with around 300 horsepower. They're running through the gears now and warming the engine up. It's a fantastic piece of kit if you're looking to learn four-wheel drive and make your way up to the more powerful cars.
The headline category in RallyX is open four-wheel drive. And one of the main contenders is the traditional supercar machine. These have been the gods of rallycross for a very long time. Previously known as Division 1 many years ago, 2-litre turbocharged engine, 6-speed sequential gearbox, permanent four-wheel drive transmission. They can out-accelerate a Formula 1 car to 100 kilometres an hour. But what RallyX is doing is opening up four-wheel drive to a range of machinery. Space frames are allowed, different four-wheel drive concepts are allowed. Let's take a look at one of the new kids on the block.
So if you were watching RallyX last year, you will already know who that new kid is. It is the FC2. Now, Hal mentioned supercars have been around for quite a long time. They're actually a bit of a dying breed. It's quite hard to find the parts for them. And the idea behind the FC2 is to create a vehicle which can compete very nearly with those supercars. Now, the Ericssons developed this car last year. They didn't quite manage to take a win, but they were right up there in the mix. And you'll see the FC2s in open four-wheel drive, but they will also have their own final all year as well. 2.3 litre, turbocharged, sequential gearbox. They're around 450 horsepower normally, but you have a push-to-pass button on the car, which gives you an extra 100 horsepower and takes them very, very close indeed to the output of those supercars. It's an absolutely brilliant piece of kit. We've got a packed tent here. It's going to be a brilliant season, and those are your classes for RallyX 2025. Hello. We're just switching the lights on. Hold on. Ready? They've kind of worked. Almost got the time right. So a 10-second delay on the lights. No
10-second penalty for you.
Yeah, or 10-second penalty to a con for the lights, isn't it? Something like that.
What?
It's a joke, Hal, about a con. You must have seen it in the comments on social media. Do you ever read the comments on social media? There's always somebody puts anything to do with F1 10-second penalty to Ocon always.
Oh, Ocon. Well, pronounce his name correctly, and I might
whatever,
understand what
mate.
you're
I
on
don't
about.
commentate F1. I couldn't care less. It's fine. So I'll say what I want, and I won't ever get hard by F1. Sorry about that. That's fine. Let's go to the grid, shall we? Well, there's nobody called Ocon on this grid.
Ocon.
Whatever, mate. Who cares? Formula 1 driver. Get on some gravel and do some jumps. Right. Junior CrossCar, I mean it as well. Junior CrossCar semi-finals. P2 Matalamaki and P2 Pira on the front row. Then it's Levari Manisto and Alex Antila, Jeri Hukka and Joanna Yulalami. Those are some proper Scandinavian names. It is an entirely Finnish lineup for the first CrossCar semi-final. Away from the line down to the first corner. Everybody pretty much holding position. Good start by Antilla on the outside of row 2. Trying to come around the... P2 Pira. Hukka went deep on the brakes. Looked like he was going to get up into P2 or P3. But ends up getting dropped back down to P5. It was late and it was brave. And this time it didn't work out. Pira drops a wheel off the outside. Side by side in the background with Alex Antilla on the outside. Now closes the door. P2 Pira spins. The leader spins. Matalamaki's gone round, drops to the back of the pack. Almost gets collected by all 5 cars, and that is a carnage start to semi-final 1.
And what we don't need now is a potential red flag if he's nosed that into the barrier on the inside and can't get away. Hopefully the marshals can just hop over there and push the car back. But what a shame for the race leader, because everything had gone right until that point and been brilliant today so far, and those are the fine margins, especially in junior CrossCar.
It is gutting, isn't it? And the thing is, you don't need to do it all in turn 3, especially not when you've got the whole shot. You could brake slightly earlier, but how these guys and girls, don't forget, are all absolutely flat out and on it. And I suppose if he's top qualifier because he took those risks.
What progress, though, from Manisto to get far as everyone drops a wheel onto the outside on the exit of turn 3.
Alex Antila in P3 there in the Edge CrossCar, the square machine.
Actually, turn 4, depending on whose track map you're looking at.
Yeah, it is actually. Sorry, turn 4. Yeah,
but
turn 3.
I always call it 3 because I don't really regard the it's a straight with a kink in it, isn't it? What people refer to as 3.
Yeah, no, but I mean, turn 1's the left, turn 2's the right, turn 3's the one where you drop the wheel off, and turn 4's the open hairpin left.
So if you look at a team track map, 3 is always the kink on the way up to.
No, I disagree with that. Teams are wrong. Again, Hal, let's be assertive here, yeah?
Well, you are assertive.
What was it you used to say about you hated the fact when Hal was just a normal journalist, not a television journalist, he hated that if we said something on television, everyone was like,
no,
oh,
I'm not bothered about that. It was just when you. This could get personal, so I'm going to shut up.
That's it, just be quiet, Hal Ridge. Manisto leading from Pira and Antila. We have had some laughs over the years, we really have. We had a nice meal last night. We went to this place that looked terrifying on the outside, and when we got downstairs, there's a spin in the background. Antilla's gone round as well. Hal dropped it on the brakes up at turn 4. Yeah. I think if it wasn't fully dropped, it was a half spin. Haven't seen it, so not. Pira has held onto the position. So Antilla close behind. So Matalamaki gone after that start. Into the Joker lap goes Pira in the 16, who was closing down the gap on Manisto out front. Matalamaki retired. And looking at everybody else now has jokered except for your leader Manisto. So Manisto hasn't jokered. Pira is going to come out in the lead still. Antila is going to be in P3. How many semis have we got? Two semis
for junior CrossCar, yep. Not enough for 3.
So top 3 through from each.
The sun has got very hot and glary all of a sudden from being freezing cold.
You can barely see the screens. It's the first time we've seen the sun all day. Right, here's your leader then. Levari Manisto in the speed car Wanda. P2 Pira went Joker on the last lap but was closing that gap down. Running Andreas backwards, number 13. I think it's fair to say Backward is the most well-known driver with that number, and a lot of these youngsters have come up as fans of our current crop of the world's top drivers. They're old enough now to compete, and they want their numbers. So, yeah, it won't be long before they'll be handing them over. P2 Pira was on that big old push. Pira might try and come in tight here, but not going to get there. Manisto's going to take it from P2 Pira. And Alex Antila, who I think, as I say, had almost a half spin on the brakes up at the hairpin. Oh no, another couple of laps. I'm in qualifying mode. Still laps to go. They've all joked by lap 3, Hal.
Happens like that sometimes, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Where just the race plays out and you.
Yeah, 6 laps or 5 for semi-finals.
And Tiller just being very, very precise on the curb in the background. This has been a good run from Tiller.
5 laps. 5 laps. There we are. 5 laps for semis. Come on, wakey. Only 3/4 away through the day.
Season
day. Yeah. So yes, Manisto from Pira. Hal, we were saying last night we went for dinner and reminisced a bit, didn't we, about what a brilliant sport it is and some of the amazing opportunities we've had as a result of it. How lucky we are.
Yeah,
being really honest.
Yeah, just that, and I think how you ought to enjoy the moment more than you perhaps do sometimes. Much like for Manisto, who's just taken a semi-final victory in a RallyX weekend, you know, down in Latvia. It's a massive moment. Okay, you've got a driver like Matalamäki who hasn't finished and will learn from it. You know, everything's a learning experience, isn't it? And I think, yeah, there's been a lot happened in rallycross in the last decade, and before that, when we both started doing what we were doing, and it's all an experience, isn't it?
I'd found some. I mean, yes, I was talking to Phoebe Cake yesterday. I said to her, remember to enjoy it, because. See, you put yourself under so much pressure to get done what you want to do. At the time, I wanted to be a driver, and you're under desperate pressure the whole time to raise the money and to carry on with it and all the rest of it. And yeah, remembering to enjoy it. I said to her, enjoy the experience. I said, you're in Latvia. It doesn't matter that the other drivers will be faster than you at the first. You have to learn, but just enjoy the process as you go. And that is really important, but it's hard to remember sometimes when you're stressing out about what the next job's going to be or where the next job's going to be and how you're going to raise the money to go racing, whatever it happens to be. But it is a good, fun sport. There is, it's a real shame for Matalamäki, who has a spectacularly brilliant name, who's going to have to be recovered from this one, but we'll have another go tomorrow.
That's the great thing about the double headers, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's always a tomorrow on the first day, whereas if you'd had a shocker on the first day and there wasn't a second day, or if you had that shocker on Sunday afternoon, you've only got one opportunity, haven't you, to have a good one. The suspension's broken on the front of that thing, so it was never going any further. But so straightforward are these things to work on that it's very rare that sort of problem can't be resolved overnight, and especially with something like the Speed Car Wonder, because there's so many teams here running
Paddock,
them.
Yeah, you borrow something if you haven't got
and that's the wonderful thing about rallycross, and specifically paddocks like RallyX, where people don't take things too seriously and are willing to
they'll even come and help. People will come and help you work on the car all night. Yeah, we spoke about lots of things, about that Lada race coming here back in 2015. Getting to know everybody in the paddock over the years, people that have come and gone from the sport, the levels that have come and gone from the sport. One little ratchet strap on the, they've got one on the other side, yeah, just the one. Broken front left steering, so you can see the steering arm hanging off the front of the hub. And back go the forks of doom to be parked up to pick up the next victim. Right, what have we got here? One of those for you, handing out the paperwork. Oh, all intermediates, thanks, Al. Well, why have we got 3 of those? Did you want 3 of those?
Yes, give them here.
Oh, there you go. Why, is this for you to keep some?
No, it's for Nicholas.
Oh, Nicholas, right, okay. Look how grumpy Al's getting to give those here. He's in printer mode. Right, CrossCar.
I just can't deal with you filing everything in a massive pile and losing it.
Oh, no, you see, yeah, I suppose that's why I've got one of these folders to slide everything into, mate. Look at that. Look at that, all the different track configurations. Thank you, mate. Oh, CrossCar Junior grids, mega. Did you? Sorry, was the sarcasm a bit too high there? What's in the comments, Hal? Anything?
I don't know, Andrew, at the moment. I'm sorting out paperwork.
Oh, you're sorting out the grids for me. Thanks, mate. Okay, we're ready to go with CrossCar Junior semi-final number 2. Little word from the marshal here to Jonas Hegel and Nielsen in the yellow car. So I don't know if maybe Hegel and Nielsen's got an issue. Are they pushing the car back off the grid? I think they are. So Hegel and Nielsen, or is this just another back? What's going on? Come on, are you going to drive that back to the grid? Yep. Okay, couldn't see the start lights. That is what we're hearing. So he's moved the car just
that is a real problem
to the side.
That.
Really?
We can't see the lights because of
the angle.
The angle and where the roof of the car is.
I'm trying to think if they're further forward. Are they further forward or further back than they were
further
for
back
for the line start? There we go.
Further back.
And the lights are a long way away here. I did think that. So the lights are on that gantry that says Bikanieki Tras.
Sometimes you can't see, and you just have to react to the
like
cars
everybody
around
else. Ready to race light comes on. You'll watch that go out, and then you wait for the green. And there it goes. Svedland and Isak on the front row. Schnack on row 2 in the white car with Fredriksson in the red. Schnack has got the better of Fredriksson and Nielsen at the back in the yellow car. So they've ended up, Schnack has managed to go up one place. And Isak. Oh, look at that. And Svedland, look at the amount of road. I mean, that's just a little bit too much by Fredriksson. In the background opens the door up. Nielsen not close enough to take advantage. Every one of these juniors using every centimetre of the road and a little bit more.
This is all for Isak, Svedland and Schnack to lose, really, based on previous form, isn't it? So the top 3 need to be a bit canny with their joker strategy. Neither the top 2 joker nor does Schnack, because you don't want to fall into that traffic behind. Does anyone go in the background? Yet Fredriksson has gone, and so has Nielsen. So I probably wouldn't have followed then. But yeah, that's how it's played out.
Vigo came in while we were in the little break in between. He said, I heard you talking about with the drone. He said, do you think I'm flying too close to the cars? I think he thought we felt he was distracting. I was like, no, mate. I said, we're up for you flying under the gantry. Do whatever you want. And he did also say he liked it when we dared him to fly underneath the bridge in Holland. So he said he couldn't resist it. And I say that because the little drone you'll see quite often in the shots. Vigo is such a talented pilot. He really is. I've just seen Stephanie McConnell with an apple juice there, Hal. That must be to warm her up.
Well, now the sun's got in, it's absolutely freezing again, isn't it? Whereas Isak is piling the pressure onto Carl Svedland here at the front of the order. Isak has really stepped up in this return to RallyX this season. Where was Isak last year?
Down in P11. P11 last year.
I don't think Isak was in a final last year from memory.
I'm just looking at not a single final, Hal, you're right. Third, yeah, I was going to say third in the semis at TM1, but actually that was all based on time from the rally sprint. So, yes, hasn't made it through to a final last year. And
so to be hassling Svedland around here is a pretty good effort, isn't it?
Yeah, and this is the first event this year as well for Isak. So, as you said, it's a big step up. Going really well through. Svedland, meanwhile, has been to both the earlier events in Portugal and Holland. Svedland has 3 wins in a row. So won the second event in Portugal, won both the events in Holland, was third in the first event in Portugal. Hasn't been off the podium, but Svedland now up against a field with more depth to it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've seen some massive grids in junior cross car in the history of us doing this, and you see that in all over rallycross across the world, and obviously certainly Europe, that the junior classes are sometimes very strong and sometimes they peter out a bit and then they're strong again. We've seen that in the UK quite a lot, but you've got to remember this is the only age-based class, and what happens is a lot of the drivers who are in it grow up and get too old for it, and there isn't necessarily the next young drivers coming through, and then there's a whole host of young drivers. So the other categories don't fluctuate in the same way based on age, because you don't necessarily graduate out of a category. Look at Supercar Lights. You've had
10 years.
Simon Olofsson in Supercar Lights for the history of time. You've got people like Pasi Penttinen, who is very comfortable with the budget of racing a cross car. He does race a supercar in Finland, but likes racing his cross car, so that's where he's going to stay. And you don't get that same kind of fluctuation, and that's why we've got 11 juniors here. We might have 30 juniors next year. You just never know.
I do think as well the number of drivers who take up a discipline can depend on the top of the sport, you know, whether or not they feel like there's somewhere they can go. So when the manufacturers were all in rallycross, lots of people saw rallycross as a career, and then when they're not there, that can also have an effect on whether or not you feel like there's any progression to be had.
So when the electric transition happened in rallycross, this is something I'm quite passionate about, actually, Andrew. When the electric transition happened in rallycross, not necessarily what the fans wanted, not necessarily what a lot of people wanted for various different reasons. That could be whether you had to paint all the cars the same colour or whether they're all a single make chassis. They all look the same, the drivers all have to be from Sweden, whatever. Doesn't matter. If the top is successful and attractive, that brings the rest of the discipline on, because all of a sudden there's a carrot, isn't there? It's why drivers go karting, because they want to be Max Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton, as we get to the end of this race where Svedland is hoping to wrap it up and has actually pulled a bit of a margin here on his etc. to get to the end. A good job there for Carl Svedland.
He's etc. going to go through, and I think Fredriksson in P3.
You need the top of the sport to be really strong for the rest of it to succeed. You can succeed at different levels without the top being strong. I don't deny that.
Yeah.
But
well, I think RallyX over the last few seasons has been brilliant, and the top of the sport has been somewhat confused with 2 series on either side of the Atlantic. But
there is also a carrot here that you want to race in the highest level in RallyX with OMSE, for example, that have a massive awning here, the hospitality,
and there were the
all
great
that comes
drivers.
with
Don't
it.
forget Christopherson and Ekstrom and Co were racing here, and so suddenly you were like, well, hang on a minute, I can go there and not be in the World Championship or Nitro. I can afford to do RallyX. And
it doesn't matter what the series is. You need the top to be. You need the top to be attractive. You need drivers like Kevin Eriksson, Timmy Hansen, Jan Kristoffersson, Andreas Backert, and whoever being. Looking like they're professional drivers, being professional drivers. That's what these guys do as a living, because you think, oh, I could do that, and then you get involved in the sport, and then you need a ladder, blah blah blah. But you need the top to be strong, and we've seen the top being strong has such a direct return on how full the junior categories are, and we see that in RallyX, don't we? Because people want to step up through this ladder within Supercar Lights, into FC2 now, open four-wheel drive. That there is a ladder there. The sport needs to be strong at all levels.
Shop.rallyx.se if you want to buy some clothes, some merch. There's a merch drop today. Totally agree with Hal. Tell you the other thing, Hal, that I'm really pleased to see in recent years is the influx of female drivers, and I think there's a few reasons for that. I think Clara in the World Championship has been a big part of that, but also I think Extreme E, to be fair, where suddenly it was like, oh, hang on a minute, as a top female driver, yeah, you were an enormously valuable commodity in that series. To me, I'd have been looking to sign the female driver before the male driver, because there were any number of male drivers that I felt I could have picked who would have done a good job, but there were very few females who were fast enough. And now I think you're seeing female drivers coming through with an eye on going, hang on a minute, there's a sport here that I can be at the top of. So we've got loads of them here
and also,
in the various different
to
categories.
have someone like Clara who an exceptional talent and a professional driver. She is a fully up professional driver. Yeah, that's an achievable thing to do now, because she's doing it and taking it on. Yeah. She started on pole in Julius last year in the World RX final, being on the podium, all of those things. So it is achievable because she's done it.
Yeah, and then you see it, don't you? So yeah, so it's nice to see some full grids again in the background. Look, we've got a couple of full grids lining up on the pre-grid, but we've got one on the grid ready to launch down. Your top qualifier, Armin Raag. Then it's Vettel 3, Espanese, etc. Roberts Pamalis, Romet Cerna. And at the back of this one, Marcos Ozelins with a great start in the orange buggy on the outside, but out front it's Vettel through, gets the whole shot. Now Poleman moves down, all the way from the outside in P6, up to the inside of P3. Ozelins almost made that stick and he ends up 4th. Fantastic!
Ozelins is driving in such a different way to everybody else, runs really wide on the exit of turn 3. That's allowed Cerna, is it, to get up the inside? Yes, it is.
Ozelins, Hal, I'm assuming, is used to 20 bikes wide into turn 1 with a leg sticking out on the inside, so I reckon he's feeling pretty brave in a buggy, but I'm impressed.
We're used to seeing drivers of cars or vehicles go head-to-head. We're not used to seeing someone apply a whole different rule set to it, because they see it in a whole different way, and moving the car around, finding the gaps. Currently running 4th on the road.
Yeah, so the car in front joked and he didn't follow him in, which is another good sign that he has an understanding that all the cars here have got pace. Look at the pace of him, Hal. I'm really impressed with this guy.
All over the back of Espanese, etc., who we know is one of the talents in rallycross. Remember his etc.'s amazing performances in that Citroen Saxo and Peugeot 208 in Super 600 a few years ago. Vettel Tree, though,
he's still having another look. He's having another look in the background. How Ozelin, remember the top? Only the top two go through. So he's got to get a swerve on, hasn't he?
He's got to get a swerve on, indeed. Vettel Tree, though, absolutely flying out front in the JC Racetech run car for this season. That is an upturn in form. Have a look in your stats, 100, where Vettel Tree was last year, because this is a massive upturn. Having said what you said last time around
wouldn't have
about
gone in there.
Oslin's. He's followed his etc. in, so now needs to get the hard work done on track. Meanwhile, Robert Cerner is on the standing lap on an absolute flyer coming around the outside and has easily got ahead of these two through the final corner. So he's etc. and Oslin's going backwards.
There's a lot going on here. Vettel 3 last year made the final once, Hal. Only made the semis twice outside of making the final once. So yeah, you're absolutely right. It is a massive, massive difference. Oslin's, Hal, is very inch perfect in terms of using all the track. Okay, lap 1, yeah, he did go completely off onto the dirt, but super close to the barriers.
Cerner's lost that flapping bodywork that was off the line. It's obviously party company. That was flapping at the end of Q3. I wonder if it had sat down enough that the team didn't realise it was loose.
Yeah.
And then it was flapping around away from the start, but fortunately for him, there's going to be no unsafe car flag because that is now parted company, and indeed Cerner has the fastest lap of the race on a 51.0.
So Vettel 3 qualified 4th overall, Hal, just trying to figure out.
Rag into the joker, Andrew, sorry to interrupt.
Okay,
so
good,
Cerner hasn't done enough. Rag is still ahead, and if Vettel 3 gets in and out of the joker and maintains the lead, Cerner won't be making it through to the final.
So Vettel 3 qualified 4th. Rag is in this one and will make it, but on the second row because Tree will beat one up the inside. Oslin's with a pass. It's a pushy one. I've got to be honest. That is brave.
I think the gap was there.
It's on.
The gap was there, Andrew. Okay, they've had contact with the front wheels, but the move was well on its way by then, wasn't it?
Have we got a new star coming into CrossCar? I think this is his race debut. I'm sure they said yesterday he's only been testing.
18 years old.
Was a top rider in MX2 and I say broke his neck or his back. Forget what they said last night. Was told you must not ride a motorcycle again. You can't. And here he is, absolutely smashing it in a CrossCar. And I hope we see more of Oslin's. This is a fantastic performance. Right, according to timing, we're looking at the fight. Armin Rag is in the lead from Vettel 3. That's as they cross the line. They might have been side by side.
Well, 6/10 of a second difference over the line, so I think, something's happened to Tree, and I hope for his sake it's not a puncture because that could cause him to not make it. No, it's just pure. Looks like there must. Is there a puncture right here? No, I don't think there is. So I think Rag's just been on an absolute flyer. Cerner's come right to the back of them, but it's not going to be enough for the Estonian, I don't think.
Armin Rag from the top qualifier spot is going to win semi-final number 1. That will see him on pole for the final. Vettel 3 goes through. Robert Cerner is going to miss out in P3 by just 1.2 seconds. Marcus Oslin's. Hal, something happened to Oslin's earlier, I forget what it was, but he had a bad qualifying result, and I can't help but think that with a better qualifying, look at the start he got in that one, coming up through the grid. I'm excited to see what he might be able to do tomorrow. A few more fans here, now work has cried off for the day.
Let's have a look back at that then. Great start for Vettel 3, wasn't it? And a great start from Oslin's. That was Cerner running wide. I wonder if Cerner hadn't run wide there in the first corner, then got caught in the traffic. The end result might have been quite different because wasn't far away at the end, only 1.2 seconds off making it into the final. What a performance though from this new P-Tech machine. And Rag making it through on their RallyX maiden appearance.
Rag takes it from Vettel 3. They're the two which will go through to the final. Some people with a high vantage point there over the track. Whereabouts are they? I'm trying to figure out there towards the edge of the paddock, I think. There is a spotters tower behind myself and Hal. Lucas Orav, Frederick Martin, then Penttinen, Baumanis, Jensen and Lindqvist. Lindqvist with some work to do from the back. But old Sandy McSenderson might get it done from there, you never know. It's a brilliant start though on the back row, on the inside by Jensen, nowhere to go. Orav locks a wheel on the way in, does he get collected from behind by Penttinen? Lindqvist has got from P6 to P4, that's a great move round the outside of turn 1 to be on the inside in turn 2. Another move coming up in turn 3, just backs out in time in the background. So Penttinen coming under a lot of pressure here from Lindqvist now. Lindqvist has got 2 cars waiting to pounce behind as well.
Orav was so good last year on his he stepped up, didn't he? We see so often in RallyX that the drivers there or thereabouts now has a year where they step up, and we're seeing that in junior cross-car with etc. and Svedlin this season. But Orav was that driver, I think, last year, and he's doing a great job again on his first appearance in RallyX here in Riga.
Lindqvist has gone Joker Hal from slot number 4. So Lindqvist was in traffic, was right behind Penttinen, and had 2 cars breathing down his neck, including the one you're looking at, which is Janis Pelmanis. Not that one, a different Janis Pelmanis in the Hornet R1.
Not that
Penttinen hasn't got the pace here, Hal. I don't think he's getting a bit too sideways, but he was under pressure, and now he gets past. So if Penttinen's got an issue, Janis Pelmanis up the inside. That was a great pass in turn 3.
Lovely move, wasn't it? Just sat the car in the right place. That was very reminiscent of Matthias Ekström getting Petter Solberg there, wasn't it? Just by setting it up on the way in and just putting the car in exactly the right place.
All the power on the exit.
Interesting to see that there's so many different chassis having the nose rise over the jump here, isn't it? We haven't seen that before. I wonder if it's actually quite a bit quicker now in the run-up.
Jensen's gone Joker. This is to try and cover off Lindqvist, but I reckon Lindqvist will be there, because remember, this lot have been fighting in front. So Lindqvist trying to make his way up through the pack. Meanwhile, Lucas Orav leads from Frederick Martin. Where is Lindqvist at the merge? He does get Jensen. So timing screen shows that Jensen has dropped back into P6. Lindqvist, though, is 3.4 off the lead. Hello, we haven't even spoken once today about Joker Delta, and this is probably somewhere where it is actually quite consistent. We just haven't got round to it. There's been loads going on to talk about instead.
It has indeed. We haven't really worked today yet, have we? But we can have a good look in this one. Baumanis now sets the fastest lap of the race on a 51.2 for reference. Orav's done a 51.3 and Frederick Martin's done a 51.6, so the pace is very similar at the front of the order. The leaders, of course, in speed car wonders.
Pasi Penttinen's gone Joker now, so will Lindqvist get up another one? I'm not sure Lindqvist is going to be close enough out to these guys out front, but having said that, Baumanis in the Hornet was a little way off the back of the pack, and they're all there now.
Baumanis again goes quicker this time around, just takes a few hundredths of a second off his previous best.
So the lead 3 drivers have still got to Joker. He'd like to think one of them's going to go on this lap. If the front 2 don't go, and
I think it's going to be Martin,
probably would.
just like it was in the Lights race we were watching early on. They've got the gap, haven't they? Martin surely has to go. No, it's Baumanis choosing to take the extra route. Then again, you're not necessarily fighting for the race lead, are you? With only 2 slots to go up, and
something's happened to Lindqvist as well, Hal. So he's dropped way off the back of the pack. Was wondering whether or not he'd managed to get an overlap over the course of the race, but right now Baumanis did Joke from P3.
But I think I thought Martin would go, but what I actually think is that perhaps you wouldn't, on the basis that
the 2 of you are going to make it. Yeah,
you're going to be quite happy to be making it through to the final with only 2 going up, and when only 2 do go up, it's a big risk, isn't it? So yeah. The only issue, obviously, as well, I always talk about, is if Orav drops it now, then you've had it, haven't you? But
we did see a mistake earlier on in the Joker. It was Victor Franks, just a tiny little wheel off. Into the Joker lap go the 2 leaders. So Lucas Orav and Frederick Martin. Great job by them. Lindqvist did well at the start of the race, and look, he might be making hay. Janis Baumanis has smashed in some fast laps. Baumanis on the outside. Can he steal one of the 2 final positions? Got to get a good exit, but he's not close enough. Very close though. Janis Baumanis with a brilliant drive, but not quite enough to get into the crucial top 2. Lucas Orav and Frederick Martin will go through to the final. So Orav and Martin have made the cut, and we have one semi-final still to go for CrossCar. Yugar and Muru on the front row. Muru in the P-Tech Extreme, which we've seen used to good effect already by Armin Rag, who's made the top qualifier spot. Thomas Ekmerstad and Kalle Gotherson, Lukas Jensen and Jonathan Julalami. This could be a final lineup. We say that so often, but that is the depth when we get up here of the talent in the northern regions. A double dip in the clutch at the back of the pack. No such problems on the front row for Yugar. Gets away nicely. Gotherson alongside Ekmerstad. Ekmerstad has come up from row 2 into P2. Round the outside in the P-Tech machine. Muru puts a wheel in the dirt. Julalami almost collects him. Jumps on the brake to avoid him. Jensen drops in the back of the pack. Some great driving there to avoid incident in the first couple of corners.
Yugar just got that little bit of margin at the front, which will make it a little bit more comfortable than this swarm of cross-cars behind. Thomas Ekmerstad hasn't had the kind of day we're used to seeing Ekmerstad have, but will be quite content there to be second on this high grip track that doesn't really suit his driving style.
A DNF in Q1, a P3 and a P5, so that's what's dropped Ekmerstad down, isn't it, Hal? It's so important what row of the grid you're on when everyone's this good.
Yeah, and I think it's not, this track clearly doesn't suit his style like the looser surfaces have done. It is massively suiting Martin Yugar though, who is eking a gap out front. His best lap, a 51.5 first time around, a 52.3 for Ekmerstad, so nearly a second gained from the race leader on the opening tour. Markku Muru in the P-Tech machine, Jokers at the back of the pack.
So Muru was second on the grid here, going to have to smash in the lap times to try and get the overlap and come back up through the pack. Yugar's driving away from Ekmerstad here. I think Ekmerstad likewise away from Gotherson. Having said that, Gotherson, he will be mirror watching a little bit, gets too far out in the dirt. That's advantage Julalami. Jonathan should go joke here if the other car doesn't, and he does.
Great decision.
Last minute, but really good decision. Julalami ducks out. So will Julalami come out in front or not? Ekmerstad has gone joker as well. Ekmerstad now coming into the merge. Gotherson coming around the outside. Ekmerstad's now going to be in traffic, so that hasn't worked out. Julalami jokers to the back of the pack. Where's Muru? P5. So I don't think they're there either, to be honest.
Thomas Ekmerstad's going to look to the inside into turn 3. Thinks better of it. See the brake lights just flick on as he goes, no, live to fight another day. Thank you very much.
Yeah, maybe not, but he's getting held up here, Hal. Is this going to cost him a place?
Backing it in on the brakes, it won't cost him a place, Andrew, as long as he hangs onto the back of Gotherson.
Actually,
but what
yes,
he
he
can't
will.
afford to do is get backed into Jensen and risk getting overtaken. When he looks to the inside now over the jump, it's a wide, clean line there in a cross-car.
Wide again.
Runs wide.
That's the second time for Gotherson gets passed by 2 cars. That's brilliant news as well for Ekmerstad, because then behind they both go joker, and now he's in clear air. So no problems now. Ekmerstad's just got to keep it tidy. And I suppose, Hal, this is again when you spot we're getting ready to go, forget about it, mate. You're not in this battle, but you don't know that when you're in the car necessarily.
For sure, and you're also trying to extract the most lap time you can. You're also trying to play cat and mouse with the driver behind, because if they make a mistake, you're then going to gain that position, that net position at the end.
Muru's just gone 6/10 quicker than Ekmerstad on the last lap. Muru here with the big rear wing, hunting down now. There's only 2 laps to go, so going to be he'd have to make a lunge on Ekmerstad, and he's got to. I don't think he'd close the gap in time, will he?
So the gap's 1.5. If he's taking 6 tenths a lap, it's not going to be enough. And even then, he'd just be at the back, and then you've got to pull a move off. And at the end of the lap, I don't think the capacity's there. Thomas Ekmerstad isn't the kind of driver that makes wild mistakes either, so I think it's a big ask, but Markku's on a big push.
He is, isn't he? You can see him turning the car in. Joker lap goes leader Martin Yugar. Yugar had a lead of 6.3, and you can see how far out in front he is. What's Muru done with Ekmerstad? Ekmerstad over the line. He does a 51.8 and a 51.6, so Ekmerstad has stemmed the flow. It's only 2/10 this time. Comes through turn 2 with a lovely angle of opposite lock on the throttle hard.
And a good spotter will also have the live timing up and go, he's catching me, mate, we need a bit more, and that's when a good driver can deliver a bit more.
You don't want to hear it though if you're giving everything you've got, do you? We need a bit more. It's like,
I always think the very best drivers do have a bit more, and I've been lucky enough to be in the spotters tower, not recently, but in the past, in the World Championship, for example, where a spotter like Kenneth Hansen says we need a bit more, and when you're in a fight in a semi-final at that level,
It's
a driver like that can really deliver.
Martin Ugar's had a brilliant drive here in this semi-final. Goes through with an easy win by some margin, 4:25.2. It is the fastest semi-final drive as well. Ugar wins from Thomas Merstad. So Ugar's done a great job there. Where was he? He was P3, I think. I'm trying to look and see where he's going to be. I think that might be enough to stick him on the front row. But either way, Ugar, he's right in amongst the mix. Ugar as well, don't forget, has been with us since the start of the season. So has had plenty of seat time. Yeah, never off the podium. Ugar's had 3 P3s and 1 P2. And with a drive like this in the semi-final, you'd have to think Ugar might be on for a fight here as well. He wants to maintain that podium run.
He's been so good, hasn't he, this year? But
yeah.
Through qualifying, there's been bits and bobs of things that haven't really worked out for him. Switching to pace motorsport has really helped him, because he had that ultimate pace, didn't he? So young, stepping up to CrossCar, but couldn't quite put it all together. And yes, he's had some troubles, but at the same time, I think the raw ability is there, and if he can get it all together, he could be he could win this championship. There is no doubt about that.
Ugar takes it from Thomas Merstad. Then Marku Muru, Yulalami, Jensen and Gotherson. So Ugar and Merstad through to the final. Just looking to see about Yulalami, trying to figure out where Yulalami's been. Yeah, only made the final once actually so far this year, Yulalami. Shop.rallyx.se, 20% off today on pre-orders. The products will be with you in a couple of weeks, I believe. Check the website for more details. And there'll be some merch drops during the shows later on in the year as well. Me and Hal, I think, are wearing the only 2 T-shirts that exist. I'm going to steal mine. Hal, are you? As in, I'm going to wear it home and hope that nobody asks me for it back.
I don't think they want it back after I've been wearing it all day, to be honest.
I'm not sweating, mate. It's bloody freezing. It's bitter. Right, on to open 2-wheel drive. Victor Johansson and Thomas Liskovic on the front row. Then it's John Knight and Utti Ikonen. Michael Persson. Persson with a great start. Almost runs into the back of John Knight in the BMW, but doesn't get through. Meanwhile, Victor Johansson has done a fantastic job in this. Still, we don't know why. Named Evo Alpha H Mercedes-Benz 190. I reckon it's H, I mean hybrid, Hal. That's what I'm thinking. Well, I don't know what the Alpha means. We'll figure it out.
He's going to be the class of the field here, isn't he, Victor Johansson, in Open 2-wheel drive semi-final 1.
It's a shame Tiger's not here, actually, because this circuit as well. How did Tiger go last time when you... it was wet, wasn't it, I suppose? Not so easy to compare.
I'm fairly sure he won. But that's a risk I need to take on the old stats, isn't it?
That could be a... Oh, let me have a think about whether he won or was second. I mean, you're pretty likely to get a result, aren't you, Hal?
Yeah, I think... Tiger not being here is a shame, especially with the pace that Victor's got. I think it's fair to say that Victor Johansson hasn't had the measure of Tiger in the last couple of years, but now seems to have found a lot more from the big old Merc. And yeah, it would be great to see Simon. Hopefully Simon's back for the next round, which is going to be in Finland. I think I always get
a new track. Yeah,
Finnish and Swedish rounds mixed up, but yeah, we're going to Finland. To Kimi Ring for the first ever Rallycross event at Kimi Ring in June.
I can't wait.
Yeah,
love a new track. Love a new track. And how that has been a new track that's been moved for how many years?
A long time, yeah. And
we're supposed to go there, weren't we, in 2020 or something?
Fell foul of COVID.
Lack of funding, COVID, all sorts of things, wasn't it? MotoGP was meant to go there, wasn't it? That was, that was the original plan.
Yeah, it was. Has always planned to be a Grade 1 FIA track, hasn't it? And it's great to be going to such venues. Ironically, we'll be going to Kouvola as a town, in the probably staying in the same hotel as we have for the
Kouvola round.
The Kouvola event.
10 years, yeah.
At Tikimaki. Victor Johansson is on an absolute flyer here. So for reference, he's done a 53.192. The next best lap is a 54.9.
1.8 seconds quicker. Yeah.
In a league of his own here.
Oh, no. He's got a problem. House properly jinxed Victor Johansson immediately. Johansson is going slowly. This is a disaster. So I'm assuming he might be on the hybrid motor here to get this back. How this would be a repeat of when Nani parked it. Is he staying out of the way? Is he letting the other cars through? I think he is. Oh, that's an absolute shocker. So just as we were singing his praise, I have to say, when I looked, I thought that gap looks less than 1.8, and he'd gone 1.8 quicker on the one lap.
Classic. I was looking at the time screen, looked down, and he's basically stopped on the exit of turn 3.
Mate,
what a shame.
That is a shame.
Victor Johansson.
Well, maybe if he'll come and tell us why he's named it that. I'm rather hoping they'll spend some time rebuilding it instead. Okay, right, so this has widened things up completely. Outi Ikonen coming around the outside here of John Nye. Nye or knee, Hal? What do you reckon? Swedish. Peter, Nye or knee?
I would say.
Nye or knee? Knee? Nye. Come on, Peter, which one? We can't hear, we've got headphones on. Knee? No, knee is option 1, or Nye is option 2? Option 1, knee. Okay, there we go. John Knee. There we go. Thank you very much, Swedish Peter. A man of many talents. Not sure what he's up to right now. Probably, I don't know, designing the merch. No, Peter. So John Knee and Outi Ikonen in a bit of a battle here, and this is the fight behind. So top 3 are going to go through. Person with Liskovitz. So only one person's not going to make it at the minute. It looks like being Liskovitz because Person has jokered already. Outi Ikonen has not, so Outi Ikonen will have to joker as well. Yeah, what is the gap?
Close between Hulk, as in Thomas in 4th. The gap is 4.1. Ikonen still needs to take the joker. She's under big pressure at the front of the field. Wouldn't it be fantastic for the Ikonen family?
Yeah.
For Outi to get into the final. Opens up the corner into turn 3. Actually putting a bit of a gap now on Knee, so could get this done. The gap's come down though. I know it's gone up, sorry. The gap's come down between Hulk and Person, but has gone up between Hulk and Knee. So
what's the delta though? 3.5 is the gap back to Liskovitz from the leader Ikonen, who hasn't jokered. I think Ikonen's got enough.
No, that's the previous. The difference to first is 6.7 on the
yes.
column.
Oh yeah, Miles easily got enough. So Ikonen's just got to do a tidy run here over the jump on the outside. Through the right-hander and then the left. So Ikonen is going to drop down potentially to P3, inside Person maybe. Go on, running wide, go on, go on. No! Oh no, Ikonen spins at the line. Oh, it's the loop there from Vigo to try and catch it. That's gutting for Ikonen, just on the gas a bit too much. My bad, I shouted go on, go on, go on, and just a spin and misses out.
That is all on you.
Oh, mate. Well, that is all on you, Hal. Hey, you're out of order.
We've ruined it.
Right, I'm getting a hoodie. Excuse me, I'm absolutely freezing.
Victor Johansson having a good old look under the back of the big old Merc. I wonder if something in the drivetrain's broken rather than something in the powertrain, which would probably be preferable because I guess he can repair something drive shaft related. Is that rolling away or has he driven it? I guess it's just rolled off that bit of tarmac there. The BMW coming into its own. It's a bit like a DTM race this, isn't it, with the BMW towing the Merc, just not in a slipstream capacity. At least it's going to be a quick clear up. We'll be back with you in a moment.
Well, I've got one layer left to put on, but I don't think it will fit under this jacket. I'm getting wider and wider. The temperature's dropping big time. The sun was out just for a few minutes, I don't know, half an hour ago, and it was lovely and warm, and that's gone in, and as it lowers itself towards the horizon, and we get towards the evening, it is getting a bit colder here. John Knee takes it from Michael Person and Thomas Liskovitz. They go through. Outi Ikonen a DNF in the end, so not only a spin, but didn't manage to get the car going again. I'm taxing you one of those biscuits, Hal Ridge. Thanks, mate. Stay with us, quick car recovery, and then we will get the second semi-final for Open Two-Wheel Drive underway. Shop.rallyx.se if you want to buy another layer, if you're cold as well. So Hal, I get press releases from the top WRC teams. Always makes me laugh. Hyundai and M Sports press releases always come 1 minute apart. I've noticed that M Sports are now coming at 59, where Hyundai's are at 0-0. So do you reckon like one of them's altered the time of their press release to beat the other one by 1 minute in a very rally style?
Maybe. We'll never know. Oh, Carla, come to the studio quickly. Please.
Wait, oh, hang on. What you got? Hang on. Put the lights on. I'm trying to eat a biscuit here. We can't bring everything.
We have a GoPro that was found in the final corner by Andreas Eriksson. It's a 360
Ooh.
Max.
Someone come with it.
Someone come and
just play it. Yeah. Switch it on. As soon as it is. Oh, is it still working? Do you know how to work it?
Look, the pads come off and everything.
Do you know how to work it? Yeah. No, we're not going to the grid. We want to find out who's GoPro it. No, we need to go to the grid. It's fine. Everything's fine. We'll see if we can switch it on and figure out whose it is.
I think it may have deceased.
Really? Oh dear. It's not very smashed up though, surely. Right. Gabrielsen, Wallach, Hammer, Carlson and Jensen. This could be Wallach's best chance for a win with as an overall event. Of course, Johansson is not. In fact, you know what? This is the best chance for a win for a number of people because very rarely do we see Simon Tiger and Victor Johansson not in the final. Gabrielsen lead from Wallach.
Based on previous form, Gabrielsen's the one to beat now.
Yes.
So quick last year when he stepped up to RallyX more regularly, having just done the finish rounds previously. Wallach went fastest in Q1 earlier on. Then got the old black flag from Reigns Nittis in Q2 for a bit of a misdemeanor in the first corner, together with Lucas Gabrielsen. Neither of them finished that race actually, so it was a bit immaterial really. And then followed Gabrielsen around in Q3. Jensen goes into the Joker for the first time of asking. Anton Carlsen stays on the standard lap in the Volkswagen Polo. But this is all about Gabrielsen driving with the basically wheeling Toyota Starlet. To try and get pole position for the final, having qualified P2
And Johansson's out.
By winning, he'll take pole. John Nee would then end up second on the grid. Wallach would be on row 2 if those positions remain in this race. But Wallach is dropping back significantly. 2 seconds behind now from the race lead.
He's done a good job at jinxing everybody so far, so let's just not say anything about the race leader at all, shall we? And then maybe they'll stand a chance of finishing the race.
Oh, that jump landing looks heavy now. You can
Don't say that.
Some guard gouges in the ground. I think the track's actually its fastest it's ever been. With how clean the loose is, yeah, and I think that's obviously having an impact on how big the jumps are.
I do prefer, I'll be honest, I prefer it a bit looser on the loose.
Oh, me too.
But there we go. You want some consistency too. And we have had some great racing, so I can live with that. You know, just people getting really edgy on the limit of what they can do with these cars. So the gap is 1.995 between the top two. Emil Hammer, who had a couple of spins earlier on today in Q2, I think it was, is properly on it now, and he's P3. Top 3 will go through from this. Oh, Wallach just crashes that car down. In fact, look, the loose is so clean now. We're seeing black marks in the braking zones where people are locking wheels. Like a lot of black marks. Here's somebody's wastegate out there as well. Oh no, big lock-up, Gabrielsen. Is there a problem? Gabrielsen's run wide and has broken the car. Just surely that must be broken, has gone off the side of the track. That is absolutely gutting, exactly what we said. The front right suspension has collapsed. And Gabrielsen, even though we didn't say anything about Gabrielsen, has gone. Okay, so that's it. The commentator's curse is over, Hal, because we deliberately didn't say anything about him. That is such a shame for Lucas, but it puts Slavomir Wallach into the lead. And now we need to compare it.
Day of days,
that's exactly what I said when he went off the grid, and then Gabrielsen drove away.
But he probably break down now, we've said that.
Wallach's just got to keep it together, take that jump a bit steadier. He's been slamming the sump guard into the ground on every single lap. I'll be on the radio now going, tidy it up. You've got one more race with this car later on today. 2 laps to go, Wallach goes into the Joker. Lots of rotation on the BMW. Oh, for a second there, I thought he was going slowly as well, coming out of the Joker corner. So Wallach, Joker's car in behind. I think Carlson's gone as well. Yes, Carlson has gone too. There's Gabrielsen's stricken car in the background. That'll need recovering.
This is going to be the most unusual final lineup you've ever seen in
It is in Open Two-Wheel Drive, yeah.
And we've had some unusual final lineups in Open Two-Wheel Drive.
We have indeed. So Wallach on a victory lap here for the semi-final.
So who's going to be on pole then? Because looking at the intermediates.
Who won the last one? John Nee.
Nee's going to be on pole.
No, Nee was in P.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Wallach could be on pole.
Yes, because Wallach qualified Nee, their front row. Yes, so Wallach will get pole in the final here. Both drivers from row 2. Yeah, Nee was in 3rd on the grid. Wallach was in 4th on the grid. They both won their semi-finals, so at that point you revert back to their qualifying positions, and Wallach out-qualified Nee by 1 place. That's how it works. Gets a bit more complicated when you've got 3 semi-finals, but there's only 2 for these guys, and Wallach takes it after Gabrielsen retires from a comfortable lead. Slavomir Wallach will start the final from pole. Brilliant. Emil Hammer and Anton Carlson qualify with him, and John Nee, Michael Persson and Thomas Liskovitz have gone through from the first one. So we've got 2 poles, 3 Swedes and a Dane into the final. A pole on pole. Hal shrugged at me there. He's utterly unimpressed. Well, I'll try, Hal. It's been a long day. I'll continue to try, just for the viewers. Yeah. What are the viewers saying? Oh, what was in your man's little bag? Did you ever find out?
No, that's quite a long way up there. I'll have a look. My hands are getting quite cold down. It's quite difficult to operate the laptop.
My gloves are in the car, unfortunately. That's my other layer that's in the car. There's Gabrielsen with the DNF in the background, but Wallach, Hammer and Carlson are your top 3 from this one. Right, we're going to sip some tea and try and warm my hands up enough to watch the... to use the laptop. We've got a video. You've got the video, have you? Okay, we've got a video from the lost GoPro. Here we go. Watch this. Watch this. This is good television, isn't it? That's very fast. Well done, team. Let's have a look. Video from the lost GoPro. Play it in. Ooh. Right, so is it from this one or is it from the one in front? Oh, it's got
to be from this one.
Oh. Oi, oi. Oh! In the lap. What's he going to do? Chuck it out the window or is it just going to... Brilliant! Brilliant! That's
Can we see that? Has that fallen out or is that... I don't think it can have fallen out. I think he might have launched that.
That's what I said, as he chucked it out. I want to see it again. I'm going to put the lights on the studio so you can see our fantastic faces. Please can we see it again, Callum?
Mr. or Mrs. White GoPro driver, come and collect your GoPro.
It's coming. It's coming. Right, here we go. Here we go. Watch this. Watch this. Here we go. Look, where is it on the jump landing? It must be over the jump. Look. Boom. In the lap. Right, now they've realised it's in the lap because you see it's actually on the legs and you can see that, look, now reaches down, look, grabs it. Now, does it get launched or is it just put it on the floor?
Yeah, that's been thrown out the window.
I think it's been put on the floor and fallen out the gap. But then you wouldn't put it on the floor in case it went under the brake. Yeah. It's in remarkably good condition.
I think it's been launched.
This is where it landed. From a CrossCar.
A white CrossCar. Hang on, let me look at the list of white CrossCars.
Yeah, hang on. We have a list of numbers. We don't have a list of CrossCars.
No, but I think we can work it out.
Whose is it? Somebody's mum will be watching at home and will know that race suit because they'll have had to wash filthy amounts of mud out of it from CrossCar races in the past. So
it's here anyway. Come and get it.
Yeah, come and get it. And if you don't,
I'm taking it.
Hal will almost certainly put it in his car at Lowiac Legends if he gets the car finished. Hal, what's the update on the car, please, for everybody at home? What companies do you need to give you products so it can be at Lowiac?
The products
just go for it, mate. You don't get many opportunities to do this.
Hang on.
What do you need?
No, the products aren't the... I was going to turn my hat around then. The products aren't the issue. The issue is the time machine that's required to finish it.
Okay, if you have a time machine, Hal would like to borrow it because what was it? Last time we saw you, you had 3 months' work to do in a month.
Yeah.
We've now got how many weeks?
2 weeks.
2 weeks, and how much work's left to do?
2 months, maybe.
No, you're not going to make it then on that basis.
Do you not think?
Well, no, because you had 3 months with 4 weeks, and now we've got 2 weeks. You've got 2 months. You'd need 4 weeks. My simple maths.
But you can
2 plus 2. Simple maths.
Let's see.
Quick maths, sorry. Quick maths. Another reference to that song. Ay, ay, ay. Right. Supercar Lights semi-finals. On the pole, Roberts Vittels racing at home here in Latvia. Kevin Darbach alongside Julian Munier with the Race of Champions car, but now with his own front end on it. The red and white car on the outside is Robin Norlander from Sweden. And then Pontus Oskarsson at the back in the black and orange. Top 3 go through from each of the 2 semi-finals. 5 cars in each. Pole in the other one is Lucas Anderson. And Darbach is on the outside of... Tobias Darbach is on the outside of that one. So we have a Darbach on the front row of both semis. Nice of them to split themselves up so we know which one's which. Jump start from slot 3, that is Munier. Didn't actually see him move. Oh, I'm cold. Did we mention that? Oh, sip some hot tea, that's it, we're getting there. Might even have time to make a tea in between the 2. Email from Ferrari in Italian. I'll have to brush up on my Italian to read that one. I think Nuovo app probably means new app. Another one telling me where I can still go skiing in Europe. Right now, I'd suggest you could probably go skiing in Riga. There are some also work stuff coming in on the phone. This is the problem when people are messaging in during the show and other stuff pops up as well. And then we've got the YouTube comments and all the rest. So do give us a shout. I hope you've enjoyed today. We've enjoyed bringing it to you. Going to do the whole thing again tomorrow. I think the schedule's different tomorrow. Peter, is the schedule different tomorrow? Little bit. Should be fairly different, isn't it? Are we racing into the evening? Surely we're not racing into the evening on Saturday. No, daytime schedule. Yeah. So it'll be more like a normal one. We'll get some on-air times for you for later on today. For tomorrow, say today's schedule is late to allow the locals to come after work. We've had one jump start from Munier. But this time they get away well, and Meunier gets a great launch from the second row, but he's not going to find a way past Vittels. Vittels and Darback slams the door in Meunier's face. Norlander tries to come around the outside, but Meunier keeps the throttle lit and gets into P3. Lovely job by Meunier there. Thought he might lose out into P4, but it is Vittels, Darback, Meunier.
This will be very interesting now, won't it, if Meunier can gap the two drivers behind to do two jokers. Based on previous pace and form, I think that's probably possible, but will there be enough laps in which to execute those lap times to get that margin done? The other problem is I don't think that Meunier can joke on this opening lap because you don't know what the drivers behind are going to do, and that leaves you only 4 opportunities, so let's see.
Race control have actually said just now how they've cancelled it, so it was a starting light fault rather than a jump start, so Meunier just with one joker to do, so that livens the race up a bit more, yeah, so that keeps things exciting. Vittels driving away from Darback behind. What is the gap after just one lap? He has a margin of 1.5 seconds. That is impressive.
Didn't he have a white bumper on in Q3, Vittels, after his contact in Q2? So they've been out with the satin black rattle can in between. That's the beauty of such a livery, isn't it? That you can repair it with such haste. And it's looking all stealthy once again. He had a bit of a go at me yesterday, actually. Because I said, how's it going? He goes, I heard you don't like black cars. I'm like, well, there's a bit of that, but it's a bit tricky here. I actually quite like his livery because it works well with the family brand branding. But yeah, I'm not really that much of a fan of black cars. Suck it up.
There you go, yeah. Suck it up, Buttercup. Hal doesn't like black cars.
Or black wheels, but that's a whole different debate, isn't it?
You don't like black wheels?
Not really, no.
I quite like black wheels. I like the gunmetal grey wheels.
I think it's showing my age that white wheels mean rally car.
White rims on rally and rallycross cars really are the one, but I will go with gunmetal grey as a close second to that afterwards.
Yeah, that's fair.
Definitely. Oh, Meunier looking to the inside of Darback at turn 3. Meunier's feeling racy here. Both cars behind are jokered, so if Darback doesn't go, Meunier will. And the nice thing here is it's pretty hard to get it wrong and follow somebody in and get dummied off, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a lot of time on the entry, but you see people react very, very late, don't you? In terms of now, if I was Darback, I would wait as long as possible to dive into the joker in hope that Meunier follows
you in. Yeah, doesn't go. Perfect for Meunier.
Meunier fainted to go in. Darback fainted to go in then, and I think maybe sent Meunier. Now Darback doesn't have the mirrors full of another car. You can try and smash in a lap time and joker immediately. For sure, Darback needs to joker next tomorrow. Good
indicator there as well of what Linneman was telling us earlier, how from the drone shot of how loose the car gets on the jump landing, because the one piece of track that isn't getting swept is the jump. As the cars go over, they then pull dirt down onto the racing line after the jump, and you land with a little bit of angle on, hard on the anchors. We've seen a number of people run wide in the joker lap.
Yeah, it's just that's the little bit of evolution we've got going on here today, because there hasn't been loads, has it? It's not like in Montalegre or Valkenswaard where the track was changing immeasurably. You couldn't predict how the track was going to be next time around on the loose surfaces, whereas here it's, as we've been saying all day, terribly consistent. This indeed is Darback responding on the joker strategy. We've got no splits, so we can't really gauge where Meunier is. Hopefully we can have a look at the car on the outside. I think he's got this done, Meunier.
Oh yeah, he has now, because Darback's tapped the wall. Surely Meunier will hold on to this round the outside, just stays in the throttle and slots in. If Darback hadn't touched the wall, Hal, that would have been an incredibly tight merge.
I actually think, I was wondering for a moment if that wall slap had actually helped him, because it changed the angle of the car.
Style, yeah.
But no, it didn't.
No, tap the bank and carry the speed through the corner. So Vittels is now 6.3 up the road. Pretty sure that's going to be enough for him to come through and as top qualifier go to pole in the final. Be him versus Lucas Anderson. How we have seen some people step up to Supercar Lights and do a great job immediately. One of those actually being Anderson, but I have to say Vittels has been incredible to get into this category and go this fast immediately.
Very talented driver. He's been very good in RX2E when he's done it. He almost he had a good crack at trying to win the British Championship in a C4 supercar. Load of talent, and been very quick in Super 600 cars in the past as well. So I don't think it's a surprise as such, but you've got to come and execute in these single make cars, and he's doing just that. Good job.
Quite specific to drive the Supercar Lights. Vittels ahead of Meunier and Kevin Darback.
Lots of questions lots of chat in the comments about Andreas Backward's new for Puma and what it is. It's a in this context, it's an open two-wheel drive car. Yeah. It's a rear-wheel drive Puma. Looks a bit like a 4-drive car, but it's not.
We're really enjoying Andreas's content at the minute, aren't we? He's obviously doing it all himself on his phone, which is what Ken Block used to do, and even Lewis Hamilton in the past. You know, I really enjoy when athletes do their own social. I feel it's very personal. I totally understand why they need an agency to do it at some point, and certainly when on race weekends and things like creating long-form videos, but there's nothing better than seeing a story from someone who's working in a workshop at 11 o'clock at night with his mates trying to get the car ready and driving the truck up. I think he's in hell this weekend, isn't he? Trondheim.
Yeah, they're doing a round of it's today, round of the Norwegian Hill Climb Championship, and then tomorrow and Sunday is the opening weekend of the...
Where's the hill climb then? Is it on
Norwegian RallyX Championship, which is where Nova Tyres are introducing the 15-inch ACB 11.
Ooh.
And hopefully there'll be some more available for 2 weeks' time.
For Loiag.
Otherwise I'm in trouble.
You're in trouble now. Phoebe Cake, the door's open on Phoebe's car at the back. Is there a problem? Hopefully not.
Wonder she also can't see the lights.
Could be, yes, because we had that issue earlier on.
With a junior cross car, wasn't it? Where they couldn't see the lights.
Yeah, where's the hill climb, Hal? In Trondheim?
Yeah, I don't know exactly, but it's up there.
I wonder if it's on the access road, you know, the gravel one that leads...
That'd be good, wouldn't it?
Yeah, from, you know, where you come in at the farm, where the American cars are always parked. Then you go past the motocross track and up the hill into the quarry. It's a vehicle testing venue, isn't it, Hell? There's always like, do you remember the mooses on wires? So like these big black cutout mooses, and basically they go across the venue, and there's all roads painted on it, and they're, you know, slippery surfaces. We have a couple in the UK, one called Myra and one called
being
Millbrook.
Pushed back here.
Yeah, is it to see the lights, or is there a problem with the car?
Well, unlike a junior cross car, Lights car does have reverse, but they're inviting her to
come back.
To come back to the grid.
What's she doing now? Is it 'cause I think she can't see the lights. Fair enough. I mean, it's outside the grid stop. I'm not sure it's really allowed, but when you're on the back row, I think you can say fair enough. Are the lights in a different place to normal, do you think? Maybe a bit lower on the gantry? Chronomoto might move them overnight, you never know. I've seen Chronomoto build a set of start lights before from Walmart. When a container didn't make it to America for Nitro, the Hungarian timekeepers went off to Walmart, some electrical store, bought all the bits and made some start lights. Pretty impressive, really, aren't they, as a bunch? Front row, Anderson, Darback, then it's Larsen and Hagstrom on row 2, Cake at the back. Good start by Anderson, also by Darback. Anderson's got the inside line here. Larsen is up the inside of Darback, trying to go around the outside in turn 2. Darback holds on though. So Anderson leads from Darback, Larsen and Hampus Hagstrom. Hagstrom on the back of Larsen. So this is key now. I suppose really the interesting battle here is, does Hagstrom manage to get through to a final on his debut in Supercar Lights?
I think he's qualified out. Yeah, I think he probably has the pace on Larsen, who's not debut, but it's his maiden season at this level. So I think probably Hagstrom will get the better of Larsen, but that's not to take anything away from Larsen. It's just what I think may happen. But let's see. Larsen has been impressive in the last couple of weekends, having made his debut in Valkenswaard, and clearly under the Linneman promotion banner is learning very quickly indeed.
Hampus Hagstrom went joker and came back out in front of Phoebe Cake. I thought he might do. So just taking advantage of Phoebe needing to learn these cars a bit more. Hagstrom has gone in and out on lap 1. That's a great move, Hal. Can now just focus on the outline. So will Larsen go from P3? Let's see if Larsen goes from P3.
We haven't seen it, but yeah.
No, hasn't gone. So Larsen hasn't gone.
And you can see the gaps visibly closing. So I think this is Hagstrom's position to lose, I think, come the end of the race, based on their relative pace. Let's have a look at their lap times this time around. The first real comparison we've got. Larsen's done a 52.6 and Hagstrom's done a 51.7. So that's a second quicker, basically, give or take a little bit. Some stuff in the comments. Let's see. Some chat about Robert's Vittles. Yeah, he's a weapon. Who did Vittles buy his RX2 from? Vittles' Supercar Lights is the Ben Philip Gunderson car that used to be run by JC Race Technique.
I love this with Hal. Absolutely fantastic.
Vettel's impressed with Strong, got recent experience. Yeah, true. What does Hal think of Baku New Puma? Personally, like to see him do open two-wheel drive event with it. Yeah, I would love Andreas to come and do an open two-wheel drive event. That would be cool.
Especially against the likes of Tiger and Johansson.
I think a lot of that will depend how he gets on this weekend in the Norwegian Championship, and then we can see how it goes. The rules in the Norwegian Championship have changed a lot for this year. Knut Ove Borsef, for example, is now using a turbocharged car, whereas previously turbos haven't been allowed.
Is Andreas' turbo?
Yeah, it sounds like it, doesn't it?
That's what I thought in the videos.
It sounded the test videos, it sounds like a supercar, doesn't it? So those rules are changing, and the rules have been quite stagnant in Sweden and Norway for quite a long time, and that's why the classes have been so strong, because there's been real stability in the rule set. Now open two-wheel drive has been such a success in RallyX, that's sort of being adopted a bit more in Sweden and Norway, so I think we could see some of those drivers come and do some of the northern rounds. It'd be great to see Andreas come with that brilliant shaped car, brand new. It'd be good to see what he can do.
Darback's gone in. Yeah, agreed, Hal. Nice to see somebody building something different, isn't it? Obviously, we know M Sport run the Pumas in the WRC, but good to see Andreas going, you know what, I'm going to build one. I'm going to build something new. Okay, in the background, I wonder if Cake's had a big shunt. So Cake's gone off. That looks like turn 3 to me. No, maybe not. Oh, that's hard to tell, Hal. It's because turn 3 doesn't go that far right.
Yeah, it's there's a grandstand in the background.
Yes.
So it's between 3 and 4.
Is it here on the right? So there it is, there it is. So yeah, so Phoebe's had an off down there, unfortunately. That is a quick corner. I reckon she's probably dropped a wheel in the dirt on the outside. But she looks like she's okay. So Lucas Anderson, Tobias Darback. I was wanting to see, Hagstrom's got last end when last end went in, but I reckon Darback went to cover Hagstrom, you know, because Hagstrom was coming in hot in the background. Final lap, Lucas Anderson goes in. It's going to be Anderson, the hot shoe of this category at the moment, up against local, a newcomer to the category, Roberts Vittels. Through the right-hander comes Anderson. Darback is on the outside, but isn't close enough. Hampus Hagstrom is right there with him. It's a great performance from Hagstrom to make it through to the final on his debut race weekend. Debut race day even, double header. But Anderson, Darback and Hagstrom go through. Larsen, P4, and Phoebe Cake, unfortunately, a DNF.
The Lights final is going to be
it's good,
very
isn't it?
competitive, isn't it?
So cars heading back to the grid area. We'll have a look at some replays and results while they get Phoebe's car recovered, and then of course we just have the semi-finals for open four-wheel drive to come. Phoebe's out the car, that's the most important thing, and Hal, we've described this a lot of times, but modular front end should be okay, shouldn't it?
And Team Fair End in the awning. Here is Eric Foran having a look behind us at the damage, making a bit of an assessment, but yeah, I've no doubt they can get that car fixed.
Childy looks walking back, so, okay.
Seen it all before, isn't he?
He has seen it all before, and it is the end of the day, meaning that there's no rush. He hasn't made the final. You've got all night to fix it ahead of Q1. You'd be more annoyed if it was. It'd be harder work if it was Q2 and you needed it in Q3.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see if we see what happened to Phoebe during this race.
So that's one of our cameramen looking for Phoebe through the crowd, then comes through here. So does she drop a wheel on the outside of the dirt? She comes in. No, she doesn't. Oh, ooh, that did go in hard. That did go in hard. I thought she was going to drop a wheel on the dirt on the outside, but...
What a drive from Lucas Anderson today. He has really put the demons of Valkenswaard behind him, and Montenegro, where it was tough for him as well. And now we're seeing the sort of potential that he's showed so often in the past.
Right, that's it for the semi-finals from Supercar Lights. We've just got the open four-wheel drive semi-finals to come. So stay with us. We'll get this car recovered, and we'll be back very shortly. Open four-wheel drive semi-finals from Riga in Latvia. Day one up here in the northern region. Here's your lineup for semi-final number one. Maiko Tam on the pole. From Victor Franks, row two is Philip Martinsson and Anton Seppa. And then we've got two FC2s at the back, Elias Svensson and Fraser It's a pretty start in the front row for the two supercars. Victor Franks moves across and puts a squeeze on Tam. He can try and go around the outside. Martinsson gets in the boot. Svensson round the outside. From the back row, Svensson almost up into P3. Martinsson with damage on the front of the car. Victor Franks with a bit of contact with Seppa in the background.
Franks has been absolutely mugged in the first couple of corners. You can see where that came from because Martinsson's bonnet is pushed up from when he got into the rear. Oh, Victor Franks in turn one. Franks has also been in the rear of someone else because you can see that bodywork hanging off, as you say, Andrew, but that did not work out for the Belgian star at all.
And brilliant by Svensson from the back row of the grid up into P3 in the FC2. So it's all about the starts in the FC2 at the minute in terms of lap time. Will Franks dare to go Joker? He does. So Franks has gone Joker on lap one. And that's well, basically, he's in traffic. He hasn't got a lot of choice. He's lucky in that I don't think there's anybody really slow in this race. It shouldn't compromise him.
Yeah, Seppa was really quick earlier on in the finish. Skoda.
So yeah, damage to the front of that, damage to the front of Martinsson's car. Fraser McConnell is now into P4 and he's the last of the cars that hasn't Joker, so he may go this lap how to cover off Franks behind him. Remember, the top three go through.
Svensson is all over the back of Martinsson. I don't know if McConnell will go this time around, Andrew, because McConnell's already on, Franks is already onto the back of the McConnell Martinsson Svensson train. Will McConnell stay out and hope that something happens around
Svensson
him?
will go if Martinsson doesn't, and he does. So Svensson goes in, Fraser McConnell stays out.
The only option for McConnell was to stay out there. That's a decision you have to make from the driver's seat, not to go into that alternative extra route.
So can now Fraser McConnell close down the gap to Martinsson in front. Svensson comes out behind Victor Franks. That's our train of cars that have jokered. Franks and Svensson. McConnell, Martinsson and Tam still to go, and look at Franks all over. Franks will get compromised here a bit by Fraz, but Fraz doesn't care how. He wants to shut the gap down on Martinsson.
Franks is absolutely flying here, Andrew. 48.9 last time around compared to a 49.4 for race leader Maiko Tam. But Franks is right onto the rear of Fraser McConnell now, and that is not going to help the Belgian star in any way.
So does Fraz go now or not? He doesn't have to. He'll want to close down on Martinsson. Gets a nudge from the rear.
Fraser
McConnell, is he going to go? He doesn't. Fraser stays out because he's chasing Martinsson. He knows we can get the overlap on Martinsson. How far back is Seppa? How we'll try and figure out between McConnell and Seppa.
Seppa's got a problem in the background, so that's not going to be an issue.
So top three, Maiko Tam is well up the road. Philip Martinsson here is your P2 man. So McConnell and Franks at the minute are P3 and P4.
McConnell's car's looking very loose, isn't it? I wonder if the tyres have just had enough for whatever he's using at the moment. Has he got a left rear puncture?
Oh, Franks nearly pushes him round.
He has left rear puncture for Fraser McConnell. Yes, I am sure.
So Fraz's car moving around. Hal thinks the rear left is going down, but he's still closing down on Martinsson in front.
I could be wrong.
Well, we're often wrong, but we don't mind having a go. Now he's on the back of Martinsson. So Martinsson, Franks gives McConnell another nudge. He doesn't need that right now. If Martinsson goes, Fraser needs not to. Franks will be annoyed by this, but Fraz is right to stay out, and he's got to try and get the overlap and go in. They've also got to watch for Svensson behind now to see if Svensson gets the overlap. Where's it? How far off the back of Franks is Svensson? There's only a couple of seconds. Svensson might get McConnell here.
There's no obligation to Joker and let Franks through. Oh, they've gone under. Oh, Franks has dropped it. Franks has spun in turn one.
So Franks has gone round, piling the pressure on. He might miss out here. If Fraser McConnell can get in and out in front of him, Franks is going to miss the final.
And that would be tactical genius from Fraser McConnell, who definitely doesn't have a puncture, to correct myself from earlier. There's
Look
the contact.
at the damage.
Franks has got into the rear and then had to spin.
Several times. Right, Maiko Tam leads and he's miles out in front. This is the battle that we want to see on the last lap. So Victor Franks is right up behind Elias Svensson, but the Jamaican driver Fraser McConnell is absolutely key to all of this. McConnell will peel off to the left and goes in the Joker. If he gets out in front of Victor Franks, he's going to hold on to Maiko Tam coming around the left-hander, watching the background for the merge. Here comes McConnell over the Joker lap. Victor Franks is there. Svensson, is he going to hold him up enough? On the inside line, Fraser McConnell. Franks comes around the outside in the Peugeot and just denies the Jamaican. Fraser McConnell did everything he could there.
Very respectful from Fraser. He could have opened the steering and forced Franks really wide, but instead went tight. actually compromised himself a little bit. He could have run the nose deeper, but
I
what
think,
a race. What a semi-final.
Yeah, and Franks would have made it a lot easier, wouldn't he, if he hadn't. If he had, our CrossCar man come to pick up his camera. Brilliant. Well done, dude. Come on round, come on round. So we're all we're back on cans in here after a brilliant semi-final. Our CrossCar driver who lost his. Will you tell us?
Well, I was going over the Joker, the jump in the Joker, and I just put this on, and it's just fell straight down, right on my balls.
Oh no way!
It hurt so bad.
Really?
Yes.
While you were driving?
Yeah.
Where did you finish?
I don't remember. 16th.
Okay.
I think.
Oh right. Okay. So this was the reason though.
Yes,
Yeah.
so
absolutely.
very much.
But you didn't throw it out the window, did you? You tried to keep
I
it.
put it under my seat, but it just fell out.
Oh no!
We weren't sure if you'd thrown it out, like if it was sitting on your lap and distracting you, because we could see it was in your lap and not on the floor.
Yeah.
And then we saw your hand come down for it on the footage, and then we saw it go tick, 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 down the road, and that was it.
Yeah, but I came out in the pits and I tried filling around. I couldn't find it. So
it's gone. It's gone. My camera's
lost.
gone. Amazing.
We're going to see the footage, mate.
Right, have a look at this. Have a look at this. You'll like this. So here you are. Look.
Oh, you found it.
Yeah. Here we go. Look. Watch.
Yeah, straight on my balls.
Boom.
Yeah.
In the department.
The vegetables.
And now he's going.
It hurts so bad. I tried putting it under and it just fell out.
Bye. There you go.
But it's still alive.
Mate, no, it's not even smashed up that badly. We thought that.
The cameras just be broken.
Well, mate, you've got an insanely good social media clip there. Make sure you include the bit about the balls. That's fantastic.
Yeah. We need that.
Well done, man. Nice one. See you later. That's brilliant. Right, there we go. That's amazing. Managing to return a camera live on TV with a bit of detective work and the footage. That is absolutely fantastic, isn't it? Right, what's going on? Where are we? Got another semi or are we done?
Semi-final 2.
We have semi-final 2. Are we recovering anyone? Oh, Victor Vranks, we're hearing the car's broken. So Vranks' team then are going to have a job on their hands to get that ready. So Vranks' car, Vranks has made it and Fraser McConnell has not. But if Vranks' car can't be repaired, look at the damage on the front of that where they've been into the back of Fraz. I imagine Fraz will be a little bit annoyed about that. I understand Vranks wanting to lean on him too, though. Of course, Vranks had to joker early. There's all sorts of things which contribute to him being further down the order. And then I totally understand why Fraser stayed out to chase after Martinson and people jokering out of his way. What are you going to do? So Fraser had to stay out. There are the Forks of Doom. The Manitou, that'll lift up the 208 and we'll plonk that on the back of the flatbed and get it back to the paddock. So a repair job to do for the Vranks squad ahead of the finals. The finals were supposed to start at 7:15, but that's in 10 minutes' time. So we'll bring an update on the start time for the finals just as soon as we have it. Got a little replay of this. So this was Frank. Oh, he rode up the back of Fraz. So he hit Fraz in turn 1. And then the car went round. Okay, yeah, so... Yeah, okay. Well, that's where the extra damage on the back of Fraser's car came from. So I don't know that he'd be over the moon about that, but there we go. That is racing. I'll switch the lights on. It's getting a bit dark. Not so dark that you can't quite see us. But so we're going to finish off the recovery with Vranks' car. So that's coming back to the Headstrom squad who are over in the main paddock over the other side. The OMSE pit down this side here next to the start-finish straight. Turn 1 right behind me. Lovely big Estonian flag coming through. I love this place. It's a fantastic city. I always say to people, if you're going to come to an event, this is a brilliant one to come to. It's 20 minutes from the airport to the centre of the city, and it's 20 minutes from the centre of the city to the track. Amazing. Yes, old, I say, Soviet era park here with that brilliant track and right behind us. Wonderful grandstand viewing. And as Stephanie and Peter McConnell said earlier today, there's some fantastic food to be had in Riga. We went to a brilliant restaurant last night. I was talking about it earlier. All stickers on the door, and you're like, oh, I'm not sure about this. Went down the stairs, and there was a load of wood piled up there, so I was like, oh, I'm really not sure about this. And then we went in, there was a band playing, everyone's sitting around eating, there was nowhere left to sit and eat. The barman was like, pull up a stool to the bar, we sat on it there. Good times, so get yourself to a RallyX event if you can. And if you can't, go and buy yourself some merchandise. You can look like us in these cool clothes. Shop.rallyx.se. I could join one of those shopping channels, couldn't I? Oh, look at this mattress, it's so comfortable. Peter, what's going on? Peter, what's going on? Who are you chatting with? Rainis? No? Peter's just off the side of the camera. He's being shy. He's not coming on. But he's Hal's gone to make a tea. He's having a biscuit too. Is that a fresh tea, Rich? Nice one. That's Hal. Look, Hal, what have you done to your mug? Look, show the viewers what you did so that we can tell all the mugs apart. Hal's got a little shiny sticker on his, and I haven't. Thanks, mate. How much milk have you put in that? Is that a weak tea, Hal? Is that a child's tea? Oh, thank you, mate. I appreciate it.
Make your own.
Oh, yeah, no, I know. There is that. Okay, well, come on, what's going on? Directors, we can't see anything on this camera, so show us another camera so we can see what's going on. If they've got Franks' car, that's better. Franks' car is coming back. Hal, you missed the replay. Can we see the replay again, please, of Franks in turn 1 with McConnell for Hal, because he was in tea-making mode at the time.
I thought we were going off there, to be honest.
Yeah, so did I. We had another semi-final to go. Let's see that replay again of turn 1, Hal, and you will then see what we've seen. They're just queuing it up, I'm sure, in Stockholm. No, we're not. We're going to go to the start, are we? Nobody's speaking to me, so I've got no idea. That's fine. Everything's fine. Replay is frozen. Thank you very much, Calla. That's what we need to know, so we won't be looking at the replay right now. We've got our cars on the grid for semi-final number 2. If you guys can hear the birds in the background on the... Can you hear the birds, Al, on the audio?
Yeah, it's lovely.
It's really cool. It reminds me of a rally. If you've ever been at a rally, stood in the forest, it's all just bird song, and then you just hear like a couple of miles away, and then slowly you hear more anti-lag.
For those that don't know, rallying is just rallycross with single cars.
Yeah, in a forest, yeah. Oh yeah, but it's not as good as rallycross, definitely. But there is something about being somewhere as beautiful as a forest and just listening to birds singing, and then suddenly someone comes through in a livid rally car. Right, anti-lag switches are getting switched on, which means we're ready to go. Janus Baumanis, Joni Tapainen, Ulrich Linnemann, Mikko Ikonen, Kasper Janssen and Bruno Blumberg's away from the line. It's a good start on the outside of the front row by Tapainen. Ikonen is inside on row 2, also gets into the rear of Tapainen. Ikonen hooked up on the wall and disappears. Linnemann gets into P3, so Ikonen, is he retired? Has he broken that? Ikonen gets away. Out front, Baumanis leads from Tapainen, and in P3, Ulrich Linnemann.
This is a big ask for Kasper Janssen against this list of supercar machines to try and make it through to the pro final to end the day today. Up front though, Baumanis, the home hero, is not having things all his own way, is he? But certainly at the front of the order at the moment, ahead of the reigning champion, Joni Tapainen.
Hal, we're not having an FC2 final, are we, today, because there's only 3 in the field, so actually they're all going to be in the, what can they qualify for, the AM final as well?
Final, yeah.
Yeah, so they can qualify for AM and the Pro final, so still a couple of finals from this afternoon. Baumanis and Tapainen, Linnemann, I'd love to see him get a result today. You feel like the bloke's constantly battling something, don't you? And to have put that wiring loom together after the mess it was in this morning and to get back out and now be all over the back of the reigning champion Tapainen is impressive.
Yeah, usually he's always in the thick of it, isn't he, in terms of repairing the car. If ever they've got the gearbox out or fixing the wiring loom or what have you, he's the one in the middle of all of it, and he's the one that prepares the cars at home. He knows exactly what every nut and bolt needs to be done into the Joker lap for Ulrich Linnemann.
So this is going to free up Kasper Janssen. Janssen stays on the standard lap on your right-hand side. Janssen has now got to smash in a couple of perfect laps and try to get somewhere near the back of Tapainen. Now, if he can't, and Linnemann manages to keep the gap as it is, Linnemann should get through with the supercar pace. But looking at lap times, it's hard to tell, really. Janssen's 50.1 is only 0.6 off the fastest lap of Janus Baumanis. So Kasper Janssen's going well here, Hal. It's just a question of how long he stays out and whether he tries to cover off Lindemann immediately. I'm not sure he will. I think he'll stay out.
Yeah, I think the sensible thing to do in his position would be to stay out, but I might give up trying to predict Joker strategy today because I haven't been great at it, have I? But Tapine goes to Janssen, definitely won't go in this time around.
That's right, that's Howell the definite. So what's going to happen?
Yeah, he stayed out. Of course he stayed out.
So Casper has stayed out. Now he could do with a bad merge in the background here, couldn't he, between Tapine and Lindemann. But that's not there, and the positions that they're in would suggest that when Janssen goes, he will drop behind these two. So Lindemann in P4 is trying to get the overlap here on Casper Janssen in P2. Yannis Palmanis is clearly out front with a gap of 3.1 over the previous car and 5.3 over Ulrich Lindemann. Tapine's car spitting flames out the back. Great camera up on the Armco barrier there too. Is Janssen going to go this time with 2 laps to go? His game's up really, Hal, is it? Look at the following train, he's going to stay out. They're too close. So no option for Casper Janssen really but to just sit tight and see whether or not anything happens to these guys. Elias Svensson is going to be the only FC2 in the final at this rate, but that depends on Victor Franks and Fraser McConnell, whether Rainey says anything about any of the incidents. I'm not sure he will, to be honest, but he might. But also on whether or not they can repair Franks' Peugeot in time.
Then it goes back to the reserves rather than who you beat in your semi-final, doesn't it? Normally.
Okay, yeah. Are there reserves in RallyX? They weren't, were they, last time we checked?
Well,
they
haven't been previously, no, and we need to chat about that.
Oh, Janssen's dropped it on the brakes. Janssen goes wide, trying to hold on, lights the throttle up, keeps it out of the wall. That is a great bit of car control from Casper Janssen. That is McRae in Malaysia going off backwards in an Impreza. At full throttle, that is the business, keeping that out the wall. Great job. But Balmanis takes the checkered flag at home in Latvia to go through to pole in the final. No, P2 it'll be one because Tam won the other one, and Tam was the TQ, so they'll be on the front row together. Tapainen and Lindemann as well. Casper Janssen with the save of the day, saving his team any more work on that car because he's had some done already this year. Blumbergs and Ikonen not going to make it either.
Tapainen's best lap was only 3 tenths off by Manis's there, so this could be a great final.
Right. Yannis Balmanis wins semi-final 2 from Tapainen and Lindemann. Janssen, Blumbergs and Ikonen are out for today. Double header though, so they'll be back tomorrow. Day one in Riga, Latvia, Pikanieki Tras. That's Latvian for track, if you didn't know. Svedland, Manisto, Pira, Isak Cetra, Stubruk, Fredriksson and Antila are your lineup for semi-final one of Junior CrossCar. There's your green light. Stubruk Fredriksson with a good start on the back row in the number 4, but not going to get there first. P2 Pira looks to the inside line, but Svedland is going to get there ahead of Manisto. Nicely done by Svedland.
Poor Peter Pira rotated in the first corner and out of the fight for the podium. What a shame with such a strong run so far today. Isak Cetra runs wide on the exit of turn 3 and Fredriksson is also all over the back of Antila, is it, in the background. Svedlin, though, under big pressure from Manisto up front.
Yeah, Manisto had a look, didn't he, on the way into turn 4. Long jump down, and Manisto taking slightly wide line. Svedlin is just being a little defensive on the way in, and he can afford to do that for a couple of laps to try and get himself a bit of breathing space. As the field pans out behind, then the strategy will open up. Remember, the juniors don't have spotters. They've got to figure that out for themselves. Light is dropping, isn't it?
Lovely evening light here on the outskirts of the Latvian capital city, Riga. And Manisto, I think, Andrew, is right up there. I know everyone's championing Robert Svitals at his home round, but Manisto showing amazingly on a debut weekend.
Yeah.
To be challenging Carl Svedlin, who has been the class of the field in junior cross car so far this year in RallyX.
Manisto also managing to take a look and then not lose time. So many times you see someone have a look and it's not really a serious look and compromise their exit. Manisto is having a look at the inside, making Svedlin look in the mirrors all the time, and he isn't losing time on the exits. It's a good drive.
And this is where the experience of the driver ahead really counts, is that you force yourself not to look in the mirrors.
Don't panic.
Because
if you know you're on the limit, you know they're not going to be there.
Also, if they are there, then they've made the mistake. You're not going to jump out of their way if they make a big lunge, and that was the old Senna thing, wasn't it? Or that was a bit like racing Liam Duran in a stock edge car. I can speak from personal experience. Was you go for the optimistic lunge, assuming people are going to jump out your way. If you just sort of terrify people into moving out the way, don't you?
Yeah.
So the best thing to do is to not look at what's going on behind.
Yeah, don't check. Don't check, just get late on the brakes and get the door shut. Svedlin now starting to stick to his own racing lines, driving out wide after a couple of attempts by Manisto. Everybody has jokered behind them, so Stubrick, Fredriksson, Antila, Pira, etc. have all jokered. So it really is a race between these two. And I guess it's a case of whether or not they feel they've got enough of a gap. I think they've got enough gap to go now. Manisto could go now and does. So Manisto goes with a gap of 7.3 to Stubrick, Fredriksson. So as long as Manisto holds on to this position, and bearing in mind just dropped a wheel off in the Joker, Fredriksson is not there on the outside line, so round comes Manisto.
Manisto right to the perimeter of the circuit there in the Joker, using all of the road, maintaining that momentum. It's so important to do that, Andrew, when you're so limited on the power output. You really need to make a nice radius of the corners.
So does Svedlin go now, Hal, with 2 laps to go to cover Manisto?
100%.
Because I think Manisto's quick enough to go.
100%. You can't risk potential issue there, so yeah, 100% I would go now.
Right, so here comes Manisto. Watch out for where Svedlin is, and does Svedlin go into the Joker lap or not? We really want to see the leader when he goes in. There is Manisto on a big push. Where's Svedlin? Over on the right-hand side, there he is. He's going to go Joker this time, surely, yes. So Svedlin fears enough the pace of Manisto to try and cover Manisto off on this one. Manisto's had a big charge lap that you've just been watching. Manisto coming up over the right-hander now. Here's Svedlin into the Joker exit. Manisto going to come through the final corner. Will they go high-low and try and get a better exit? But Svedlin's got enough.
What a great lap from Carl Svedlin, because Manisto was on a push there.
Big
Svedlin has delivered massively.
Lovely stuff watching Manisto really trying hard to close down that gap, but actually Svedlin has come out the Joker, Hal, with some breathing space.
Brilliant weekend for Svedlin in Holland just a couple of weeks ago, but now's when it really matters. And Manisto backs it in into turn 4, beautifully hugs the apex at the middle of that very difficult corner. It's multi-apex if you want it to be, and he made a single corner out of it. Brilliant job. Carl Svedlin, though, really is the class of the field at the moment in junior cross car.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant job. Looking back, Svedlin last year was 4th in the championship with 4 podiums. Has already had 4 podiums this year. Svedlin got P3 at the first round in Portugal and has won 3 times in a row since then. Now Svedlin makes it 4 against a much deeper field here. Carl Svedlin with the win in Latvia, 4 wins in a row. Manisto took the fight to him.
Manisto's delighted. You can just tell by the attitude of the car going over the line.
Brilliant. And that's Pira's made it back up to P3, Hal.
From being backwards in turn 1. What a brilliant job. 2 fins on the podium.
But it is a Swede on the top step. Oh, that sounds like donuts somewhere, Hal, to me. Just a little one, maybe. Here's another look at the start. So watch Pira in the 16, because it looks like Pira's going to have a look at the inside of Svedlin in the first corner. Okay, so we'll ditch the replays. Apologies, might have another look at that later. But yeah, Pira had that problem in turn 1 and did well to fight back to P3. Manisto with a great fight against Svedlin. Svedlin will know he's up against it, but 4 wins in a row is an outstanding performance from Carl Svedlin. 5 podiums, 4 wins. That is your CrossCar Junior favourite for 2025.
As we watch the Pro-Am 4-wheel drive final line-up, Fraser McConnell is very late to the grid. They just pushed the car out the awning moments ago during that junior cross-car race. And we're missing someone as well at the back. Let me... It's Bloomberg's.
So I wonder if they're waiting, maybe giving him 1 extra minute to get to the grid.
It's been a tight turnaround, hasn't it, after the Open 4-wheel drive Pro, or the Open 4-wheel drive semi-finals.
Well,
Pro being including everybody,
yeah.
And then obviously the AM final coming quite quickly. And the reason the AM final is quite early is to give those that are in both the AM and the Pro final time to turn around. So
which is going to be, looking at it, Fraz can be in it, Svensson can be in it, Janssen. They didn't let these guys do the AM final before, did they? But because there's no FC2 final here, because there's only the 3 of them, who else is in this? Ikonen.
Ikonen won't be in the Pro final.
What about Seppa?
Won't be in the Pro final.
Right, okay, so it's actually, so it's the 3 FC2s then, isn't it? Who's made it? Only Svensson, wasn't it?
And McConnell.
No, McConnell didn't make it. But
depending on what happens
with Franks. But that also.
But then there's no you don't get up, so McConnell's not in it either.
Well, unless there's a penalty for Franks for the contact. We haven't heard anything from race control.
Yeah. Oh, I can look.
Fraz is. Hal. I just called Hal Fraz. We're near Jamaica enough. Hal is looking at penalties to see if there's any further action.
Why are you punching my pig?
Yeah. That's my favourite story Fraz has ever told. We'll have to get him to tell it on air at some point. Brilliant. Brilliant. That was a restaurant near Brussels Eurostar station on the way back from Holland. Why punch my pig? Just brilliant. Fraser, you legend.
Oh, so breaking news, Victor Franks has had a penalty for that semi-final for unnecessary pushing.
Does that put Fraz into the final?
It's about to come on the notice board.
Okay,
apparently.
so Hal's looking at the notice board. Now we're hearing from race control via our talk back, but we're going to get this final underway first of all. So Fraser McConnell
is there.
in the Bloomberg's has pulled up to the back. Here we go then, 4-wheel drive AM final. Seppa and Ikonen on the front row, Svensson and Janssen on row 2, McConnell and Bloomberg's on row 3. The FC2s can go in both finals at the minute. Only Svensson has qualified, but Fraser McConnell might do, depending on the penalties from earlier on today. And as I say that McConnell goes backwards off the grid, Svensson's got a good start, but Seppa's into turn 1 first. Svensson inside Ikonen, now to the outside. Svensson's done that all day long and pulls it off again. Elliot Svensson's been the class of FC2 today, and that is why.
Ikonen much more aggressive in the first couple of corners, had nearly clipped the wall, got rotated around the end of the barrier, managed to hang on to P3, and now Ikonen really has a good opportunity here to get past Svensson if the Joker strategy plays out. He also gives a good opportunity into, I would say, turn 3 next time around if he can make the move, stick and stay close enough. Janssen, though, absolutely flying in the background just ahead of Fraser McConnell at the moment.
So Fraser McConnell, we're waiting on finding out if there's a penalty. We know there's a penalty for Franks from the semi-final earlier. If it's enough of a penalty, then he may be in both the FC2 and the Pro and the AM final. As Svensson is so sideways trying to hold off Ikonen with the extra horsepower of the supercar behind. Casper Janssen has gone Joker on the first lap, and that's released Fraser McConnell up 1 more position. So after a bad start, the Jamaicans into P4, but Seppa leads. It's a commanding lead at the moment over Elias Svensson. Ikonen, you get the impression, could go maybe a bit quicker, but Svensson's doing a brilliant job here in the FC2. Development work all day long today from Kevin Eriksson, who is running the car after each of the races, the FC2, the development car, to try and get a bit of extra pace. How, what you found?
Franks 1 second penalty in the semi-final, which puts him behind Fraser McConnell. Franks won't be in the Pro-Am final, and McConnell will be indeed.
Right, so McConnell and Svensson then?
McConnell and Svensson,
so
yeah.
McConnell and Svensson will be the only drivers that will do both finals then. So they've got to think of that a bit, but I think right now all they're thinking of is what step on the podium can they get onto?
Absolutely, you want to win every race you're in, don't you? That's the mentality of a racing driver, and Svensson is doing a brilliant job here to hold off one of the best rallycross cars built in the history of the sport. So Anton Sepä, though, what a great job he's doing. Another young driver coming out of Finland, did a brilliant job in Kouvola last season. I'm sure he was in the Dynamo Hyundai last year from memory when we were up in Kouvola, but he's absolutely running away with this.
Look at the accuracy there, Hal, from both Svensson and Ikonen on that right-hand barrier. McConnell in the back, and you hear the sun guards crashing down. Ikonen now starts to get a bit more pressing with Svensson. He dives off to the Joker.
I think Svensson should have jokered then, Andrew. He was on the way in. You would have covered Ikonen beautifully there if Svensson had jokered.
Yeah, Fraser McConnell's closed the gap down on Svensson here too. Now he's Ikonen get into a fight with Kasper Janssen.
No, he's too far ahead,
too far back. So Janssen, looking at the timing screens, it looked like Janssen might have dropped behind Blumberg, I reckon, when he joked and then had to pass him on track, but he has done that. So Fraser McConnell up into third now from behind Svensson, but they're in a train. And it's Ikonen and Janssen who are the danger men behind. It's how long does their Joker lap take?
McConnell has quickly closed on the back of Svensson here. I wonder if there's something going on with Svensson's car, because McConnell has really closed that gap up.
Or has Fraz used different tyres, Hal? Because they've all got potentially new tyres this weekend, haven't they? I'm not sure. Are they allowed to use 2 sets in a day? I can't remember.
They are indeed, yeah. So he could have saved his tyres for this.
Yeah.
Not knowing he needs them for the pro final in a few minutes' time.
Now a penalty, so now he's up to P2. So Svensson has gone. This might be to cover off Ikonen, but is it going to be enough? Svensson's a little bit wide. Ikonen's coming around the outside. Elias Svensson's done a brilliant lap in the FC2, and he holds on to the position ahead of Ikonen. That's fantastic, but it could mean that Fraser McConnell does the same thing, Hal.
It could indeed, especially if these two get caught together. Ikonen will have a look down on the inside into turn 3. Isn't quite close enough. Opens up the corner on the way in. He's going to go to the left-hand side on the way down into turn 4, but he's not close enough. Brilliant defensive driving from Elias Svensson.
Fraser McConnell closed the gap down to Svensson on the last lap. We don't know if the Jamaican's using new tyres or not. He's not going to get Sepä because they're going to joker together on this one. These two fighting for what might be P3, might be P2. It depends what happens with Fraz in front. Seppa's in the Joker. Let's get up to the emergency. Here comes Sepä now on the outside of the Joker lap. Fraser McConnell's with him too. McConnell through the dust in the background, watching on the outside line. Elias Svensson's coming through, but McConnell's done it surely. Round the left-hander, McConnell with a brilliant drive. Sepä takes the win. Fraser McConnell up to P2. Elias Svensson P3, and that is fantastic for those two drivers in the FC2s.
What a brilliant Joker strategy from Fraser McConnell's spotter to keep him out and let Ikonen and Svensson fight. Elias Svensson drove so well there to hold Mikko Ikonen back. But we must talk about Anton Sepä. What a brilliant performance from the young Finn in the Skoda to lead that race throughout. And you know someone's had a brilliant drive when they disappear out front and you're watching the battles behind to finish second and third.
Wonderful stuff. So watch this start here. Hopefully you're going to get the replays while the replay's on. Come on, let's go replay machine. Give it a kick, someone. No. Replay machine, no.
But it was all on the start for Sepä, wasn't it? Making the start and getting out of turn 2 in that position was really what it was all about.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame. But Anton Sepä takes it from Fraser McConnell, who fought his way up, to be fair. We saw from the drone it was a bad start. He closed the gap down on Elias Svensson, who I think has driven brilliantly all day. So 3 very deserving podium steppers in the 4-wheel drive AM final. shop.rallyx.se if you'd like to get yourselves some merch from this brilliant series. Merch, buy. Gotta catch them all.
That's what my little boy says when I leave. Bye. Still sounds weird.
That's a different buy, Hal. But I get it. As a journalist, I know you understood there was a difference between the 2 meanings. Bye. Perhaps we can get him on here doing the sales. Bye.
He'd be better than me.
Well, maybe. Okay, so that's Rainis Nitish with Joe Norton, who is spotting for Victor Franks. Rainis up there explaining the penalties. They're saying, look, we're not happy about it. And that's live pictures from race control. This is what they deal with. And to be fair, the guys are there. They're putting their side of the argument across. Rainis will look at the various different bits of footage. Of course, the reason they're there now is that this means Victor does not make the final, and that's why they're up there and they're so desperate to fight their side. If it was after the final, it would be much calmer, and Rainis would have much longer to look at onboards and stuff. He doesn't have any time, just going to make a call based on this. He's very, very good at it.
Victor Franks with all the racing driver speak, the waving arms, the where I loaded the car up, where I got hit.
But also, look now, I'm calm, I'm a good boy, I'll do whatever you tell me. It's body language is pretty fascinating. Rainis has got his cans on now.
Because he's got a race to run.
Yeah, we have got to get racing underway, so they might have to wait their appeal. Let's go. We're going to go racing. They'll have to keep their argument going. CrossCar on the grid and good to go from Bikanjeki, Riga in Latvia. This should be pretty epic. We've got some new drivers in here who can make things difficult. Armin Rag, your top qualifier and your pole sitter with Lucas Orav. Then it's Martin Ugar and Vettel Tree, Frederick Martin and Thomas Eek Merstad. So it's Martin and Rag who are the two that I'm really looking at as being not, mega regulars. Rag is brand new. Has Frederick Martin been before or not? I can't remember him being here before. But Armin Rag on a debut in what is arguably the hotbed of CrossCar in Europe. No, please don't say somebody's jump start. It's number 3, but we had a jump start on 3 earlier that was a false jump start. I didn't see whether Ugar moved or not. And they are actually even after, yes, of course, they all won their semis, so they're in the same order they were in quali. So Rag, Orav, Ugar qualified, Vettel Tree qualified 4th, Frederick Martin. So the only person who made it in from outside the top 6 in qualifying was Thomas Eek Merstad. Everybody else, the top 5, are in the same positions on the grid here as they were prior to the semi-finals. So they've done a great job all day long. Thomas Eek Merstad slightly in recovery mode after a DNF in Q1. P3, P5 in quali, P2 in his semi-finals to make it to the back of the grid. Could Eek Merstad do something special from there? Eek Merstad with 2 P2s and a win so far this year. Martin Ugar has been on the podium at every round. 3 P3s, 2 TQs he's had. He had a P2 last time out in Holland. The other regular podium finisher this year has been Alex Lindequist, who's not here. And Kobe Powell's, of course, also 2 podiums, a win and a P3 in Holland, not here either. So Ugar is being pushed back, which would suggest that it is a jump start for him. So we get confirmation from race control on whether that's a jump start or not. Okay, we think it's 2 not full starts, so we think it's potentially an issue with the timing, which they'll fix overnight. So we think no jump start to account for. Here we go. Rag, Orav, Ugar, 3, Martin and Eek Merstad. Oh, brilliant start for Martin on the back row. Tons of wheel spin down towards turn 1. Rag's going to get there first. No, Vettel Tree launches it round the outside, all the way into the whole shot. That's a brilliant start out in front of Armin Rag. That is insane.
What a step up in performance for Vettel Tree this season compared to last year, and that is what I'm talking about. That sort of composure in the first couple of corners to know that you can make that work. Brilliant job against the class of the field so far today in Rag.
Now he's in a new situation. Now you're on nose high over the jump. Vettel Tree late on the brakes, but not too late. Armin Rag right there. Now we've seen good joker tactics for you. Could joker on any lap here. P3 goes in, so Lucas Orav has gone in. Ugar stays out.
Tree's car looks so well set up. Coming out of the long left-hander there, the hairpin. It looks like he's got so much traction on the rear, he can pick the nose up. Brilliant job from the Norwegian driver at the moment, being hounded by a whole host of Estonians in the cars behind at their local RallyX venue.
Eek Merstad went joker on lap 1 with Orav, but I think Eek Merstad must have been a couple of seconds off the back. Didn't see what happened because I was so blown away by it. Look at that, the attitude on the brakes. Flames to the back of the exhaust of one of the cars in the background too, which is one of my favourite things about racing at this time of day, is you get to see things like low in brake disc and exhaust spitting flames. And tiny little lift there, Hal, before the jump crest.
Look at the car now. Look, he's jumped on the throttle. It looks like it really loads up the outside tyre. Looks like it's got loads of traction.
Rag's gone, Joker. Rag goes Joker. Ugar closing the gap down on 3 in front now that Rag's gone. So this is, now it's about, do you respond or do you stay out? Really hard work, isn't it, now for the spotters? This is hundreds between them.
They've got a great set of spotters in the JC Race Technique squad. No more so than Per Bjornsson, who will be in the spotters tower, and they will be working together.
Rag's out in front of Orav, Hal, but only by 0.5 of a second. So was that a response to Orav in the background?
Ugar's taken 0.3 of a second out of Tree that time around.
Fastest lap, look, fastest lap
but
of
it
the
doesn't
race.
really matter if you can't get through. It's all about the drivers behind and what pace they're doing.
So for me, so now, does Ugar go now? If Vettel 3 doesn't go to try and cover off in the background the fact that Rag has gone.
3 doesn't.
So here we go. 3 goes in, Ugar stays out, so Ugar's going to make a bid for victory here by staying out in the background. Watch for the merge. This is absolutely critical. It's Vettel 3 versus Armin Rag. Armin Rag coming around the outside with a big wing on the top of the car. Rag's going to maybe get this done on the exit. Looks to the inside line. Vettel 3 tries to park it. Rag knows. Inside. Job done. That is outrageous bit of racing between these two young drivers. Mega.
So close between them on the exit. Tree's going to have a look to the inside. No, he doesn't. Thinks better of it. The brake lights flick on. The left foot just dancing on the middle pedal in the cross car as they come down to turn 4. The nose dives on the car in second position in this battle.
Flames from the exhaust of Rag. This is absolute fire, this final, and that's just adding to it. Vettel 3 is under enormous pressure from Orav as well. This is the 3-car train. What is Ugar doing out front? Best lap 57.
Stays out.
His last lap stays out.
They both stay out.
They have. So Frederick Martin, where is Martin's game over for Martin, isn't it? Surely. No. Not yet.
Anybody can be on the podium at the moment because this fight for third is so close on track. Tree runs wide. Oh no, it's been turned around. What a shame for the Norwegian who's been so good in this final.
That's absolutely gutting. Orav and Tree with a problem. Oh no, denies us of a great finish, but not yet. Ugar still leads. Here is Ugar in the background. That is Frederick Martin, who hasn't jokered either. The gap this time round was 3.4. So it's Ugar now versus Armin Rag. 3 Estonians in the podium positions at the minute. Thomas Hickmerton up to P4, 7.3 off. I reckon it's going to be an Estonian lockout.
And Ugar's on an absolute flyer, just on another best lap of the race so far. He will joker this time around, followed by Frederick Martin into the final lap.
Watch for Rag in the background. Rag is on the inside line. Ugar on the outside. This is going to be incredibly close at the merge. Oh, he sends it over the curves on the inside. Oh, Rag around the outside. Ugar up the inside, but it is your top qualifier, Armin Rag, who takes the win here on his debut in RallyX. That's a brilliant performance by him. Ugar and Frederick Martin round out an all-Estonian podium. Mick Merstad in P4. Gutted for Vettel 3 and Lucas Orav, but my goodness me, they put on a show for us there.
What incredible composure from Rag. Lost the start, didn't have the position he wanted early on. He's been so quick today. It was that man there who got the best track position
that start
away from the line. Oh, Vettel 3 is absolutely devastated.
Start of the day. Look at this from row number 2. Oh no, I want to see the start. If we've got the look, I want to see that too. I want to see flames, and that's the kind of racing I want to see. Brilliant.
I'm gutted for Tree because that was a stunning performance. Unnecessarily turned around there by Orav.
Yeah, but then it was, did Orav go for the gap?
Sure, but it's always unnecessary when you come together like that. But what a stunning performance for not only Armin Rag, but for the new P-Tech Extreme and 3 different manufacturers of CrossCar on the podium here in Riga. Rag takes it from Ugar and Martin. P-Tech on top. Life Lift 10-11 and then a Speed Car Wonder. What a brilliant race. And the standout performer of RallyX so far this year, Thomas Hickmerstad, comes home in 4th.
Yeah, good recovery after a tricky day with a DNF in Q1, but that was absolutely brilliant. Ugar, Hal, that's Ugar's 5th podium in a row. Yeah, but still no win. So Ugar's had 3 P3s and 2 P2s, but still hasn't had the win. Looking back to last year, no, he didn't have a win either last year. So Ugar with 1 P3 last year has been knocking on the door.
I'm guessing.
Can he get it tomorrow?
I'm guessing as a bit of a live update, Victor Franks is now discussing life with Bert his father, and Joe Norton's on the phone and wandered off, so I suspect that they are
Game
not
over.
in
They're
the
not
final.
in the final for the looks of things. I've lost my list of finals. I have no idea where we are. It's far too exciting.
Supercar Lights.
Far too exciting. Yeah, it's just how many we've got left now. Where are we at? There it is. Three finals to go. Supercar Lights, Latvia, Riga. This should be interesting. Robert Vittels on the pole, the Latvian driver, flying the local flag at home. Lucas Anderson, the hot shoe of this category. Tobias Darbach and Julian Mounier. Kevin Darbach and Hampus Hagström on his debut, moving up from CrossCar. Who's going to get the whole shot, the run to the first corner? Vittels looks to have got an inside line nicely. Anderson thinks better.
Oh!
Darbach climbs up in the background. The two Darbachs close together. Mounier drops down to P5, but it is Vittels from Anderson up to turn 3.
That could so easily have been a cluster in turn 2, and actually they all managed to give each other a bit of room. Mounier, who gave a lot of room to Darbach in turn 1, is now run a little bit wide on the exit of 3, and sometimes you just wonder if a race is going to turn into not procession but a game of strategy rather than door-to-door racing. And the pace here, Andrew, I think is pretty representative in the race order, is representative as to where the pace has been so far today from the different drivers. We'll see what plays out.
I thought they'd do that. So the Darbachs, Kevin Darbach was in behind Tobias Darbach there, and I just thought if you've got two cars in, you know everyone's quick, you might as well joker one. All they were doing was getting pressure on one and the other one getting held up. So they've sent in Kevin Darbach and they've kept out Tobias Darbach.
Meanwhile, Hampus Hagström on his Supercar Lights debut is all over the back of Julian Mounier. We're looking at the race leader, Robert Vittels, racing at home on his second ever Supercar Lights start. Hagström in the background all over Mounier. Let's have a look at this battle for a fifth on track, or fourth and fifth on track at the moment.
Train of cars coming through and over the jump. Listen to the guards crashing down out the back there. So Hagström, Darbach, I don't know whether you respond or not now. Is Hagström going to go? No, stays out. Might as well at this point. So Kevin Darbach, the only driver to have jokered, and right, it was the right decision from the Darbach family, definitely, to not have those two cars squabbling. Vittels and Anderson out front.
Oh, you definitely don't want to risk tripping over each other, do you?
Yeah.
If Tobias had made a little mistake, then Kevin runs into him, and then it's a bit of a shocker. So close, though, in this category, and while this is the strongest it's been so far this season, the lap times are thus. Robert Vittels has done a 51.0. Lucas Anderson's done a 51.0. Darbach Tobias has done a 51.7. Mounier's done a 51.4. Hagström's done a 51.7. And Kevin Darbach's done a 51.7. So it's just
in it.
so close.
It's incredible, isn't it? So Anderson is now starting to apply the pressure. How fast is that for the race on that last one? Yeah, only by 0.02 of a second, but still fastest lap. So he's trying to close down on Vittels. Look, he's using a bit more curb as well. You can see the attitude in the car, but we
Look
know
at that
there's
lovely weight transition when you clip the curve, set the car up, and then you make one input and the car rotates around.
goes with you. But they're so knife edgy, aren't they? You know that they're right on the limit of what they can do here, and the slightest mistake will see you hemorrhage a second or two, and then it's game over. They've gapped the rest of the field by... Oh, no, Anderson in the wall, just what I said. Up on two wheels, clips the steering on the inside, bounces off the wall on the outside, slams his hand, holds his helmet. He knows, just as we were talking about being on the absolute limit, he's gone. And Vittels is out clear. They must have been risking it because they've done 2.3 on the rest of the field.
A costly error that for Lucas Anderson, because really the fight was going to be when one of them jokered. In the last two laps, one of them had to joker, and then it was going to be a push lap. And all he had to do was stay within the window there of Robert Vittels. It's so easy for me to say all he had to do, but he'll be so frustrated, Lucas, with that. This is a minor mistake. It's a matter of millimetres to make that mistake, but he'll be absolutely gutted.
They've got double wave yellows.
Mounier on the outside.
Mounier as well, so two cars are
broken
gone.
front suspension. I think he might clip the wall on the inside there. Turn two.
That was so close, Hal, to going over. It was so close to going over. It was two wheels, bicycle job.
Vittels, meanwhile, has done the fastest lap of the race at the same time.
It's brilliant. The pressure goes, and he goes quicker. Absolutely brilliant for the young Latvian driver. Where did he finish, Hal, when he did BRX in the C4? You mentioned it earlier today. Was
He had a few wins, yeah. He was.
Where was he in the standings?
He beat
P2.
me, but Lydon.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was right up there.
Last lap, last corner. Vitals racing at home, has done a brilliant job. It's only his second weekend in Supercar Lights. Checkered flag and win as it's 3 cars wide in the background. One of the Darbacks almost gets turned around. It is Tobias Darbeck who takes P2. Kevin Darbeck takes P3. Hampus Hagström 4th on his debut. But Roberts Vitals with a win at home in Latvia. That is a brilliant story. Anderson, so lucky for that not to be worse. I'm hoping we can get the replays up for you of that. Shakes his head. He knew he was trying hard to try and beat this man. He would have had to try very hard because Vitals, that's an insanely good drive there. Here you go. This is the start. So into turn 1, Anderson on the outside. Vitals is getting cheers from the crowd, which is fantastic to see. Meunier here, no problem on this lap. And it's later in the race. Here it is, it's not nice. So this, that's Hampus Hagström behind, and then there. Look at that, just clips the belt, breaks the steering, 2 wheels, and then into the outside barrier. He's done well not to have a bigger shunt there, but it's checkered flag at home for Vitals. What a great victory. Young Latvian winning in the capital. Roberts Vitals, Tobias Darbeck and Kevin Darbeck are your podium finishers. Looking down, Kevin Darbeck, that's another P3 for him. Tobias Darbeck, that's the 3rd podium of the year. And for Roberts Vitals, it's 3 podiums in a row. He had a 2nd and a 3rd in Holland, and he completes the set now with the win in Latvia. Meunier's car going on the flatbed. Hal Ridge is sprinting off to the paddock. We'll be back with you very shortly. Two finals left here from day one in Latvia. This is open two-wheel drive, and the key protagonists are missing. So Victor Johansson earlier on today retired from the semi-finals. Simon Tiger didn't even make it here, unfortunately, after damage in Holland. So your grid is Slavomir Wallach, John Nee, Emil Hammer, Mikael Persson, Thomas Liskowitz and Anton Carlsen. Loads and loads of horsepower. They're only 2 wheels away from the line, and Slavomir Wallach has got a brilliant start. Emil Hammer too from row number 2 has managed to come up into P2. It's a great start by Hammer. So Hammer into second place with your leader, Slavomir Wallach. Hal, you know Wallach from the British Rallycross Championship, I believe, and how much would this mean if he can get it done? Bearing in mind there's a long way to go yet.
I was just thinking about that. I don't even know if I want to talk about it, to be honest. Maybe let's leave that to the end, because I've cursed enough people today as it is.
Well, we didn't say the curse is over, because people are making mistakes now without us cursing them.
I just don't want to jinx it for him, because a nicer, more enthusiastic person you won't find. And what an odd lineup this is in the Open two-wheel drive final. Have any of these drivers been at the other events? Wallach, of course, was making sandcastles in Valkenswaard, wasn't he, with the amount of times he visited the gravel traps, but I don't think any of these drivers have been at previous rounds apart from Slavomir, so this is quite an unexpected lineup, isn't it? Carlsen runs wide at the final. Mikael Persson, who's been a regular of Open two-wheel drive in RallyX in the last few years, running just behind the Polo, which lifts the front wheel on the exit of the first corner, and there's the first casualty as Hulk has sadly pulled over.
That's game over there. Oh, sparks from the underside of the car as they cross over the curbs. You've got to be really careful
light's
there.
Fading, isn't it? You probably get that a lot during the course of the day, but you don't see it.
No, never see it in broad daylight.
That thing is really lifting a wheel without much attitude in the chassis at all.
This would be a great place to race under lights, because of the forest in the background. The forest would give you that lovely blackness in the background that you want when you're racing under lights. That means that the track is the real highlight. You know, we see a heli shot from the Singapore Grand Prix, and you just see this wonderful band of light travelling around through a city centre, and we can have that here, but through a forest on the outskirts of Riga. It's a great venue. I've mentioned it earlier. Hal, you weren't here at the time. I was just saying what a lovely city Riga is, what a fun night we had last night, and what a great place it is to come to a rallycross event. If you're ever like, I want to travel to one, but I want an easy one, this is probably the easiest, isn't it?
Yeah, and I've had a few fun nights here in various different forms, and last night was great, with a nice meal and a couple of drinks.
And a bit of reminiscing,
to bed, but there's been some pretty heavy nights out as well in the past, and it's a brilliant city, and it's quite compact. You can get everywhere pretty easily. You can get to the circuit in 20 minutes or whatever we did this morning. It's a great place. You can do it all by taxi if you want. Taxis aren't expensive, 10 euros here or there. It's
depends how many beers you want to have at the track, doesn't it? That's
really
not something we have to worry about.
It's a great place to come to, and the people are so welcoming. The Latvians are so pleased to have rallycross here, and they're very, very welcoming indeed.
So Wallach's lead is 2.2 seconds. He did the fastest lap on the last lap. Let's see what this one's like. It was a 53.1 last time round. This time round it is a 54.0. So 9 tenths slower, but that's fine because he is driving away from everybody else at the minute. Emil Hammer has jokered, but remains in P2. So Emil Hammer is the danger man, but Hammer is under pressure from Carlsen, and actually that's going to help Wallach out, because 6.2 is enough. If I were Wallach's spotter, I might send him now just so that you can see where they are behind him. But what do you think? Or just stay out there until the end?
No, I would always go now if you've got the gap and it's comfy, because you mitigate the puncture risk or something happening. If you get a puncture on a jump landing later in the race and you've already jokered, you can defend for your life. You've got to take the joker, you're dead and gone. So I would definitely be getting in and out as quickly as possible.
And with this lot fighting, and Wallach does go joker. Slavomir Wallach has gone into the joker lap, your race leader. Oh, Carlsen peels off from P3, but Wallach's going to come out miles in front here with a lap to go at the end of this one. Slavomir Wallach is trying to get this done, and we don't want to say it because we don't want to jinx him, but he comes around that left-hander, Wallach.
I don't really want to talk about it, but
he's sideways on the edge, it's making me nervous, Hal.
I cannot tell you what this will mean to Slavomir Wallach to take a victory in RallyX if he gets this done over the next lap, and there's a few corners to go yet. Such an enthusiastic part of the British rallycross scene for almost as long as I've been competing, in the last 15 to 20 years now. He's been around a long, long time. He's done a huge amount for the sport outside of what people think. A great friend of Johan Kristoffersen, goes to so many events that Johan competes in, has contributed to Johan's racing as well when KMS is struggling to find the budget. It's amazing, and he comes here because he loves racing in big events. This is a day of days for Slavomir Wallach.
He's going to come round the last corner. Great to hear from Howridge what this man's put into the sport, and it gives back now. Slavomir Wallach crosses the line to take the win in Latvia. Got to be the biggest win of his career. It's at the highest level of two-wheel drive in Europe at the minute. Fantastic. Fantastic. Wonderful stuff. Slavomir Wallach, your winner. He's going to do some donuts. What is he doing? Donuts? What's he doing? Or was that just sideways in the dirt? I think he is. Yes, he is. Yes, right in front of the grandstand where the people are sitting. Go on, Wallach, have it.
All credit to Krzysztof Skorupski's team as well for delivering that car. It is. Slavomir's had some fairly dubious cars in the past. Some Stockhatch machines that were hanging together. He had an ex-Liam Duran Ford Fiesta Super National car for a while, but that is a proper car, that BMW M3. It's absolutely stunning.
Eric Farren's just riding past us on a scooter with, I think it's a steering rack. Is it a steering rack?
It is,
It is a steering rack, yes.
With a wry smile.
He's in for a few hours work, yeah. But Slavomir Wallach in the BMW E92 M3 RX has taken the win here. Deserves it, Hal, because he was super quick in qualifying, let's not forget.
Went fastest in Q1.
Yes, exactly. It's not all, the big boys aren't here, is it?
But also,
he's getting it done.
When the big boys aren't in the final and you qualify on pole, there's an incredible amount of pressure to deliver. And you've driven away there, fastest lap of the race by almost a second.
He beat Johansson this morning, beat him by 0.6 of a second, beat Victor Johansson. So this is a deserved win for Slavomir Wallach here in Latvia. We're ever so pleased for him. I hope you guys are at home as well. Emil Hammer gets P2, John Nee gets P3. Then it's Anton Carlson, Michael Persson and Thomas Liskowitz is a DNF. This is it then, the last final of the day, Open 4-Wheel Drive Pro. Fraser McConnell in there, thanks to a penalty from Victor Franks, but I'll tell you what, McConnell did a brilliant job in the AM final earlier on today. The FC2s were only allowed into the AM final because there's only 3 of them here this weekend. They weren't sure they'd make it through to the Pro final, but 2 of them have in McConnell and Svensson. Ulrich Linnemann at the back of the grid here has had a hell of a day with a fire earlier on. But up front, it's Maiko Tam from Estonia, Jānis Baumanis racing at home in Latvia, Joni Tapainen from Finland, Elias Svensson from Sweden, Ulrich Linnemann from Denmark, and Fraser McConnell from Jamaica. 6 different nations. Take no notice of that. We've had a problem with that one all day long. Very frustrating, though, because I was good to go there, and I know the drivers will be too. Hal, that's awful, isn't it, when you're in the car?
Yeah, the launch procedure isn't the work of a moment, and yeah, you're all geared up to go, and then you're on a pause, and this is where you really show your worth, don't you, as a driver, by going into reset mode, regaining your focus, unblinking view at the lights again, and getting ready to go. They have moved to Tapainen there. So
they did that earlier though with the other cars, rolled them back and rolled them forward. I think it's potentially the sensor's gone down, but right, here we go again. Last race of the day from Riga, Open 4-Wheel Drive final. Maiko Tam, Jānis Baumanis, Joni Tapainen, Elias Svensson, Ulrich Linnemann, Fraser McConnell. 6 different nations represented on the grid here. Can Baumanis take the win at home? All-wheel drive starts on the run down to the first corner. Maiko Tam gets there before Baumanis. Baumanis goes around the outside in the Peugeot, slots in, sideways on the exit, 600 horsepower to pull it back straight. Tapainen round the outside, Tam, big spin. Svensson goes round in the background. He's been collected in the background by Linnemann. Fraser McConnell up to P4, and it is, I think, Baumanis who leads. It is from Tapainen and Maiko Tam. Wow.
We need to see a replay of that, don't we? Baumanis got squeezed on the inside, Tam ran wide, and then Baumanis came absolutely firing out of turn 2. Baumanis, the home hero, leads from Tapainen, the reigning champion. Tam has been so good today in the other M Sport built Fiesta, and Fraser McConnell, who only made it into the final after Victor Franks got his penalty in the semi, is knocking on the door of a podium here.
Into the joke, that goes McConnell with Maiko Tam in front. Now they might have got these 2 because of the incident behind. I think they would have been hoping to get back out in front of Linneman, but Linneman hasn't joked, and Fraser McConnell's there just in front, nudges the rear left of the Polo. McConnell could do with Linneman go, but Linneman should be as quick as McConnell here, shouldn't he? Really, a little bit quicker.
He should, and that might help McConnell actually, because he really does not need to get involved in a fight with someone else, especially someone who hasn't joked at this stage of the race. Bowmanis, though, absolutely flying out front, 0.2 of a second quicker than Joni Tapainen last time around.
Kras could do, couldn't he, with Tam and Linneman getting into him. I think Linneman will go Joker soon. Just if he catches up with Tam, he might as well. Tam's already been in,
I
so
think
Linneman
will stay out. I think Linneman will stay out because
at the moment Tapainen's got Joker from P2, so Tapainen goes in, he's trying to cover off the cars behind, trying to cover off Maiko Tam. Tam's there, but Tapainen comes in and he parks it on the inside, tiny driving.
Very, very wise from the young driver, Joni Tapainen. Tam's going to get a bit of a run here. Look at the catalytic converter glowing in the back of the Ford Fiesta running P2, the green machine. Tam is all over the back. Maiko Tam is really stepping up today, Andrew.
This is a brilliant performance by both these drivers. If you watch the subtleties of the car control, they're rotating on the way into turn 3, on the limit of what the grip can do. Bowmanis out front has a 3.6 second gap. That is by no means a foregone conclusion, but he will be helped a little bit. Bowmanis into the Joker. The leader goes in now. He's got Joker. P2 and P3 on the standard lap. Look for the Latvian driver. We've still got a couple of laps to go. Kicks up the dust as he comes round. It's going to be close. Coming around the left hand, and Tapainen is there. Would he go low? No, Bowmanis parks it low as well. So the top 3 remain in that lead. 52.4 for the Joker lap for Bowmanis. Now he comes under pressure from Tapainen.
Bowmanis' pre-event test here in Riga paying off. Look at the traction they've got out of the Peugeot 208, tight out of that final corner. If you were testing here, that's the sort of thing you would look at, isn't it? How do we get the traction when we need it most in that scenario? But Joni Tapainen is really going with the former European champion.
Bowmanis through the left-hander onto the back section by the jump. The 3 supercars leading 4 in a row. In fact, Linneman still to Joker. He'll go on this lap or the next. There's 2 to go. Brake lights glowing, brake disc glowing, fire from exhaust. We're right at the end of a brilliant day in Latvia. Got to be done on track now, Hal, unless somebody makes a mistake. I think that's going to be your top 3.
I wonder if Tam's running out of tyres a bit here, Andrew, because he was quick during qualifying, and maybe they played their tactics in such a way, just losing a tiny bit here on Tapainen, who's being dragged along by Bowmanis out front. Yanis has just got 8 or so corners to go now to claim his biggest ever victory at home in Latvia.
Supercar driving at its finest from these 3. Flames spitting from the back of these machines. Linneman still hasn't gone joking. You can see him in the background. But Yanis Bowmanis out front. Fantastic performance. Not in the car as much as he used to be. Focusing on the family business. They're in the timber business, just like the Nitish family are as well. But this isn't about timber business today. The only timber business is driving through the trees, flat out over the jump at the back. Bowmanis slides the 208 through the final corner, lights up the tyres and takes a checker flag at home in Latvia. Joni Tapainen takes P2, Maiko Tam P3. Fraser McConnell gets up to 4th when he wasn't even in the final just a few minutes ago. Linneman 5th. And Elias Svensson a lap down. What a great way to round out a brilliant day's racing here in Riga.
Yanis Bowmanis has achieved a lot in his rallycross career, but when you're a small boy dreaming of what you want to do, it's winning at home, isn't it? It's winning in front of your family and friends. And I am sure, even though he's quite good at keeping his emotions in check, this will mean a lot to Yanis Bowmanis, because it has not been a foregone conclusion today.
Yes, well done, Yanis. Great to hear that. Look at the crowd. This is the headline category, open four-wheel drive, and it's been won by a Latvian at home. Straight over for a hug there with Maiko Tam. That was a great fight between them and Tapainen as well. It's Latvia, Finland, Estonia, Jamaica, Denmark and Sweden. What a lineup for a rallycross final. I don't think I've seen 6 different nations in a rallycross final.
And I would put money on not seeing another top flight rallycross final with that sort of flag array again this year, because that is extraordinary.
It is, isn't it? Yes to Flames on the overrun, lifting off the throttle. Yes to racing in the dark.
Tam's been great today.
Yeah, yes.
Really stepped up, and the car looks much better than it did.
Great stuff from Riga. Here's another look at the start. look at Baumanis. Baumanis lit the throttle there and spun the rear left. And if Tam hadn't had the mistake, and of course that was Svensson, wasn't it? We didn't see Svensson later on in the lap. Oh, who was in Svensson? Linneman, wasn't it? Linneman was into the side of Svensson, but so much going on.
I'd like to see that first couple of corners again if we
extra super slow-mo,
because it was actually Tapainen that came over really hard on in that three-way sandwich that fired Tam off onto the left-hand side. Whew.
I love the fact that Yanis sent it so hard over the line as well. The extra lock, the extra smoke from the tyres. And yeah, just brilliant. Yanis Baumanis, Joni Tapainen and Maiko Tam are your podium finishers here in Open 4-Wheel Drive Pro. Fraser McConnell, Ulrich Linneman and Elias Svensson playing their part in a brilliant finale to the day as well. What time are we on tomorrow, mate? You can see a brilliant view there. We're in that white tent smack in the middle of your picture. Here we are. What a great day. I've had a brilliant day today. It's been fun. Portugal and Holland have been fun, but to come back to the heartland, if you like, of RallyX and see big quality entries where one mistake costs you a lot has livened it up, hasn't it?
Things have stepped up today, haven't they? All of the finals were great for different reasons. There wasn't really a bad race in qualifying.
No.
There hasn't been tons of overtaking, but the overtaking that has happened has been very, very good, and the level is really high.
Yeah, really high.
That CrossCar final, that is wicked. We've seen some epic. We've done this is this the 5th year?
Oh, 2020 we started, yeah. COVID year.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Is it 5 or 6? I always get confused by that when it's a 0 to a 5.
This is our 6th year doing this.
And that's one of the best finals.
That's in the top 5 CrossCar finals, and that's a big shame.
Yeah, because CrossCar's been, last 2 years, CrossCar's been wild. Anyway, Woosah. I've had a good day, have you?
Yeah.
Mega. We hope you've had a good day too. I'm cold too. I'm wearing about 19 layers. I do my best not to shiver and to have my nose run live on television.
I think mine is running.
So far we've done all right. Maybe we can get in that ambulance and get a foil blanket or something and get it to take us somewhere where we can revive.
Well, we can nearly see Peter. I pointed the wrong way again. In the corner of the shot over there. Look,
he's just is he? He's over there. There he is. There he is. Hello, Here's Peter. Here's Peter. Come on, Peter. In you come. In you come. This is Peter, who films all the previews that you see at the start of the show. Hello, mate. And works so hard, along with everybody else in the background of this very small series with a very small production budget. And I hope you enjoy the content that comes out of it, because I actually think it's pretty fun for the amount of money that's getting spent here. So you can contribute by liking and subscribing to the feed, or, of course, you can go and get yourself a nice RallyX T-shirt or a cap. Look, I've got a cap under here. Look at that. You can buy those. Shop.rallyx.se. Look, Cal has fired the graphic in already. He's ready to go. You can't get one of those, though. That's a signed Maiko Tam cap. Thank you to the Maiko Tam team. Hal Ridge, thanks, mate.
Well done.
Yeah, wicked day today. I'm Andrew Coley. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. We'll be back tomorrow at, I believe, 12:40. That's 40, because tomorrow's a daytime race where today was through to the evening. So
local
it'll be
time.
More like, local
2 hours time difference from
the
UK.
2 hours ahead of the UK. 1 hour ahead of most of Europe. So, yeah. Figure it out. Deal with it. It's fine. See you tomorrow.